Morning, everybody. It's Monday, September the 26th. Here we go, another week of, I don't know what the weather's going to do this week, but apparently I got a thing through the other day from Thames Water. Don't get too excited about the weather. We're not out of the drought situation. Couldn't make it up, could you, really? This week, well, today you've got light cloud and moderate breeze, and in fact it's going to go all the way through the week, about 15 to 16, except on Friday when it rises to 17, and then you've got thunder and lightning and thundery showers. And a moderate breeze, but it's always a moderate breeze. Anyway, trust you had a good weekend. It was very nice, was it not? You went out and did things and got out. I did. It was all very nice indeed. They started on Strictly on Friday. I didn't see it, mainly because by that time I've nodded off. I've kind of got to that stage where I go, oh, I'm so tired. And then you think, oh, I'll just go to bed. I did it the day before, and I'd forgotten until I climbed into bed. And I thought, just about to nod off. I thought, oh, blow, I've left Brussels sprouts on the stove. Had to get out of bed and go and eat. Yeah, did it again. That's ridiculous. The Euro Millions winner has come forward. 171 million. Makes him, I think, the third richest Euro Millions winner, which is not bad. So happy for him, as you can imagine. I couldn't be more thrilled, and I wish them the very best of luck. I was so happy. I thought, because I'd already started spending it. I had started making up what I was going to spend the money on. But I mean, that's the kind of thing I do anyway. I do that whether I win the Euro Millions or I don't win it. And I did, in fact, win. What did I get? I got £6 something and £3 something. A whole £9. I don't know what to do with it first. Might go out for a meal. Might go out and sort of, buy a bottle of something. But probably not, actually. The long-running comedy panel show Mock the Week returns for the final series. I don't know why they bother acting something that's successful, and yet they put on. Have you seen that dreadful programme, Married at First Sight? What a pile of garbage! What a pile of garbage! And the after show, thing. They always do it, don't they? They go, oh, and they say, well, we're doing a mashup about it. Oh God, talk about dragging out some torturously boring people. Again, it was that bloke from Made in Chelsea with the Jamie Lang with, not sure if it's his hair or not. And people quite shocked on Strictly when they saw Matt Goss's hair. They thought he looked a little bit like Thunderbirds. And as I say, because we don't know what it is. Yes, he looked like Lady Penelope. We don't know what it is. We don't know if it's a weave, if it's stick-on, spray-on, no idea. But I bet he was upset when they said you can't wear your hat. I bet he was going to start wearing his hat. What do we have the other one? Her Majesty apparently was a big fan of the Beatles. Who wasn't? Who wasn't? You always remember them, don't you? Do you remember the Beatles when they appeared at the Royal Variety Performance? And John Lennon said, all of you in the up in the ashtrays, clap your hands. All of you downstairs, rattle your jewellery, because only the rich people could afford to go. The GQ Awards take place very shortly. This is where they all sit round with a bottle of Lambrusco and decide, which people they're going to give an award to. And this year they've decided to give an award to Meghan, who could be honoured with a charity award. So she'll fly back into the country, accept a charity award, because it's funny, because when she was an actress, she never did charity at all. Now she's with Harry. Now all of a sudden she's doing charity. But as I say, by that time, the book, he can't stop the book fast enough. He's written some very disparaging things. And so she's going to fly over here. Schedule flight, I hope, economy, just to make sure it's valid, because she obviously thinks she's some sort of strange member of the royal family, and they're going to give her an award for charity. So for doing something that, you like doing, they give you an award nowadays. How does that work out? But they have to get some publicity for the GQ Awards. It'll be held at probably the Natural History Museum, and they stick some tables in and some ovens, and they all get served the same thing. And she'll be treated as if she's royalty, which of course she's not. What was the other one that oh yes, the Kremlin. They've done a piece in one of the papers today. We've known about this for ages. The Kremlin, who've put it this way, people who talk against Putin and who go against the war mysteriously die. There's been quite a number recently. In fact, there is a latest one who was beaten quite severely and then fell out of a window. Not the first one who's fallen out of a window. And they've done a whole list of all these people. And yet I was listening to LBC over the weekend, and I heard a former mayor of Moscow talking about, Putin will not use this, he won't use that, he's obviously on the way out. And I'm thinking, oh, my godfathers, are you mad? Are you mad? He gets very upset about being spoken to in those terms. Very sensitive little soul. Very sensitive. Mike says, did I hear you say snow is on the horizon? It can't be far away. Can't be far. I mean, I've just made that bit up just to make it more interesting. And he said, I've got my winter woolies on, my sledge waxed and ready to go, and my chestnuts on the fire. Best place for them, that's what I always say. Victoria Beckham's little onesie, not selling at all well, but there again, who in their right mind would ever spend £800 on something like that? And Stella says, I went to a friend yesterday and had a cup of tea. I haven't slept all night as tea keeps me awake. What do you have a cup of tea for then? That seems a bit of a pointless exercise, doesn't it? You say you don't have tea because it keeps you awake, so you went to a friend's yesterday and had a cup of tea, and then you wonder why you're still awake. Says, I envy people who fall asleep the minute their head hits the pillow. That's me. Gone, out for the cat. We had a clear up actually, all the patio. We've got about 20 pots. And what happens is, when you put the earth in, I always put brand new earth in all the time, you take all the plants out and the whole lot comes out because it's used up all the earth. The roots eat the earth, so the whole thing comes out as like a giant root ball. We filled up, I think, probably might have been 10 or perhaps a bit more sacks, rubbish sacks. And I was taking them down to the rubbish bins and filling them up, and we got rid of everything, and it's all been cleared up. And then I sprayed weed killer into the corners of the patio, and that should be done now because it only takes an hour to kill them. And then Lindy will go around and clear up the other bits and pieces. We were quite pleased. And then what I'll do over this week, I tell you, we took about an hour and a half to do it. She was sort of cutting them off and I was lifting. The whole thing came out as one. Even in the biggest pots that we've got, came out as one. It was brilliant. Got them down there, staggered down. Lindy's different to Lynn. Yeah. Oh, everybody's different. But what I'll probably do over the course of this week, go out, get some sacks of earth, fill them up, or I have done this before. I've just bought pots of flowers, doesn't matter whether they're daffodil, and just stick them in the terracotta pots. I don't even bother planting them. It's not really worth it. You just put the plants in there. So I might go and do that. I'm very reckless when it comes to gardening. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Football pundit Mark Lawrenson reveals his problem with the BBC. Well, the problem is they got rid of him, and he's claiming it's all sorts of things, which we'll get round to. Qgate takes a new twist. Love it. I love it. Domino's plan to hire 10,000 extra workers before the World Cup. Makes me feel sick, actually. Every time I go onto the internet to go and do something, I get David Beckham going, oh, Qatar's such a nice place. Unfortunately not. Homophobic. And as I say, David Beckham will take anybody's money. He doesn't really care, Could have been quite ghastly. But apparently, if you're a woman and you get raped in Qatar, it's your fault. Men do not get admonished for this. I mean, you can't make it up, can you, really? But there you go. I'm sure David Beckham is a big supporter of Qatar. He should be. He's taking all their money. And they think they found the ancient Egyptian queen. I know. I thought of the same thing as well. This time, they think they've found the body of Nefertiti. That's what they think. I shall tell you about it a little bit later on. And the landlady who's stripping to save her pub. Little bit tacky. Obviously, work doesn't come into it. She's decided she's set up one of these, what do they call that website where sort of people take off their clothes? OnlyFans. Yeah, she's set up one of those. She's married and all the rest of it. She's 40 and she'll show you her bits if you pay money and they can save their pub. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really, honestly? How desperate some people get. Plus 2 pints a day slashes the risk of dementia. That's whiskey. And... you can imagine 2 pints of whiskey every day. You don't so much sort of forego dementia. You just can't remember what it is. Makes it a lot easier. And the charity workers in Texas who made a world record amount of ham and cheese sandwiches in an hour. How many? 11,000 ham and cheese sandwiches. They've got the world record in Texas. Ham and cheese. Yeah, have you never had ham and cheese together? Delicious. Toasted ham and cheese is even nicer. Could eat that now, dipped in salad cream, toasted. Oh, dear miss, stop it, Stephen, stop it. Drive you mad, won't it, really? Nigels from all over the world meeting at a festival to preserve the name of Nigel. I don't know why. I thought it's not dying out. They're just saying that to make themselves important. And Gary, oh, rubbish. There's loads of Garys. I know loads of Garys. Gloriana took to the Thames. I had to explain to the producer what it is. It's the Queen's barge. It's lovely. I rushed home and a little group of us went down from where I live and we stood by the banks of the Thames, and as it came down being rowed from Hampton Court, we all clapped and cheered and whooped and made complete and utter fools of ourselves. We didn't really care, actually. Billy Connolly's been given a new TV series. Wow. Sunbathing can help beat the blues, and a boy of 10 fighting for his life, he fell 100 feet from a chalk cliff. What is it about stupid parents that let their kids go near the edge of chalk cliffs? I mean, you've seen people sitting at the edge of them and you think that they're literally held together with a little few tufts of grass. If this thing goes down, you're going down with it. Honestly, I don't know. One here, Steve, the Sydney Harbour Bridge turned 90 this year. A steam train crossed the bridge yesterday. Had to be towed through the underground. There wasn't much smoke. It's the first steam train on the bridge since the 1930s. Wow. I love things like that. I didn't know there was a railway line that went along with it, actually. Here in Texas, says Ian, where everything's bigger, we enjoy a ham and cheese toasted sandwich with a little mustard. Yes, I like a bit of mustard. It's got to be that French mustard because it's milder. I like that. But ham and Coleman. No, not Coleman. That's the yellow one, isn't it? Blow your socks off. I don't know anybody who goes for that one. Robert in Honeybourne says, I've just had my first mince pies with custard. Oh, don't joke. I had some on Friday. In all the supermarkets, mince pie. And as I was eating them, thinking I shouldn't be, I was sort of thinking, I can't believe I'm eating mince pies in September. I mean, it doesn't make sense, does it? Here we go. Have you seen this? Barbara Windsor, a celebration hosted by David Walliams with Scott Mitchell, launching By Your Side. My life-loving Barbara Windsor is on the 10th of October 2022, 7:30 to 9:20 at the New Wimbledon Theatre. Tickets are £17.50, and you can join Scott Mitchell for an evening of stories about his life with Barbara in conversation with their good friend David Walliams. So there you go. There you go. So the book's out, launching By Your Side, My Life-Loving Barbara Windsor. £17.50. Very reasonable. You get some really good stories. You'll get some very good stories. That'll be a nice thing, won't it? I don't know how big the New Wimbledon Theatre is. I don't think it's a huge venue. But it'll be nice, especially if they've got a slideshow and they put up pictures and stuff like that. That'll be quite nice. That's the New Wimbledon Theatre. But what's the New Wimbledon? Oh, right. Oh, it is. It's the whole lot, is it? Oh, my God. 1,670. Wow. My friend Ian says the warehouse-sized Christmas store have a big billboard right by my apartment. Holidays are coming. He loves Christmas as much as I do. Seriously, we're both absolutely crackers. Steve, it's Dijon mustard. Yes, I have had Dijon mustard before. You buy it in most places, actually. And Peter, the Toastmaster, says, Steve, 4 more sleeps before I move to the Isle of Wight. Yay! Very nice.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company this morning. Roger says, you know loads of Garys, but I bet all of them are over 40. Actually, the funny thing is they probably are, actually. They probably are. He says, Ron, another old-fashioned name. It is. It is a very old-fashioned name. There are certain names, aren't there? But I remember somebody years and years ago, can't tell you what the story was related to, but the presenter that this person spoke to had passed comment on the fact that her name was an old name, an old-fashioned name. She complained. She complained about it, seriously. And I thought, no, but it is an old-fashioned name. You don't find people called this name nowadays. No, Gladys. So I think Gladys is quite good, but it's an old-fashioned name. You don't hear kids called Gladys anymore. And anyway, she wrote and complained to the management at the time. This was donkeys years ago. And I think this presenter wrote and sort of apologised for upsetting her. I wouldn't have bothered. I'm sorry, absolutely not. Steve, have you tried hot ham and cheese baguettes from Greg's Hot Counter? We don't have a hot counter. We don't have a hot counter at all. They put them in. Oh, they put them in the oven. Oh, right. So it's hot ham and cheese baguettes. Oh, that sounds quite nice. But we don't have a hot. I wish they did have a hot counter. I'd be at it all the time. Palm says, "Can you do a magic show in Cornwall or Plymouth?" It's not just if not just a magic show, just a talk show. Well, we do one, but unfortunately not in Cornwall or Plymouth. Unfortunately not. I can't compete with the Labour Party conference, mini party conference, which is up in Liverpool at the moment. I was listening yesterday to Angela Rayner, umming and ahhing all over the place. Very amateurish, I thought. Didn't think that was holding out much hope. But every so often, these sort of the party faithful burst into huge rounds of applause. I think it'll be exactly the same with the Conservatives. They'll do exactly the same. What you have to do is sort of kind of make up your mind who you believe. Do you believe anybody, or do you believe they just give you a load of old hokum and then they don't bother delivering? Because I've never known any politicians deliver on anything. I mean, at the moment, they've had Kwasi Kwarteng with his mini budget, which seems to upset just about everybody, including next door's cat. And the other thing is they're going to change this self-employed IRS 35. And then, strangely, the Labour Party have said if they get into power, they're going to change it all back again. Well, I don't think my little heart will accept the strain. It was bad enough last time around when they said, oh, what do you have to do? And they went, oh, you have to set up a company because the company can only pay into a company. So everybody had to start rushing around setting up. Some people had companies anyway. I didn't. And so we just bought a company off the shelf. It was as simple as that. Because if you look for your own name, it's sort of you've got to pay for it and everything else. Whereas the one I paid for, it was cheap as chips, I think. But it just gives you a sort of company name, and then they pay stuff into it, which is nice. Eileen in Scarborough says, been awake all night with a rotten head cold. Hope it's not COVID. But lovely to hear your voice. Missed your programme at the weekend. I'm just having an apple pie and a cup of tea. Apple pie and a cup of tea. Oh, that sounds nice, doesn't it? But although, given the choice, if somebody put down apple pie, custard, or ice cream, or a ham and cheese toastie with mustard, the ham and cheese toastie would win. Yeah, definitely. See, we can tell you'd go for the apple pie. I go for the thinning one, But I just quite fancy ham and cheese. I just fancy ham and cheese on white bread with a bit of mustard, but not, Yeah, never mind. We can't have everything, can we? If we did, it'd be completely different. Anthony Hopkins has been spotted filming about the life of Sir Nicholas Winton, the man who ordered the taking away of all the children. 669 children, I think he saved. And I always remember a television programme when he was fairly old. They put him in the audience. And he didn't know that all around him, the audience were made up of children that he'd saved. And it was quite touching. It was very, very good. Very, very good. Oh, by the way, your £20 and £50 notes won't be legal tender by the end of this week. Take them into the paper ones. Nicholas Winton helped to rescue children who were at risk of oppression. He was born to German Jewish parents. They'd emigrated to Britain at the beginning of the 20th century. He assisted in the rescue of nearly 670 children, most of them Jewish, from Czechoslovakia on the eve of World War II. On a brief visit to Czechoslovakia, he helped compile a list of children needing rescue, and returning to Britain, he worked to fulfil the legal requirements of bringing the children to Britain and finding homes and sponsors for them. His humanitarian accomplishments went unnoticed by the world for nearly 50 years, until 1988, when he was invited to the BBC's programme That's Life, where he was reunited with dozens of the children he'd helped come to Britain and was introduced to many of their children and grandchildren. Because without him, they might not be here. And that's why he was knighted in 2003, but died in 2015, aged 106. You see, do good deeds, get to live a long time. He was fairly old by the time he'd actually gone onto That's Life. But I remember seeing all these kids all around him, and they were all ones that he'd saved. It was almost as good as watching the end of Schindler's List, where all these people come over the hill. There's like sort of about 100 of them. I did see the show, yeah. And they said, and these are the people from Schindler's List. These are the last surviving people from Schindler's List. And then at his graveside, they all file in, and he put their names up and everything else, and they put stones on his grave, including Mrs. Schindler. She was there, helped, and she put a stone on her husband. It was quite something. You've suffered with this film, and it makes you realise what people went through. And at the very end, these are the original people from the Schindler's List. Sometimes I get in a lift and see the name Schindler. In fact, I got in a lift the other day, actually. I don't know where I was, and it said made by the company called Schindler. Now, I don't know if that was his company or he went on to make other things. I can't remember, but it was certainly very nice. So Prince Harry, well, he's not really a prince, as he's dissed the royal family so much. A more ungrateful little so-and-so you'd be difficult to find. Why can you not be grateful? In fact, if Meghan Markle hadn't met him, she'd still be a struggling actress. But luckily she met him, clings on to him for grim death, and she could be honoured with a charity award, which only gives publicity to GQ magazine. They do it. When you look at the list, you go, oh, yes, they're doing this to get people there because they need the publicity. Whether it boosts sales of the magazine, I've got no idea. But it's obviously something they do, and they thought, let's give it to somebody who the public doesn't like. Because it's a bit... I'm surprised, actually, they didn't give it to Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. Be far more beneficial. Still people going on about it. Still people are going on about it. I can't believe it. I'm absolutely amazed. I really had a sinking feeling the other day when somebody said, "Oh, it's still there," and I went, "Oh, it's ridiculous, isn't it?" Somebody was going, "Oh, they jumped the queue to see the Queen." No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They weren't there to see the Queen. The fact she was in the same hall is neither here nor there. There were also toilets in the hall, but they didn't use those either. Honestly, some people, so mad. So mad. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, yes, talking about the weather is Britain's biggest obsession. It always has been, though, hasn't it? We've always, the Brits sit down. Oh, it's dreadful, isn't it? Did you go on holiday? What was it like in Morecambe? Rained. 3 days of rain. Utter misery. We've already done the weather this morning. And still people want to hear about the weather. Somebody wrote in and complained about me some years ago to the management saying Steve Allen didn't do the weather this morning. The management wrote back and said, we'll have stern words with him. They did. I laughed, and it was forgotten completely. Steve, I named my kids Teddy, Winifred and Betsy. Very old-fashioned names, says Liam. And Steve, the evening with David Walliams and Scott Mitchell sounds very entertaining. David was such a good friend of Barbara's, wasn't he? I've got the book on order. Yes, you can pre-order, I think, on Amazon. And Ashley says, I treated myself to one of those the other day. I was dubious that it makes a great McMuffin, Drew and Cole British Electric Sandwich Maker. Oh, I thought it was the naffest thing I've ever seen. You know why? How long does it take to make that thing? 4.5 minutes. So in other words, if there's 4 of you eating for breakfast, you might as well give up and go back to bed again because you're waiting forever and a day. It's all right if you're just cooking for yourself. It's great. You put it in there and it does the egg. And also you've got to find the little loaf things that fit inside it. You put in a piece of round. It's all cutting and all the rest of it. They make it look really easy. It's 40 quid for sheer misery. Who wants to wait 4.5 minutes for an electric sandwich maker? I really don't want to do things like that. It's 4.5 minutes out of your life. I don't want to do it. I shan't do it. I shan't buy it. Can't make me. So I'm not going to buy it. It's got easy, clean, non-stick. The first time I saw it on the television, I thought, oh, God. And then they said in 4.5 minutes. And I thought, so what happens if there's you and 2 kids eating for breakfast and they all want one of these things? Well, somebody is going to be waiting about nearly 15 minutes. You might as well just not bother. It's like making an egg McMuffin kind of thing. You could put beef burgers in there, I suppose, and different things. We had festive Bakewell tarts yesterday, Steve. How lovely, with a cuppa, lush ham, Coleman's mustard, and tomatoes. Says Mary in Devon, with the rain beating down on the caravan as we speak. So you can't beat a cup of tea in a caravan. I don't care what anybody says. It's lovely. You sit there and you pull the little curtains aside at the end, and you can look at the rain lashing down and think, I'm glad I'm not out in that. I love it. Ham, mustard and tomato sandwich sounds nice, does it? Well, just slices of tomato. Yeah, whatever. Well, I don't know. Combs tomato and yeah, she probably just did slices. It's got to be a big tomato, hasn't it? You can't do little ones. It looks a bit silly. Sounds lovely, but it's the mustard and the ham. But was it toasted sandwich or was it not producer likes not? Otherwise, it goes all soggy in your hand if it's non-toasted. Yeah, not if you eat it quick. Yeah, producer can eat it in one. It's like a competition on the television. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Gemma Collins promoting a new Channel 4 show, Make Me Prime Minister. God knows what she's doing on it. I don't know if she was just promoting it, but she's not on it because I looked at some of the people and I didn't see her face, and you couldn't miss it. Let's face it. She's not on it, is she? I didn't think so. I thought they took ordinary members, although she is ordinary. She's not on it, is she? Oh, well, that's what... No, it's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing to do with anything at the moment. She doesn't have any work, but she's certainly eating. Domino's plan to hire 10,000 extra workers before the World Cup. 10,000 extra workers. Every time I see one of their little bikes go by, it says you can earn £10 an hour by riding this bike. I thought, yeah, and you could also be killed riding it. They're very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. You see them. I saw one the other day, Chiswick High Road. Had to laugh. Made me very happy. Because when you come up to Chiswick High Road, you can do a filter left to go to Hogarth Roundabout. Straight up is the High Street. And the filter left will go on as the traffic from the other side is coming towards you. There was a little motorbike sitting at the thing. He only saw the green bit and he went over the lights. Went over the lights because he was reading his telephone on the front of his bike and a police car stopped him. because the police car was just one behind and saw him going over red lights, so they nicked him. I couldn't have been happier. Steve, have you ever tried mature cheese on toast covered in salad cream? Oh, I tell you what, even better. Thousand Island dressing on cheese. Oh.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait, come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Very interesting piece in the Times today about Megxit. The inside story, how the royal rift became so bitter because what Harry and Meghan wanted to do, well, actually, to be honest with you, it was just a case of they wanted to leave, make money, and do whatever they wanted and dip their toes in American politics. Well, having heard Harry's speeches and their dismal podcast, I would think that was so far removed. We'll be looking for jumbo elephants flying over, I think, before anything like that happens. But it turns out she's a very pushy person. She was sort of pushing for everything. She has no concept of the royal family. She has no idea what it entails. She has no idea of the history of it. She doesn't know how it's all steeped in tradition. They do things their way, and if you don't fit in with them, well, then you can go. And Harry was always the oddball. He was always the drunk. You do stupid things. That's what people do. That's what people do. And he probably learnt, I think, from a very, very early age, that he could do what he wanted. He had a very privileged lifestyle. And yet he just didn't appreciate it. And yet without that privileged lifestyle, he wouldn't be where he is today. He'd just be another person out there, nobody of any importance. But because he was HRH, but I think it was the Queen. They say in this new book that the Queen said, this is how it works. This is what's happening. And if he doesn't want to do that, well, then we'll wash our hands of it, because she'd been so steeped in tradition. She hadn't done anything else. She didn't know anything else. Everything was done exactly the same way. I don't think he even went to the memorial service for the Duke of Edinburgh. He didn't turn up for that. Was that? I don't know. Well, everybody else managed to go. I don't know why he didn't go, but there were flight restrictions, yes. Well, he could have taken another one of those private planes he's so fond of taking. He likes his private planes. I didn't see Strictly. I must sort of catch up. But I'd rather wait till they manage to start getting rid of a load of people. And then once they put people back in again, and they've sort of found some other people, it seems to be good. Apparently, Elle's Bully Hell is on the front page. How cruel jibes hurt the dance favourite. But you're always going to get this. You're always going to get it. Somebody's always going to troll you or something like that. And if they do, then you just have to sort of turn the other cheek. Just give up on it. It doesn't matter. Put it this way, the only person it's affecting is them. It doesn't affect you in the slightest. Victoria Beckham has failed to impress fans. Fans? With an £890 jumpsuit. One fan tweeted, "The styling looks dull here." I don't think you can, but apparently she was pictured in a black jumpsuit in July, and Harper had a pink one as well, but nobody's going to buy it. In fact, the only people who seem to be buying her stuff are her. There's nobody else. You don't see anybody out on the real world with it, but it doesn't matter, does it, really? 3 recent ex-girlfriends of a reality TV contestant made independent complaints to the police, and they're horrified this person was allowed to be on television, although the allegations were never brought, investigated or taken further by the police for good reason, a spokesperson for this person says. So in other words, it's kind of a non-story. It's a case of they're saying all this happened, and then the police are saying, well, we're not investigating anything, but they made 2 pages out of it just to make it more interesting. What was the other one here? The mum of one of the pallbearers at the Queen's funeral had no idea he was playing a starring role until she saw snaps of the rehearsal. So it was obviously all shrouded in secrecy. They don't say anything. Excuse me. So he wasn't even allowed to say, "I'm a pallbearer," which is one of the best things that you could possibly be, and something that he will live with for a long, long time. What else do we have? Cleaners on the tube and other public transport in London are to be given free travel. Well, I would think so too. I mean, why shouldn't they? They're cleaning the blooming things. I can't believe they're not either. Can't believe. Although actually, a friend of mine in Marylebone the other day, excuse me again, saw his local councillor's parking permit, and it was. He looked at it, he went, "What a blooming cheek!" I said, "What?" He said, "Did you know that if you're a councillor, you can park anywhere you like? You have a special permit which says you can park anywhere you like. He doesn't have to pay for parking." Bit of a Swiss, isn't it, really? And I said, "In the borough, yeah." Well, probably another borough. I don't know how it works in other boroughs. Steve, I had an Auntie Maudie, an Uncle Harold, and my nan was Gladys. Oh, have you heard of the French dishes? Croque Monsieur and Croque Madame, says Kathy. How old do you think I am, darling? I think I'm 3 or something. I know exactly what they are. It's called cheese on toast. All right? Oh, blimey. Paul in Bournemouth says, talking of an eating competition, look at the records this skinny American held. Yep, this is the person. He's the, it says Kobayashi. He's the 6 times champion of Nathan's hot dog eating competition. He's the godfather of competitive eating. He can eat loads of them. He set a world record at the Johannesville World Bratwurst Eating Championship. He downed 58 Bratwurst sausages in 10 minutes. Amateur. How lovely. I could do 60. Not difficult at all. Medic Bob will not be taking part in I'm a Celebrity. Get me out of here. It'll be the first time he's missed an Australian run of the show. He was the one who tended to Gillian McKeith, who fainted before a trial. She was always standing up and falling down, Gillian McKeith. Seriously. He gave Natalie Appleton oxygen when she felt ill. She was a bit of a drama queen, wasn't she? The Appleton sisters, my godfathers. And then he retrieved a cockroach from inside Fatima Whitbread's nose. And Scarlett Moffat revealed he forced her to wash after she's initially refused to face the jungle. And he helped Jason Donovan tackle a critter in his pants in 2006. I'm tempted to do the joke, but I won't. I won't do it. It doesn't matter. What else have we got? Strictly Come Dancing's ratings plunging. Only from last year, they went down about 1 million, but it doesn't matter. It'll go up, and they'll just alternate backwards and forwards until eventually it hits its plateau. But they don't care. Even if it went to one person watching, they'd still keep it going. Don't bother with the sandwich toaster. I love ham, cheese and pickle on toast with a large mug of tea, Steve. Oh, I love ham, cheese and pickle. Branston little pickle. Little pickle has got to be nice. For the first time I bought a small car and was pleasantly surprised that the road tax is free, says Roger. Yes, on some little cars it is, but I mean, it's not really a car, is it? It's like a lawnmower with a seat on it. That's as good as that. And Michael in Vancouver says, I have a sandwich toaster maker in my kitchen cupboard for 10 years. I've just been tempted to use it. Oh, there you go. That's good. Oh, you should definitely use it. Ham, cheese and a bit of pickle. Can't beat it. Cara in Michigan. Have you got any best recommendations on the best guided tour groups in London? I'm planning to visit shortly. There are many to choose from. Choose a blue badge guide. It depends if you want a walking tour. There are all sorts of walking tours. Diane Burstein is a blue badge guide. She used to be with us on LBC for many years. And she does Jewish London. She does Jack the Ripper. She does quite enough. Yeah, she's still going. Well, as far as I know, she was still going. I wouldn't like to think she wasn't still going. Yeah, Diane Burstein does these tours. But make sure you get a blue badge guide and then you can pick a tour. Some of them sort of involve walking around different pubs. I think that's the wrong one, yes. I didn't think she was an activist. We'll find out. She had a whole list of things on her website. And because she's a blue badge guide, they are accredited, which means that, they'll take... They're not very expensive, their tours, and you learn a lot. Some are in Fleet Street. She does the prisons. She does all the rest of it. And they're well worth going on. The thought of my mum, Alice Ada, and my dad, Wilfred Leslie. I suppose I was lucky to get away with Andrew. Yeah. Very lucky. Very, very lucky. But Andrew's okay as a name. Joan's an old name, isn't it? If you're looking at old-fashioned, you don't find children called Joan nowadays. You might have a nana or an elderly sister. Susan is a fairly old one. Again, people are looking for sort of Kaylee, all different names for children. It's generally based on the charts or whose name features in the charts. David, Becky, Ella, H-A-I-T-C-H and Ed Sheeran. I was watching it the other day because somebody said to me, "Oh, please God, Lad Baby don't get to number one again." I said, I can't wait. And so I went online the other day. Lad Baby, we built this city on sausage rolls, built this city. They were really auto-tuned within an inch of their life because neither of them can sing. And they've had 4 number ones, I think, now. But my favourite was the Ed Sheeran and Elton John, happily singing about sausage rolls. I mean, it just sounded brilliant. I liked it. I like that a lot. Well, the producer hates it. He said, "Oh no, definitely don't want things like that." No. Here we go. Female England fans risk jail or flogging at the World Cup if they're raped in Qatar. The strict Islamic code outlaws all sexual contact between unmarried couples, and there are 100 prosecutions a year. So obviously the law doesn't mean diddly squat over there, does it? They've still got that. Even rape victims have been hauled into court and handed sentences ranging from 7 years in jail to flogging. Apparently, if you go to the police and instead of being the victim, you become the accused. Plus, they're rampantly homophobic. It just is absolutely and David Beckham's still taking their money. Disgusting.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
If you want to find out about Diane Burstein's Secret London walking tours, she does all sorts. I mean, she made a name for herself with Secret London on LBC with me for many, many years, actually. And she's a Blue Badge guide, one of London's most experienced, very entertaining. And if you go to her website, which is Secret London Walking Tours with Diane Burstein, you can find it, probably just Secret London Walking Tours, put it in on Google. And she does Theatreland walking tours, public walks, group tours, all sorts of things. And you meet at a certain place. There's generally about sort of 10 or 12 of you, and she will teach you the history of the area. Well worth it. Well worth it, I promise you. Steve, you were saying earlier about £10 and £20 notes no longer being legal tender, paper ones. Yeah, you take them to the bank and they will swap them for you. Or the post office. My granddaughter is called Edith, says Julie from Sanderstead. Edith. I don't know. Mike says, Carol, CD on, Prezzi's now all wrapped, tree up, Brussels on, mince pies in the oven, so excited. How many sleeps now? I think we're about 90-something sleeps to Christmas. 90, it is 90, is it? 90 sleeps to Christmas. Well, I say Christmas, which is the annual festival commemorating the birth of Jesus Christ, also called Noel, Nativity, or Xmas. It's been observed for 1,686 years. And they do it. They sell all this food on the television and everything else. But I'm eating mince pies in September. I've never done that before. Never done that. I don't mind eating them in October, but blimey. And Steve Allen, Diane is indeed still going on Twitter announcing her new walking tours. You must go. They're very, very good. Very, very good. And the footy pundit, who's in all the papers today, Mark Lawrenson, has blasted the woke BBC for dumping him because, he says, he's 65 and a white male. He covered 6 World Cups and was on Football Focus for 25 years. He left at the end of last season saying he was told he would not be suited to the show's new format as it travelled the country. Oh, he says, in my time at the BBC, nobody ever said you can't say this or that, but the woke thing drives me bonkers. So there you go. He said that in 1997, after Princess Diana's car crash death in a road tunnel, he was told by an editor not to mention free kick walls in case it upset people. There's obviously a bit of bitterness going on here by the sound of it, actually. It's not a job. No, nobody's got a job for life. I mean, some people manage to make it for quite some time, but nobody's got a job for life. You know, the longer you have it, the better it is, actually. Much, much nicer. What else have we got here? Oh, there's... it's a snake story. I don't like snake stories. I think I'll leave that one for later. Instead, let me tell you, the body of the ancient Egyptian queen Nefertiti may have been found. Archaeologist Zahi Hawass discovered 2 mummies in the Valley of the Kings in Luxor. He believes they are the remains of Tutankhamun's wife and her mother, Nefertiti, who was famed for her beauty. The Egyptian ex-minister now hopes that DNA analysis will lead to CT scans that reveal her most accurate image. He said, "We've barely found 30% of everything." They did go into one of the pyramids once, and there was a brick in the wall, and they took it out. And they sent a camera in, a little robotic camera, to see what was in there. They thought that might have been a secret compartment containing Nefertiti. So no, it wasn't actually. Camera found nothing. And if proof were needed that there is absolutely bugger all in Loch Ness, somebody's been swimming it for a race. Somebody's been swimming in Loch Ness. They've done the length of it so many times. And were they attacked by a monster? Did they see a monster? No, because there's nothing there. It's as simple as that. It's just a bit of a wheeze put out for people to sort of say, "Oh, I saw the monster." You go, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You really didn't." And this person was swimming in Loch Ness and didn't find anything at all in all the time they were swimming in it, which is very interesting. Yeah, it was hiding in a rock because it doesn't exist. What was the other one that we had, actually? Oh, the Strictly fans worried about Matt Goss's hair, but then everybody's fascinated by that. It just looks most peculiar. I should imagine it must make it a nightmare in the shower. Perhaps he leaves it on the chair or something. I don't know. What was the other one? The legal battle on the Rwanda flights could drag on for a year because we actually... I'm going to sneeze. We haven't... we haven't had any Rwanda flights, have we? We didn't. Nobody actually managed to get on there unless we sort of dragged them on, and that did. Yeah, they got off, but they didn't take off again, which was very bizarre. And it cost us an awful lot of money. Pete the Pool Man says, "I gave my vintage one-arm band a clean and a service yesterday. After all these years, I still haven't hit the jackpot." I think that says slot about gambling. Yeah, a lot. She's nickel-plated and sat in a casino for years. I love it. Yeah, a friend of mine had one. That's a nice one, isn't it? And you're putting in an American coin, and you haven't won anything in years. Isn't that funny? All these years as a jackpot machine, and you live in hope. Don't tell me. Oh, sorry. I thought all of a sudden it was going to come up as a jackpot. It was going to pull the handle. It's lovely, isn't it? That's beautiful. That really, we like that a lot, Pete. That's very flash. Yeah, send it in. Just leave it. A friend of mine had one with balls, and you flicked the ball, and it had to go into a thing at the top. It had win, lose, win, lose, win, win, lose. And if you won, you got your money back. That was it. But he bought it ages and ages ago, and it was quite wonderful. The veteran star of the bill, this is Graham Cole, has revealed that plans for a spin-off show have been binned before it even got commissioned. You remember that Graham Cole played PC Tony Stamp for 25 years, alongside Eric Richards and Trudy Goodwin. There are plans for another modern version of the bill, but Graham thinks woke policing means it won't have the same humour as the original, which was a huge hit in the 80s and 90s. And he was brilliant in it. Such a charming man. Such a charming man. Lovely. I hope they bring something back. He was PC Tony Stamp. Yeah, he was PC Tony Stamp. And I met him and his wife and kids at all the Lady Rattling things and everything. Quite charming. Immaculately dressed all the time. Absolutely. Former I'm a Celebrity winner Jacqueline Josser is helping to stop menstruation being a taboo topic. She's got a new documentary called Jack Josser, Me and Periods. That was riveting. I don't know who it would appeal to, obviously people going through it, but she says that I posted on Instagram I was on my period and how a lot of my followers were shocked that I was openly talking about it. So just to really reinforce the fact she was openly talking about it, she's made a television programme. Who's going to be watching it? I can't imagine. She thinks this is the start of a new career as a presenter. I think differently. Steve called into our local garden centre for breakfast yesterday, full of Christmas decorations. I couldn't resist buying a couple of baubles. The look from the wife when I arrived home was frightening as I put the baubles on the table. She has to understand that I love Christmas. I think divorce proceedings will be in the post, says Robin Hatfield. the city of Doncaster. Some people don't understand the Christmas fascination. They really don't. They're generally mean people, mean-spirited. They don't like Christmas. It's bar humbug. It's, don't put the tree up. Don't wrap any presents. Don't want to send any Christmas cards. Don't want anything at all really to do with it. Whereas me, I embrace it with both arms. Overcome her demons following a 3-year battle with drink and drugs. This is Michelle Heaton, who did one of those food programs years ago where it was a come dine with me thing. And she came down the stairs and she went, "I ain't got no knickers on." And I remember thinking, such a class act. Such a class act. Anyway, she's ready to face her next challenge. She's in Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins alongside Matt Hancock, James Boring Argent again. Oh, Godfathers, honestly, how many more times? And singer Siva, who was in The Wanted. Yeah. Nobody knows who he is. That's the trouble. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Give us some people we've heard of, at least. Billy Connolly's got a new show. It's the 6-hour shows. We'll see the Big Yin discuss the changing nature of sex, film, telly and football over the past 50 years. That should be quite good. They showed him on television the other day. It was an audience with Billy Connolly. And the audience absolutely loved him. Absolutely loved him. They thought he was fantastic. And he was. He really was. And he was a very good folk singer. I've got a cassette of him singing folk songs and playing guitar and everything. It was really lovely. Really, really good. Very, very nice. Good actor. Very good actor. Very good actor. Apparently, Chris Packham hopes to prove that where there's muck, there's brass by charging 20 quid for a calendar full of animal dung. Seriously, I know. The wildlife expert is flogging a date wall hanger packed with photos of animal dung. You sometimes wonder whether he's in the real world, actually, don't you? One of the time, some of the time I sort of support him. Then the next time he says something, you think, you're quite mad, aren't you? Quite mad. But he picks up a lump of badger poo and says, "Don't be absurd. It's more than it's packed full of scientific information." Might be for you, love. Might be for you, but for the rest of us, I think not. Ryland Clark reckons he was robbed on the Great Celebrity Bake Off. He finished the technical challenge in the time set, but didn't have time to add the orange flavour to his cream horn. Ryland, who's 33 now, and he's sort of moaning about it. Nothing worse, is there really? I do like a cream horn. You don't find them very often. They're very few and far between. Sometimes you sort of think, I could just go a cream horn now, and then you can't find any. Because they used to be in the baker's shop, but the baker's shops now all do the posh patisseries, don't they? Like Patisserie Valerie used to do, and you get some really lovely looking cakes. So something as humble as the cream horn, I'm afraid, doesn't even get a look in. Cream slice, cream horn. What else was there? Apple turnovers, they were very nice, with cream in as well. But the cream horn, you'd bite the bottom off, then you'd suck the cream out. Do you remember that? Oh, just me again. Typical, isn't it, really? Doesn't matter. Coming up to news at 5 o'clock this Monday morning, September the 26th, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. You are most welcome. I hope you had a nice weekend and you're looking forward to eat. I couldn't believe when I was at the till the other day in one place, and it was full of mince pies, all different mince pies. And then Marks and Spencer's on the shelves, mince pies and Christmas puddings. Already, it's not even October. I mean, I'm all for jumping the gun a little bit, nipping in front of everybody else. But goodness me, a bit early, isn't it?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday, September the 26th. This is LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast until 7. And we're not that far away from Make Some Noise. We're not that far away. I promise you, it's creeping up Friday. And then you discover what my item is for this year. What my item is for this year. We've actually managed to keep it fairly quiet. which surprises me. Normally, I can't keep my mouth shut on these things, but I bet you anything there are people, because it's not going to be released, I think, until the morning when we start, and then we'll sort of direct you to the website. Then you can see what it is, and then you can purchase it, and all the money goes to Global's Make Some Noise, and we're hoping to raise millions this year. You've probably seen that advert on the television and heard it on LBC. You can win a house. There was a house, a £2.5 million house that came up, and I remember thinking, blimey, my little item's going to look a bit sad next to that, but my one you're going to want. You're definitely going to want. Well, I do hope so anyway. I do hope so. So Matt Goss forked out 20 grand to fly his pet dog to Britain to be with him while he's on the BBC show. Because obviously I don't know who his friends are. I've got no idea who his friends are. We don't seem to have anything to tell. Apparently, the star normally sports a hat, but danced without it when he was with the pro Nadia Bishkova, and some fans cruelly claimed he looked like he had an Action Man and Lego haircut. Because Action Man's got this sort of funny little hair. It's most bizarre, actually. Social media was awash with attacks against the BBC for making the show so woke, with 2 same-sex couples this season. I mean, it's just pathetic. It really is. What difference does it make? What you're saying, gays can't dance with straights, or straights can't dance with gays? I don't know what they're angry. Who knows? I don't know. I don't write into these people, but a little bit more smiling from Matt would be nice. Can't be long before we have the first tantrum. He must smile. I mean, what is there not to like about everything? Goodness sake, honestly. And I see that Pink Floyd co-founder Roger Waters has had his gigs cancelled in Poland amid fury over his stance on the Ukraine war. He was all ready to go and tour. The concerts are off. And he says, extreme nationalists have set your country on the path to this disastrous war. He also added that President Zelensky had failed to bring peace to the Donbass region, despite promising to do so in his election manifesto. So they cancelled his concerts. Gone. Russian hackers have leaked personal data of British stars, including Jeremy Clarkson, also the Duchess of York, Ronnie O'Sullivan and Sir David Attenborough. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm slightly worried about the Duchess of York. What's she got to do with anything? She doesn't seem to crop up in anybody's book, does she, for anything at all? What have we got now? What have we got quickly? Jonas Blue has offered to help Robbie Williams with his DJ career after his debut in Ibiza bombed. Oh, like, how did it bomb? Poor old Robbie Williams thinks that he just goes out and goes, I'm Robbie Williams, please stay with me forever. And we're all going to go, oh, isn't he so cute? No, the crowd did that show at, where did he do it? I can't remember where he did it. Nebworth. I watched the video. I thought it was great. Well, it was a DVD, actually. It was very nice. Fat patients are the most likely to disagree with their doctor when given lifestyle and weight loss guidance. Isn't that funny? I thought if you go to the doctor about something, unless, of course, you didn't go in for that, and the doctor just says, by the way, have you looked in a mirror recently? That would be the clue. And then they say, and here's and they do have diet sheets available at all doctors. You just have to sort of say, do you have a diet sheet? And they'll go, yep, here it is. And you just follow the advice, and then you will lose the weight. That's the idea. It just doesn't happen overnight. Dawn in Chiswick says, I'm no bar humbug. Here we go. She's going to be. But it's ridiculous that there are Christmas chocolates, Christmas cakes and decorations on the supermarket shelves in September. It's too early, Steve. I know. But even I'm surprised that it's this early. I would have thought October, middle of, going into November. Peter in Greenford says, would you ever consider reviving Secret London with Diane Burstein? It's never been surpassed. It was the greatest thing that LBC has ever aired. Well, I disagree with that. I think I was the best thing that LBC had ever aired. And we didn't even have to catch up in those days. I'd run home after my shift so as not to miss it. One day a week, go on, you two are sensational together, and it was amazing. Listen, it's not really possible to do it at this time of the morning. The idea of somebody has to come in here for sort of 6 o'clock in the morning is like, what? I remember saying to somebody once, they said, what time will this interview be going out? I said, about 2:15. And they went, 2:15? And you go, well, yeah. I mean, now we're a national station, not just London. You can hear us all over the place. Something for you to buy? How about a menu? This menu is signed, made by Sir Winston Churchill, and the Prime Minister decided to take a plane back to Britain after a visit to America in 1942. The Boeing Clipper seaplane flew so close to Nazi-occupied France that enemy planes were scrambling to shoot it down. The menu was signed by Churchill in his war cabinet and gifted to a steward. They were served shrimp cocktail. Yum, yum, yum. I like that. Oh, sorry, maybe a little score funny. York ham and French salad with pears and cream for dessert. Pears and cream. We were so easily pleased. Pears and cream. Like that line, isn't it, from Fawlty Towers? You know, can we cancel the fresh fruit salad? Little tricky. Chef's just opened the tin. Remember that one. This one had been expected to fetch £10,000. It went for 23,000 just for a signed menu. I don't know. I mean, it was signed by Churchill and the War Cabinet. I mean, who buys stuff like that? Anybody. Anybody who wants to collect it. I mean, I don't know. Some people collect jewellery. I actually collect dust. And I've got quite a collection, actually. And also insects. I collect insects. You'll find them all over my number plate on the car. Peaky Blinders. And this is Jim Moyer, best known as Vic Reeves. He's got a part in Channel 5's All Creatures Great and Small. So he sung the theme tune to Shaun the Sheep and performed backing vocals on a Jools Holland track called The Holy Cow. David Tennant has warned that his new drama, Inside Man, may look like The Vicar of Dibley, but it's far darker and much more terrifying. I don't think The Vicar of Dibley was ever terrifying, was it? I don't think so. I watched a very good programme the other day, and it was Michael McIntyre. Now, you know, I'm a big fan of Michael McIntyre. He's not universally adored, poor soul. Other comedians are jealous because he's so successful and makes an awful lot of money. And this was a programme where he gets a celebrity. In this case, it was Holly Willoughby. And she hands over her telephone. Have you seen it? And he goes through and reads some of the things she's texted to people. And so she's sitting there in the theatre with her friends, including one of the Appleton sisters. I was surprised she managed to make it to the box, but there you go. And she texted about, we're doing a feature on worst dressed people, and I thought of you straight away, seeing as the last time I met you, you were wearing the most awful outfit. And he then sends this to the people. You know, would you like to appear on the programme? Just bring some of your more ghastly outfits and we'll get you some more wardrobe stuff for free. So he sends it out and then he gets the responses back from the celebrities. It's very good. Some people sussed it straight away that it was Michael McIntyre. Other people didn't. It's known as Celebrity Send to All. And normally, I mean, he's actually done all sorts of things. He's done Bradley Walsh, Cheryl, Ollie Murs, Alan Shearer, Bruno Tonioli. I don't believe it. It's a little bit too dramatic, isn't it, really? And I thought it was very good, actually. Same show had Dawn French on, I think, singing with Tulisa and Nicole Scherzinger. No, it wasn't a dream. No, I watched it on the television. I did so. But Dawn French admitted she couldn't sing. Oh, no, it was with Jools Holland, wasn't it? Or something like that. Anyway, she admitted she couldn't sing. She said, so I'll mime my bit. It was the Fairy Tale of New York. She did that bit. Yeah, so that one. Yeah, the Kirsty MacColl bit. Your cheap, lousy, what's it? You know, all very interesting. And that was very good. And then Tulisa came on, and Nicole Scherzinger, and they sort of sang the other bits, and very good they were too. Very, very good. I was delighted. Absolutely delighted. I kind of joined in myself. Speaking of books, Desiree, the book series of the Thursday Murder Club by Richard Osman. Excellent. You'd love them, Steve, says Desiree. I'll tell you who's going to be doing Richard Osman's programme, my friend Toby Anstis, because he always has a picture. Oh, look, there's Pip and Holly. They did a Mickey take of them. They put them into all sorts of scenarios. Here they are on the Afghan border with Kabul and things like that, queuing, but they weren't queuing. They got to the front of the flight and all this kind of stuff. It's not going to go away, is it really? But it's now turned into a bit of a joke, I'm afraid. But yeah, Toby Anstis, I think, is doing a Richard Osman programme. He said it's one of his favourites. And so he's written that. So you'll be seeing Toby for a week on the television. He doesn't... Yes, yeah, House of Games. He doesn't seem to age, Toby. I work with various people like that, and they just... He's 75. They just don't age. And I don't know what it is. What are they sort of taking that I should be taking? I don't want to miss out. We looked at some stuff the other day in Marylebone High Street. It was a cream, and a friend of mine said, I'd love to buy that. He said, but I think it'll be too expensive. And I said, well, you're having a new kitchen put in, so you obviously got a bit of money spare. And what he's done is he's bought the cabinets for the kitchen, which are fully assembled. Then his next door neighbour, who's a kitchen fitter, will put them in. He said it's more expensive to put them in than it is to buy the cabinets in the first place. But it'll be done in sort of a day and a bit time they've done all the wiring and all the bits and pieces. So he said he wasn't going to buy this cream, and it was in this sort of luxury cream shop kind of thing. And it was 65 quid for a little file of it. I said, well, go and buy it. I nearly bought it, and I thought, no. People swear by the Aldi one, 7 quid. Well, this was 65. Because I work on the assumption the more expensive it is, the better it is for you. Although they do tell me that I'm not very accurate on that one at all. What do we have? What do we have here? Catherine Zeta-Jones and Michael Douglas. He's 78, she's 53. Looks very good on it. Looks very good on it. Very nice. And cheap chicken from fast-growing breeds could disappear from our supermarket shelves if a legal challenge to ban it on welfare grounds succeed. I watched one of those programmes, which was Border Control New Zealand, and this was somebody, a Chinese guy, who'd smuggled in chickens. Dead chickens. And he had more than 50 with him, and they were destined for kitchens. They was in his cases. They looked at him and went, what's that? And he opened up and there was these chickens, which he hadn't declared. But some people are like that. They sort of, oh, I didn't know I couldn't bring this in. No, we're not buying in that one. That was a bit silly. There was some woman there. She owned a Chinese bakery. And it was in New Zealand, and they send round customs to check people's work permits. Are there any overstayers? And there seemed to be loads of people working in this bakery. And the woman went, no, they've just come in today just to help out. And you think, no, you're lying. You're lying. Why are you lying to people? And, of course, because she knew that there was a $10,000 fine for each person. Turned out this woman had been working for her for 10 years. She lied and said she was from Cambodia. And she said, from Cambodia, we can't find her. Wait a minute, we've got some... She gave the wrong name to start with. Turned out she was Thai. She was back on the plane to Thailand within 2 hours. They don't mess around in New Zealand. They really don't. What else we got? Oh, we've got a break, haven't we? I knew we got something. You know why? Because we've got the travel.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's 18 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Very sad, the story of the heartbroken children of former Labour leader Neil Kinnock have spoken of the agony of losing their mum, Glenys, to Alzheimer's. They said she's deteriorating in front of our eyes, but she's gone, but she's standing right there. She's been married, Baroness Kinnock, to Neil for 55 years. She was diagnosed back in 2017 when she was 73. Lord Kinnock is 80. And Stephen and Rachel wrote in the Sunday Times, for such a formidable, strong, intelligent, funny and dignified woman to feel her mind slipping away must have been devastating. She's in the same room, but we can't talk or get through to her. And when she's asked by doctors who the current Prime Minister is, she doesn't know. She has no idea. She doesn't know her postcode. And it's very sad. They say she still remains very cheeky, mischievous and very, very funny. And she was the first signs of the illness came around when she was making cakes for her grandchildren, having previously been a star baker who had sculpted football pitches and princesses. And now none of that at all. Stephen, who's represented Aberfan, I think it is in South Wales, told the Mirror, Alzheimer's is a cruel disease that affects thousands, including my mum. My sister Rachel and I have written about it because there's some amazing research being done and more volunteers are needed. It's so terrible, isn't it, when you see somebody drifting away from you and you know they're there, but they can't contribute anything because they don't know anything. And that must be very sad. But Lord Kinnock is now acting as Glenys's carer, really. But he's 80. He's 80. It's a lot to take on. Paul says, I start a new job today. First job in 10 months due to an illness. I'm feeling very anxious and sick with worry. Why? Why would you do that? It's a job. It's easy. Easy peasy. You just turn up, smile at people, go hello, and you're in. And that's it. And every job is what you make it. Every job is what you make it. It can be the worst job under the sun, but you can make it completely different by sort of embracing it and enjoying it. I was always like that. I've never had a job that I didn't like doing. I've always had jobs that I like doing, and I make the best of it. Although if they change this government IRS 35 thing one more time, I'm going to jump off a chair. I've had enough of it. It caused so much problems last time for all the self-employed presenters out there and all the other people who 1 minute were self-employed and paying their own tax, and then the next minute it all changed and you had to find a limited company and then you had to be paid. Oh, dear me, goodness sake, honestly. I don't know who aged quicker, my accountant or me. It was just so frustrating. Sign this, sign that, and oh dear, it was just awful. It was just awful. Also the footy great. This is Harry Redknapp and Sandra, but he's 75, and he says the secret of our success is we simply fell in love. He said, I knew when I met Sandra I wanted to be with her for the rest of my life. And she's been quite ill before. They first met, I think, in about 1964. They've got a book out. It's When Harry Met Sandra. Seems quite obvious, doesn't it, really, when you think about it? But it'll tell you. Everybody's got books out at the moment. We haven't even reached Christmas. And already they're talking about, the books are going to change your life, and read them. A friend of mine was reading, he wasn't reading, he was listening to Tales of the City, which was a very successful group of books written by a guy called Armistead Maupin. And they're read by him as well, which I always think makes a difference. It's like David Walliams. I think he reads his own talking books, which is very good, and it works very well for him. This flotilla of boats lit up the Thames to honour the Queen and hail the accession of King Charles, and people were flocking to Tower Bridge and Chelsea Bridge to see Gloriana, the rowing barge. It was decked out in white lights. It was aiming to raise £20,000 for the RNLI, along with a new lifeboat station in Waterloo. Wow, lovely. I told you when we saw it, it's beautiful. To watch people rowing this beautiful, you can imagine what it must have been like for Henry VIII, when he had a barge that rowed him all the way from London, all the way up to Hampton Court. Oh, he didn't row, he just sat there eating, didn't he? That was all it was, I wonder if they had takeaway Chinese in those days. Must have. I bet they didn't. I bet they didn't have anything like that at all. But I'd love to have had that. I was talking to my driver this morning. I said I'm old enough to remember when we didn't have Chinese takeaways. We didn't have Indian takeaways. We didn't have anything like that. And then in our little town that we grew up in, or I grew up in, we got our first Chinese restaurant. And I can remember the smell of it to this day, called the August Moon. Probably still there, actually. We used to go there at lunchtime, a bit of a treat, actually, and it was lovely. I don't know when takeaways became popular. I've got no idea. I've had some really good Chinese food and some really awful Chinese food. First Chinese restaurant in London. What year? Crikey. First Chinese restaurant in London. 1973. 1907. The first Chinese restaurant. Wow. It was open. The rise in the number of Chinese restaurants only began after the Second World War, and the restaurants were operated by Hong Kongers who moved to the United Kingdom. And that was because the service personnel came back from Hong Kong. The first recorded Chinese restaurant. Wow. I bet they didn't have half the stuff that they have now. I bet it just would have been a lot of rice. A lot of rice. Because that was the big thing, wasn't it? People used to eat rice. And then a lot of people going, we use chopsticks, And you think, yeah, but a lot of people chase a pea around the plate. Which I could use. Of course, I lived in Hong Kong for 2 years. So didn't have any trouble. And the Chinese basically use the chopsticks for either scooping the rice into your mouth or picking up bits of meat. You don't pick up individual peas and things like that. You literally scoop into your mouth, and you pick up the big bits of fish and meat and everything else with the chopsticks. I always love it when you go to a Chinese restaurant. You do watch people struggling with the chopsticks, then they go, I'm sorry, is it possible to have a fork and a spoon? And that's how they get through it. Otherwise, they'd never get through things. Tyson Fury gets mobbed by fans as he works on a secret TV series. Lovely, riveting, can't wait, not really interested, couldn't care less. And the 250,000 spy cams at the World Cup in Qatar. Oh, they'll be watching you. Oh, will they ever? Will they ever? Dams in Ukraine are being bombed by Russia to flood opponents' military crossing points. Oh dear, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? But it's gone on so long now, I thought it would have been all over, but obviously Putin not as good as he thought he was going to be. And lazy lags, I think they mean prisoners, are binge-watching daytime television. Wow, I didn't know. Well, what else they got to do? What else you got to do apart from dig a tunnel? There's nothing else. You just sort of do this. And apparently, without new skills, cons could re-offend. Many re-offend. Many re-offend because they become institutionalized. And they come out of prison and they decide they're very good at queue jumping. Nobody argues with them. I mean, in the Craze day, the Craze went right to the front of the queue. Dale and I used to go to the front of the queue. When we used to see a queue outside a club, we would join me and the Craze. We would join the queue at the back, only to start with. And then as he became really, really well known, the owner of the club or the bouncer would just go, come down. And you could feel these eyes burning into you as you walked into a club. You know, we sort of got, it's what do they call it now? They call it fast track. They do it at Disney. They've been doing it at Disney for years and years. If you pay a little bit extra, you jump the queue and you go right to the front. You don't have to stand there for hours. It depends whether you want to spend the money and be fast tracked. I always did. Because I just didn't want to stand there. My feet used to give up quite quickly. So I sort of used to say, let's be fast. Sometimes it was like $10, $15, but I really couldn't care less. I wasn't exactly going to be spending a fortune in these theme parks anyway. But no, fast tracking, it was very good. So somebody's got 107 million. Sorry, trying to hold back the envy. 171 million pounds. We don't know whether it's a single person, a group, or where from. They haven't said anything at all. So the last three big jackpot winners have chosen to remain anonymous, which a very smart move. It doesn't make any difference to Camelot because they get the coverage in the paper that somebody has won £171,815,297.80. I mean, I ask you. But it means that they're richer than Harry Styles and Adele, and they're supporting the ticket. But what they do is they offer you all the advice you want. If you don't want any advice, do what you like with it. Stick it under the mattress. But you'd be very unwise to tell people that you'd won it. I know some people. It's very difficult, isn't it? Do the family leak it and go, "I tell you how much they've won," and I wonder how much space it would take up in cash. Quite a bit. Although in £50 notes, it would take up quite a bit, I would think. It'll fill more than that little shoebox that you've got under the bed at the moment, definitely. But it's an awful lot of money. I know about the shoe because everybody's got money in a shoebox, haven't they, under the bed? I've got money saved at home. It's in my wallet. I tell you what they did the other day at Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station. They put back the ham and cheese croissants again. So I bought 2. You watched today? Well, I'm not buying a bacon roll. I'm only going to buy the croissants because they're £2.50 and that's 2 for £5 and that's it. That keeps me going till lunchtime and then some. The Nigels all over the world. There's quite a number of Nigels, actually. Nigel Lawson, Nigel Pivaro, Nigel Benn, Nigel Havers, Nigel Hawthorne, Nigel Clough, who apparently is a footy ace, Nigel John Taylor, Nigel Kennedy, Nigel Planer and Nigel Mansell. That's only the ones that we can think of. But like all Garys, all Nigels are over the age of 50. Over the age of 50, so... nice to be a Nigel. I don't know why isn't that funny? I mean, it could have been anything, really. Could have been absolutely anything at all, but they sort of do it differently. Tony says, feels a winter morning in Southend. Have a lovely week. Oh, I bet it's a bit chilly down there. I bet it's a bit nippy, but I don't mind it being a bit nippy. It's just, what's the matter? I've only got a thin coat today, but I put on a thick shirt. I'm wearing my I'm a lumberjack shirt because I've got my long johns on because it's got long sleeves. I didn't think I could really put short sleeves on. And when I was waiting for the car this morning, it was a bit nippy, and I didn't want to catch pneumonia, so I might have to change the coat tomorrow. I might have to put on a thicker coat. But that's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? But it's definitely getting colder, definitely. Happy birthday today. We celebrate... It's a new sensation. You get it from that one? It's a new sensation. Do the Strand love. No? Well, you'll have to wait till after the news, which is coming up now.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Did you get the clue? It's a new sensation. Do the Strand love. Yes, Brian Ferry celebrates his birthday today. The only man who went out with one of his son's girlfriends. And so it was kind of a sharing situation. So she went out with one of the sons. He'd also been out with Jerry Hall, who featured on And so he's 77 today. 77, it's amazing. Steve, not true about Nigels, says Alex. I know a guy about 35 called Nigel. Born in Ghana but resides here. Mates since we were about 15. That's right, upset the apple cart to try and make me out to be a bit of a fibber. And Kaylee says, my husband's called Gary. He's 36. 36, honestly. It seems so young now, doesn't it, really? It seems so young. What else we got? Victoria Beckham and this failed jumpsuit. I mean, to be honest with you, who in their right mind is going to spend 890 quid on a jumpsuit and wear it where? Really ghastly, absolutely ghastly. It's not looking particularly promising, is it, really? So as of this Friday, okay, I better bring you up to date with everything. As of this Friday, £6 billion worth of old paper, £50 notes, and more than £5 billion of the £20 ones will no longer be accepted by UK businesses. That's a total of more than 360 million notes. Now, you can exchange the paper for new currency made of a plastic-like polymer by appearing in person at the Bank of England's London headquarters in Threadneedle Street, sending them through the post or at certain post offices. Most commercial banks will allow them to be deposited into accounts. If you've got the new plastic ones, nothing to worry about. If you've got the paper notes, get rid. Can't imagine anybody's still got these paper notes, but they're out there, so somebody's obviously got them. So 360 million of them out there. So you can pay them into your account, and then once you've got rid of them, you can do that. That would be the easiest thing. And some post offices will let you swap them for proper money. But businesses don't have to accept them. So if you're going out there and you're spending, mind you, to try and find a business, they're fairly old. I think they're in their mid-60s. They turn up and they want to go to the cinema. They've put a new so they go away. Then you come back the next day and try it again. And they said, listen, it's company policy. It's just a case of lots of places nowadays don't take cash. And I find it as frustrating as the next person. Get over it. According to the money-saving expert Martin Lewis, shops are legally allowed to refuse cash payments for items as long as they're not people go out in the middle of winter wearing flip-flops. So is it? They do. They do. My postman running. I've had steak. I need to change it today. No specific reason why postmen or women may choose to wear shorts. Some have suggested, apparently, it's because shorts are more comfortable to wear than trousers. To the hilt in sort of plastic and clothing and all that kind of stuff, that the least you can sort of worry about is getting a little bit wet. What else do we have? We have in fact, people nick caravans. If they don't have the wheel clamps on them, how much are a bouncy castle? Oh, a few £1,000. Oh, how cool is that? How cool is that? In September as well. How lovely. And I can't remember what people do to celebrate, but it sounds wonderful. I mean, it's 2 days. That people will celebrate with. I mean, Jewish people will traditionally greet each other with called a shofar, and 100 notes are blown on the horn to create a special rhythm. The shofar is one of the world's oldest known wind instruments, and as you know by now, I love tradition. I'm kind of big into tradition, so that's why me and the royal family, certain members, get on very well together, because it's a case of they're working to tradition, which has been around for hundreds and thousands of years, and that's what I like. And so to all my Jewish listeners, of which there are many, I remember once I went to give a talk to a Jewish group, and all the ladies were sort of asking me all these questions, and I said, why is it that I'm particularly popular within the Jewish community? And one of the ladies said, because you like gossip. And that kind of summed it up. So from then on in, it was good news all the way. Here we go. This is Pete. He says, only kidding. At 20 left to go, then I'm free. So he's that's like it's got a cover on it. So that means you can't swim throughout. Doesn't take you long, does it? Mind you, we have speeded this up a little bit. It's sped up. It's very good, isn't it? He's literally covering a swimming pool. Pete is our pool man. So if you've got a pool, he's the man who comes round. He says 20 left to go, and then I'm free. Yes, free. How wonderful. It's nice, isn't it? I would only go for a heated pool. Heated pool. They've just opened a big one, actually, somewhere. It's been being sort of restored and things like that. And they said next year they're going to heat it if they can afford to. I'm sure they will, actually. So happy New Year, Rosh Hashanah. The landlady, who is posting saucy snaps of herself for £12 a month to raise cash to keep her boozer open. Lauren Beers has created a profile on OnlyFans to help her and her husband Paul pay their hefty bills. They own the Wagon and Horses in a place called Outlane near Huddersfield. And so the subscription could mean the survival of the Great British Boozer. One regular says she's a cracker with a twinkle in her eye. She'll be a big hit. Proud Paul says she's doing it to save the pub. It's as simple as that. A bit pervy, though, isn't it? I mean, to have to take your clothes off for somebody just to save the pub. Well, I tell you, needs must. I mean, I've been in that situation where there's no chance I'll be selling pictures of myself. Yeah, They didn't have any OnlyFans. Well, all right, we don't have to rub it in, thank you. Steve, did you know, says Sarah, when you win the mega jackpot in the States, the winners must sign the back of the ticket to officially claim it, then contact the States Lottery Commission, which announces the lottery is closed by saying who won. In only 8 states, Delaware, Georgia, Kansas, Maryland, North Dakota, Ohio, South Carolina, and Texas, a winner is allowed to conceal their names, but even then they can only stay anonymous below a certain earnings threshold. Did you know as well that in all the state lotteries, there might be, say, 200 million. You don't get 200 million. You have to accept a lesser amount, or it's spread over a number of years. Did you know that? So in other words, they say, oh, you've won £300 million. Well, actually, you can have 150 million now, and then it's better than nothing, to be honest with you. But they do that on America's Got Talent and Britain's Got Talent. They say you've won $1 million. You haven't. It's spread out. No, not in one go. It's spread out. I know that because a friend of mine won it, and he was the one who was telling me about it, because I didn't know. Harry Styles, pictures of Harry Styles all over the place because he's Harry Styles, and that's it, which is good.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
How lovely, there's a new perfume out. We like a new perfume, and this one, you smother yourself in it and you smell like malt whiskey. I can't imagine why you'd want to smell like an old soak. It's also got notes of honey, vanilla, spiced oak and zesty orange. And a 100ml bottle of monkey musk costs 30 quid. The Scots malt master Brian Kinsman says creating whiskey is in many ways similar to a perfumier casting a fragrance. So there you go. Sounds a bit ghastly, doesn't it? Whiskey lovers now smother themselves in a perfume which smells like the spirit. I mean, 30 quid for a bottle is at the cheap end of the market. You know, you really are talking the cheap end. As if why don't you just get a bottle of whiskey and splash it on? Then people go, have you had a drink? You go, I have not. When you'd stopped by the police. Do you know that the police have changed? I should find it, actually. The speeding regulations. The producer will find it because I can't find it at the moment. But, yeah, they've changed it. So you think you can go a little bit above. No, you can't. No, you can't. Definitely not. And so what they've done is they've lowered the speed limit threshold by 1 mile an hour. And that's gonna cause all sorts of problems. So they've dropped the speed limit tolerance by 1 mile an hour, which has seen the number of fines being given to speeding motorists soar by 260%. Police rules previously stated that drivers would not face action unless they broke the speed limit by 10% plus 3 miles an hour. But the Met's recent stealth move now sees anyone who breaks the speed limit by 10% plus 2 miles an hour issued with a fixed penalty notice or sent on a speed awareness course. Now, under the old formula, you could drive up to 25 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone before facing a charge. According to the new rules, the threshold for incurring a penalty is now 24 miles an hour. It's very sneaky because they haven't told you this. An estimated 347,000 drivers were warned they'd be prosecuted for speeding in the first 6 months of 22, compared with 97,000 in the second half of 2021. It's a lot of people. It's very difficult to keep to the speed limit. I mean, it really is. I speak as somebody who knows. Steve says, Doreen, I work in retail. With cash, you have to set up the till and count the till every night. Yeah, you start with the float, and you've got to take the float out and then count, and it's got to tally with everything else. You have the advantage of not having to worry about staff putting their sticky fingers in the till, or having to worry about robbers entering the premises and wanting to empty the till. So that's a good idea, isn't it? That's a very good idea. You're right. And also it saves people standing around at night going, 1, 2, 3, because they always give you all this sort of change. So if you don't have that, it just goes on to people's cards. And when people get rid of change in the supermarkets, I mean, can you imagine paying for it? I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day who's got a business and said, oh no, cash is a nightmare. You know, if they haven't got anything else, we will take cash. Ian in Thornton Heath says if Jerry Hall had married Brian Ferry, she'd then have been Jerry Ferry. There's a new sensation. Here in America, the winner is also responsible, Steve, for paying both state. There are a few states who do not require tax and federal tax. So after only one takes a lump sum, half will go to pay taxes. Oh, it's so depressing, isn't it? Mind you, somebody's won it over here. They can keep 171 million. It's tax-free till they start making money on it. So, the idea is just take it all out in cash, stick it behind the curtains, behind the bedstead, all the rest of it, and just don't tell anybody where it's come from, as they'll all be going, we hear you're moving from a £30,000 house to a new £6.5 million mansion. You go, yeah, no, boring, isn't it, really? But that's what happens. So, Billy Connolly and his new 6-part series, and Chris Packham has a new hobby. He uses taxidermy to stuff roadkill, then photographing it in a fairy tale setting. He's quite mad, isn't he, really? I mean, I don't Actually, this is nothing new, because a lot of people use taxidermy. You've seen Potter's Museum of Curiosities and the in the classroom and all the rest of it, all done because the Victorians were obsessed with stuffing. To Potter. I mean, it just sounds a bit funny, doesn't it? I'm sure he's quite charming as men go. But to be honest with you, why would you spend 800 quid? You could open a shop, couldn't you, if you spent 800 quid on these ones at 20 quid a time? And I've had it because I think it's very healthy. And no, it's not. It comes. But they obviously make it there. Sunday, And in July, Harry said he was writing not as the prince I was born, but as the man I have become. Everybody's kind of distancing themselves. I think you take all of it with a pinch of salt. Who knows? Awful lot. That's an awful lot. I suppose some people have got it there going, wait a minute, Steve, what do you mean? What do we have to take? They're going to be stopping you just when people thought they could get away. They're there. Ceramics teacher at a girls' school. It seems the oddest jobs, isn't it, really? And said that sending his son to Eton was seen as committing the ultimate working-class sin. Also born on this day in 1948, Olivia Newton-John. Died, of course, 2022. She was 29 when she was cast as Sandy in Greece. She represented the UK in the 1974 Eurovision Song Contest, finishing 4th. She notched up 3 number ones. George Gershwin was born in 1898 but died in 1937. Famous, I suppose, for I Got Rhythm, Rhapsody in Blue, Porgy and Bess, stuff like that. And the Satanic Verses author, way back in 98, Salman Rushdie, celebrated his first day of freedom for 9 years. He and his supporters enjoyed a shopping trolley full of wine after the Iranian government distanced itself from the fatwa, or death sentence, issued by the Ayatollah Khomeini in 1989. We all remember him. And in 1969, the Beatles released their album Abbey Road. Abbey Road was released. And in 2019, Jacques Chirac, the former French president, died aged 86. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. I was watching a program on the television the other day, and it was looking at the people who... It was this Simon again. He went up to Machu Picchu, which has always been a dream of mine. I thought, if ever I had enough money, I'd like to go to Peru. Unfortunately, Peru is now the one of the biggest producers of cocaine. Seriously, that's what they've got. They've got immense poverty, and they had to start limiting people going to Machu Picchu because there were something like 5,000 people a day were visiting it, so they've had to limit it, which makes it easier. And they offer a rail journey here, and you can go to the salt mines. You go over a tour of Machu Picchu, sightseeing city tour of Cusco, and you stay. I mean, it sounds lovely actually. You're staying for 2 nights on a train. I mean, it's going to be like packing, unpacking, packing, unpacking. So it's rail and the Machu Picchu tour, and you go cruising as well, which is very nice. And all for the bargain price if you go for the Club Continental suite of £9,499 per person. Got to have 2 of you going though, but I don't mind that. I'm quite happy for that sort of thing. Also, Daisy Natchbull talking for this season's must-have. Very famous name, isn't it? Natchbull, very famous. And what else? Oh, it's High Street. Do you know trousers are back in for ladies? Trousers are back. I never thought they went away actually, but now they've got Savile Row prices, and Savile Row prices tend to be a little bit higher than most other things. But people are like, I can never understand. I mean, if somebody's seriously going to go to Victoria Beckham shop and spend nearly £900 on a onesie, you've got to be mad as a fruitcake. Seriously. Also, as Posh is finding it hard when you're no longer son's number one, they've done a piece on here. This is Brooklyn with his new wife. Brooklyn doesn't have a job. Brooklyn actually struggles to make a cup of coffee and a sandwich. But, I'm sure he's not a chef. Keep saying he's a chef. Honestly, I feel like that couple on Gogglebox where she sits there in the chair and they've been together donkey's years, and he goes, so-and-so, so-and-so. She goes, don't do that, Matty. Don't do that. Nutty. Is it Nutty? Oh, right. What's it short for? Nutcase, I suppose. And he'll do something, then she'll say, stop impersonating me. You're doing it again. They call each other Nutty, do they? Oh, right. They make me laugh, actually, because sometimes she lets him get away with things and other times she doesn't let him get away with things. But at the moment, Brooklyn Beckham is enjoying a life where you don't really do anything at all. And, of course, Victoria's been shoved to the back burner, I'm afraid. She just doesn't feature in anything at all. I bet she's probably regretting it. The trouble is they're too clingy a family. I know, I say that as an outsider. I know that because, you read all the little bits. I've seen them when they were young, Giles and Mary. Giles and Mary. I mean, they were a very beautiful couple, weren't they, really, when they were younger? Now they're older. But no, they've got kids as well. Uh-huh. I think they're lovely. They're lovely. He's a painter, isn't he? That's what he does. He's a painter. Very clever, though. Very clever. Steve, Gary is in Welling. Did you know you can't do the lottery in the state of Nevada? My friend who lives in Vegas has to drive across into California to get his lotto tickets. Aha. South Downs Nick says Brent crude oil down to 85 quid a barrel, but still high prices and rising at the pumps. What's going on? They're ripping us off again. Ripping us off. And Andy from Malden Rushett says there's a definite smell of autumn in the air this morning. We're walking our 10-year-old to school for her French trip departure, a week in Paris for her and 40 of the classmates. Loving the show, giving us a smile as we walk in the early morning. Sounds quite nice, isn't it? Most of the leaves are off the trees, aren't they? Now, and you can crunch through the leaves on the trees. No? We haven't got any trees out here. We're looking for nothing at all. Steve, I've taken you to Budapest, says Sid Cup Julie. I'm loving the goulash, sharing with 2 of my friends who are lovely, but both snore like walruses. Can't wait to get back home for a good night's kip. You see, that is a big problem, actually, for everybody else except the person who's snoring. My neighbour has just bought a tortoise as a new pet. Have you ever had any friends or neighbours who have weird pets? No, and certainly not tortoises. No, my brother used to keep rabbits, blind rabbits, and so they couldn't move the furniture for years. It had to stay there because the rabbit learnt, it obviously was counting in its mind. 1, 2, 3 bunny hops. Turn right. Yes, so it avoided the furniture. Otherwise, it'd be permanently walking into things. But I always thought tortoises were... Have you seen these snapping tortoises, which have got like a snout on them, and if they bite your finger, they'll take it off. They're like lobsters, snapping tortoises. Some of them are quite big. Turtle, snapping turtle. Well, I mean, what's the difference? Not much difference. They're still out to kill you, and there they are. Quite big, aren't they? I always thought so, but they look as though they're prehistoric monsters. But they spend all the time with their mouths open, and when they bite, they bite. They bite. They're very weird. There's an alligator snapping turtle. So many strange creatures that you don't see very often. I don't know where you'd find things like that, and I certainly wouldn't want to go there. But they spend all their time with their mouths open as if it's sort of some act of defiance. I don't know whether they launch themselves at you or not, if they're cornered or something like that. I mean, I wouldn't like to think about it, but they're very strong, very strong. They don't have, they have got teeth, but they're all different ways. So once they bite onto you, you can't just pull your finger out. You'd leave half of it there. Horrible, isn't it? Don't like that idea. I mean, some people like those sort of pets. It's like I've known friends of mine who've kept things in tanks, like snakes, yeah, fish. Like in Hong Kong, the only fish we had were neon tetras and angelfish, and they seem to live quite happily together. They look very pretty. Our tank had a light in the top of it, so the poor things never slept. They spent most of their time just swimming round and round because they're very forgetful, aren't they? Very, very forgetful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. More of your texts and emails in a moment. So, because Harry's got a book out, Harry, I Always Knew Sandra Was the One. Can't wait to see this film with Sir Anthony Hopkins in, who's playing Sir Nicholas Winton, who saved 670 children from the Nazis. And in fact, it was lovely when they all stood up in the audience of That's Life in 1988. And he had tears in his eyes. He was sitting down. He didn't take any credit for 50 years. Hardly anybody knew what he'd done. And then they found out and they put him on a television programme. And the audience were all the children, or as many children as they could find, who could come and say, I owe my life to this man. And he had tears in his eyes. It was so lovely. So, so lovely. Protests continuing in Russia as the anger grew over the controversial mobilization of 300,000 civilian troops, 700 arrested in Moscow, and Putin doubled the punishment for soldiers who deserted or disobeyed orders. And it's basically this purge that the Kremlin has escalated in the anti-war elite, bumping off MPs in a bid to smash any opposition to Putin's Ukraine invasion. And there's loads of them. There were loads of them. There was one here. Prior to the invasion, senior Gazprom boss Leonid Shulman was found having supposedly cut his own throat. He cited pain from a broken leg in a suspicious-looking suicide note, which made people be a little bit suspect. Another Gazprom chief, Alexander Tukhilov, was found hanging in an apartment garage. On the morning after Russia invaded, a suicide note was next to his body. How many of these things are genuine? I've got no idea. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 12 of them. The last one, September the 20th, Anatoly Gerashenko, a senior scientist and decorated former head of Moscow's Aviation Institute, died when he fell from a great height down flights of stairs inside the institute's headquarters. Many people are saying these were basically the Kremlin going on a killing spree because they wanted to stop anybody who was an opponent. Now you've got all the women coming out there who are quite definitely opponents, and they don't like things like that at all, I'm afraid. Anything that sort of goes against what Putin has said, I'm afraid, tends to go against them as well. Dear me, goodness sake. What's this picture? Oh, apparently Nigel's everywhere. In fact, there seems to be some women there. They're not called Nigel, are they? Nigel, yes, I don't wonder whether that's the same thing. Thousands of cleaners, catering staff and security staff will be able to travel for free on London's transport network in April. Sadiq Khan has announced that. Good. We always thought they were free. I didn't realise that they had to pay. It seems a bit pointless, doesn't it, really? Having to pay to go somewhere to do a job, which is, you're going a job to do what? Clean trains. Oh, right. You have to get there by train? Yes. And you have to pay for it? Yes.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Monday, September the 26th. We're racing through. And I still can't believe, even though I'm a huge purveyor of anything to do with Christmas, that you can buy mince pies, a complete selection. And Marks and Spencer was selling Christmas puddings, stollen. And I thought, it's September. It's a wee bit, even by my standards, it's a wee bit early. Gilly is just back from Zante. And we filmed this turtle in the harbour, close to where we were sitting. He or she is about 50 years old. I listen to your show every day. You see, that's what you can get if you download the LBC Global Player app, because then you can listen to LBC while you're away on holiday, and it's like a little bit of home being taken with you, plus all the podcasts as well. Tanker driver Phil says, Jill and I decided to go out for Sunday lunch yesterday. Imagine my horror at sitting with the view of a family whose grown-up kids sat at the table wearing baseball hats. But this was bettered by the mother eating her dinner with her fingers. Mashed potato and everything. Also Yorkshire pudding as she mops up the gravy. But then the coup de grace, she wanted a drink, so drank the milk from the milk jug. It was like being at the zoo. Mashed potato with your fingers. What sort of family was it? Well, I think we know what family it was, don't we? That's ghastly. Karen says, just back from Rhodes. It's 11 degrees and raining in Merthyr Tydfil. Autumn hath arrived. I agree with you. I think it has. But I don't think anything's beaten Tanker driver Phil. Baseball hats. I mean, you're always at the table. If you're wearing a baseball hat, you take it off, don't you? If you're eating. Is that just me again? But mashed potato and everything else. And then the Yorkshire puddings. I've eaten Yorkshire puddings with my fingers. Well, I don't know. He was obviously in a very bad place. The zoo, he thinks. Got engaged in Santorini a couple of weeks ago, says Rachel in Leicester, one of the original Spikers. And yesterday we booked the venue and I found a dress. All systems go for May 2023. Yeah, my brother's oldest is getting married next year. I was told the name of the hotel because I need to book a room, but it won't. It's definitely not a Premier Inn, but it's quite a nice looking hotel. Looks lovely. So no expense spared on this one. So I shall have to break into the piggy bank as per usual. Curtis Pritchard, you know who he is. His brother is AJ. And he was gutted to be booted off Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins after losing a challenge. He was given his marching orders in the Jordan Desert when a poor performance in a set of composure trials left too many blots on his record. And it came after his ex-Strictly Dancer brother 27 bested him when they faced off as captains in a team challenge last week. How awful embarrassing. It's dreadful, isn't it? Because I thought he was really fit. I thought he'd be able to do things like that. But during his stint, Curtis shed a stone, tore the skin under his fingernails, making him even trying his shoelaces agony. Why do people go in for these things? The answer? Money. Money. They have to do it for money. They don't have anything else. But he had to attack instructors, shoot potential threats and drop backwards into water. No chance. Absolutely no amount of money. I'd rather give up completely. If somebody said, listen, you can do this and we're going to pay you £20,000, I said, no, thank you. No amount of money would compensate for the humiliation that I would undoubtedly... I couldn't think of anything worse. I'd be the big girl's blouse on a programme like that. I'd be the sort of person who they'd say, OK, we're going to drop you out of a helicopter. I don't think so. Just as you were going down, you see that familiar shark fin coming round. You think, oh, goodness. You know, I know they actually take all sorts of bits and pieces. Yeah, it's me. It frightens me completely. The remaining contestants include Fern McCann and former Olympic javelin thrower Fatima Whitbread. I've gone off Fern McCann. She's so boring. She was moaning the other day because it was her daughter's birthday. And I thought, well, you were the one who took this gig. Nobody broke your arm and said, get on the television. You need the money, love. You haven't got anything else going on. Ridiculous. So Domino's planned to hire 10,000 extra workers ahead of the World Cup kicking in. A recruitment push for delivery drivers and in-store staff has begun. Oh, so 10,000 role. Is this just a newspaper story? They say, oh, we need 10,000 people. Where are you going to put them? I mean, you know, obviously turning out pizzas at the moment. This starts on November the 20th. People, we want lots of pizza. What, to watch football, you have to have pizza, do you? Why can't they just have fillet steak with mashed potato and sprouts? Yes, with their fingers. I just don't understand why they have to have pizza. Is it, you know, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's too much, isn't it? So Jeff Hurst is spearheading a campaign to help older people improve their digital skills. What's that? Is that to do with telephones and stuff? Oh, right. The World Cup hero is encouraging them to use smartphones more than making calls. BT have said 71% of older people say sharing pictures with family help tackle isolation, but only 70% do that regularly. And so Sir Jeff does that. He said there are some people who have very little family, so it's great to connect with their mates who've lost contact with them and stuff like that. Do you remember that years and years ago? Was it school reunion or something? and it was where you could meet up with people. You wrote onto this thing, and Friends Reunited, and I sort of joined it. I was naive. Call me simple. And I put down the name of the school I was at, saying, of course, now I work on the radio, which sounded absolute pretentious guff. It really did. It sounded a bit stupid. And not one person. I was a little bit disappointed, actually. But loads of people did it. And then it just disappeared. I'm not even sure if they still have it. But some people, because I left school early, so you'd have to expect them to have a great memory to remember me. And I wasn't particularly brilliant at school. I was okay, but I left at 15, so most people stayed on till 18. Steve, just on our way to Manchester Airport, getting off to the Algarve. Listen every day, says Angela. We'll be listening whilst on holes. Oh, imagine you're on holiday in the Algarve, you've got lovely sunshine, you're by the pool, and you can hear the programme. I think that's a lovely way to do it. And you can go to bed listening to LBC. And Tony says, talking early for Christmas. Oh, I know about this. Global launched Heart Christmas last week. It's now playing on DAB. I know. It's all on Global Player as well. A whole station devoted. I'm doing myself out of a job here. Doing, a whole station devoted to Christmas music. Everything. Do they have presenters? I can't remember if it's a presenter. No, they just play the music. Non-stop Christmas. How fab. So it's now playing on DAB, says Tony. Thank you. I just bought my David Bowie DVDs arrived the other day. And I've got the Christmas CDs all ready to run. And I know it seems ridiculous. I like all the orchestras and everything else. I think it's fab. Nothing the matter with it. I just thought eating mince pies. I did have pangs of guilt. Be eating mince pies. I do like Carol's, yes. She's very good when she makes things for me. She's very good. No, I love Carol's because I know all the words. Because I sung them when I was a child, I absolutely loved them. And so I know all the. There's not a carol I don't know the words for. From Here We Go A-Wassailing, to Good King Wenceslas, everything. We just sang all of them at school on a regular basis. And I was in the little church choir. So from an early age, I sang. It's amazing how many words you remember. If you're sitting in the car and sometimes people must drive past my car thinking, what in God's name is he doing? I'll be singing with great gusto in the car because you can. Although sometimes I think, I hope my phone is not connected to anything and people are actually listening in going, he's singing in the car again. Not so great. Jimmy Carr's got a new game show. There's loads of game shows on the television. This one's called I Literally Just Told You. So they tell you something and then they ask questions about what they've just told you. And it's a football-themed celebrity special with John Barnes, Gabby Logan, Harry Redknapp and Sue Smith. Questions that have been written live as the show's being filmed. So they're competing for £25,000, which obviously goes to charity, plus they'll all be on a fee anyway for it. And I watched a little bit of EastEnders the other day, and it was as boring as I thought it was first time round, which is a shame, really, because I don't know what they're doing, because half of them seem to be leaving. And every time somebody leaves, I think, what are they going to do now? What was happening? I don't know, somebody walked through the market. That was all. This huge storyline there. I can't remember. It just had no impact on me on anything at all.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. About 25 minutes to 7 now. Mr. Neil says, morning, Steve. Hope you enjoy your David Bowie album. I bought 2 greatest hits album. My pal, who listens, Steve the Milkman, was saying the other day that Bowie's favourite singer was Anthony Newley. I can hear some similarities now. Not a lot of people know that. Great show as always. Thank you, Mr. Neil. Well, actually, Anthony Newley came in. I interviewed him years ago. He was very famous at half a pound of tumbly rice, half a pound of treacle. But he was doing a show called Stop the World, I Want to Get Off in Shaftesbury Avenue. And he came in and he said, I've got to tell you, he said, my mum is your biggest fan. I always get that. People say it's always their mum. My mum is your biggest fan. And I remember thinking, how nice. And I thought it was great. I bought the album and I bought everything because Tony Newley was good. Very, very good indeed. And Steve, I'm on the Celebrity Beyond cruise ship. This is Jeff Stevenson. And he said, I'd love to come to London to see the lovely Queen. So many Americans have said how amazing it is to see people queuing. I don't think they queue in America, Jeff. I really don't think they do. We queue over here because we're mad as fruitcakes. If we see a queue, we just want to join it because you think it's important. I can remember being in, where was it? It was in Battersea Park years and years ago. And we were doing something. We always used to do the Easter parade in Battersea Park, which had people on Victorian penny farthings and floats and all sorts of bits and pieces. And then at the end, I was covering it with a few other LBC presenters, as we did. And there's these people, I'm signing autographs, and this lady came out to me and said, "Can you sign this for me?" So I signed it, and she said, "Who are you?" So I said, I'm Steve Allen. She went, "Oh." I said, "Why did you get me to sign somebody who don't know who I am?" And she said, "Well, everybody else was asking for an autograph. I didn't want to miss out." Warren has just landed back in this country from the Middle East, where it's 46 degrees. He says, "What the heck is going on here? Feels like winter." I think it is. I think it is definitely getting into the winter stage, which is okay. Anyway, Richard and Tim are in sunny Paros in Greece, having a lovely cup of milk like it used to taste in the 70s. Please say hello to Sylvie Poppy for us. Sounds like a dog, doesn't it, really? Sylvie Poppy. Probably isn't, actually, I should imagine. But Angela's doing better. She's going to the Algarve. And Lisa and Martin, Spikers from Guildford, say we're in the south of France for a few days. How lovely. 24 degrees and off to Cannes for the day. We'll watch out for the nudist beach. Well, it's not so much nudist beach in Cannes. They're all topless beaches. They're all topless beaches. I mean, I don't. Some of the hotels have their own bit of beach. You can go onto them, but you have to buy all their food from their bars there and everything else. I did go topless. I've got pictures of me. I mean, I caught the sun really fast. I don't now. And in fact, now they keep telling you it's not very good to get yourself. Although people say get yourself suntanned, you feel a bit better about life, don't you? And a bit sort of more, whoopee, because you look in the mirror and you go, "My God, I look good with a tan." All I think is, oh, skin cancer. We don't want that, thank you very much indeed. But the south of France is good. But no sign of autumn there. But all the beaches are topless. So you'll like that a lot. Well, Lisa will. And Martin will obviously enjoy looking around as well. It's so funny because you see a lot of Italian families over there where the mother's gone topless and they've got children with them. And you think, is this somewhat weird? I mean, I'm not sure that I could ever go onto a beach with my parents years and years ago and my mother took her top off. I mean, she didn't, because it just doesn't seem right. But there was a family in front of us. There was mum, dad and the son, who was about 14. And the mother was top. I remember thinking, how bizarre. But there again, it's just different sort of cultures, isn't it? I mean, it's like not swearing in front of your parents. But to see your mum sitting there, topless, is pushing it a little bit as far as I'm concerned. Perhaps I'm old-fashioned. Yeah, I'm a Philistine. I should bring myself into the modern age, I think, but at the moment I can't. Steve, best Christmas song is A Spaceman Came Travelling. It's underrated, but a belter. Yep, definitely. And Steve, my worst dining experience was at a Christmas lunch. The couple on the next table finished their meal, collected the used plates and cutlery and dumped them on our table whilst we were eating, says Conrad. Goodness me. And Julian says, my friend Jim Irvin worked with you at the Biscuit Factory. He's a songwriter. Yes, he did. He worked in our record library at UBN, and he was the lead singer of a group called Furniture. I Must Be Out of My Something Mind was a song, because we saw him on Top of the Pops. Strange enough, I was just looking at a picture of him when we saw the text come in. I just wanted to see. If Jim Irvin walked in here now, I wouldn't recognise him at all. He looks completely different. He used to have lots of hair. And Furniture were very popular. They went on John Peel's programme, and then I look at a picture of Jim, and he's got a beard now, and it's great. You tend to forget it was a long time ago. That was pre-70. That was about 1974, 74, 75. 50 years ago, and he would be in his sort of late 60s now, I should imagine. But we're looking at one of the pictures as the video, and I can remember we saw him on the television. He's on the television, and he just worked in our library, but he loved his music, so he's a songwriter now. How interesting! So it's nice to see him, but as I say, I wouldn't, if he could walk in the studio now, and I wouldn't, mind you, he probably wouldn't recognise me either. I don't think I'd sound the same. Steve, which David Bowie DVD did you buy? I bought the 2 CDs. I bought the both greatest hits, different songs on each one. Only because vinyl, and I just wanted to play them in the car because I worked on the assumption even cutting the vinyl down to fit the CD slot, it's not going to sound the same at all. So I didn't bother. So that's what I did. But I went to see Moon Age Daydream at the IMAX BFI cinema. Highly recommended, says Sula, for all David Bowie fans. I went to the V&A Museum. They had a big David Bowie exhibition. I was amazed at how thin he was. Seriously, he was thin. What's the film that Anthony Hopkins is in? He's my all-time favourite actor. It's about the man who saved all the Jewish children. The man who saved all the Jewish children. They're filming at the moment, which is quite nice. Mike in Boreham Wood says, I'm lying in bed enjoying the show. It's taking my mind off my aching shoulders. I've had my flu and latest COVID jab done together. Have you had yours? I've had the flu jab. I think I'm getting COVID tomorrow. I was to say when I'm getting COVID tomorrow. Hopefully I'm not getting COVID tomorrow. But it's also my diabetic check, which is why I had my pedicure the other day to make sure that my feet, my little tootsies, look quite nice. Otherwise, you take your socks off and you think, oh, God, they look dreadful, don't they? Diabetics not known for their wonderful feet. Tracy says, could you wish my lovely mum, Margaret Richards, a special birthday today? 90th. 90th. Blimey. She introduced me to your show because she's been listening for a long, long time. She usually tunes in around 6 a.m. The grandchildren are treating her to Joe Allen's lunch in a couple of weeks. So, Tracy, thank you very much indeed. So I hope, Margaret, you have a very happy 90th birthday. I've got a neighbour who's your age as well. In fact, she might be a little bit older. She said to me the other day, do you need any help? We were clearing the plants on the patio, and I said, absolutely not. Listen, your age. And she glared at me. She said, what do you mean my age? She's a very sprightly 90 plus, thank you. So, Tracy, that surname looks so familiar to me, Tracy. Don't know why, it just does. But anyway, Margaret Richards, happy birthday for today. And enjoy Joe Allen's when you go. You'll have a nice time. Very nice time. David Stain says oil is bought in dollars, so prices at the pumps will go up again. The rate in January 21 was 1.42 to the pound and has dropped continuously. So there you go. The pound sinks to a record low against the dollar as the Chancellor and the Prime Minister defend the mini-budget. Oh, the amount of hatred that was coming out of the radio yesterday. I couldn't believe it. Rana, good morning from Small B&B in North Wales. Lovely breakfast delivered to you this morning. Warm Belgian waffles and homemade stewed apple, creme fraiche and maple syrup. Oh, stop it. The only thing I can't have out of that lot is the maple syrup. I said to a friend of mine yesterday, I haven't ever had maple syrup. And he said, you're diabetic. He said, you'd be up on the ceiling. I said, I know. It's just one of those sort of things. I'm at home, says Victoria, in Stebbing, a few miles from Stansted Airport, and we've got our second power cut in many days. Oh, dear. Not so good, is it? Not so good. And Steve, will you be doing your one-man show before Christmas, says Penny. No, it'll be after. It'll be next year. I've got two shows at the Magic Circle on the 30th of December, but they're both sold out. In fact, they sold out very, very quickly. Richard Spur, you know Richard, because he does the weekends on LBC. He says, I've just got back from a few weeks in the south of France, and I've never seen so much nudity. It's an outrage. Well, you mustn't go to places like that, Richard. That's not for you at all. I mean, I would hate to think that maybe you were swayed to go to the south of France because of the nudity that is available over there. Were you still naked when you were waiting by the carousel to collect your luggage? I can't imagine Richard Spur on a nude beach, but there again, stranger things have happened. But we went there, and there was no nudity apart from toplessness, which, you know, is okay. Once you sort of get used to it. In fact, the funny thing is, one of them was a woman who used to work for Radio Trent, and she was there with her boyfriend, and he wasn't expecting her to go topless. And so she went topless, and he threw a huff. He went absolutely ballistic, stormed off the beach and everything. And we didn't know where to look. Well, we did know where to look, but and I remember thinking at the time, I don't think she should have done that, because he really didn't like it. He thought it's something that you're comfortable with or you're not. And obviously Richard Spur can't wait to get his kit off. I can imagine he was running down the steps from the aeroplane, ripping clothes off left, right and centre. But nudity now, it's always so unnecessary. There's always the person who stands up, isn't there, and sort of, you know, puts their arms up in the air, stark naked, doing an impression of the Titanic or a windmill. Difficult to tell. Morning, everybody. Tuesday, September the 27th. I trust we find you well, but freezing. Do you know, noticeably, this morning, for the first time in ages, driving into London, all the clubs that are generally got people outside, they park their cars up on the pavement, empty, deserted. almost, I mean, seriously, it was almost like pandemic time, except in pandemic time, the clubs weren't even open at all. Even outside here, we have a club next door that's open till 3 or 4 in the morning. And normally there's sort of loads of people milling around. About 4 people inside their little enclosure. They have an enclosure bit where you can go and have a cigarette. And Tiger, they were everywhere was empty. And I began to wonder, perhaps I've missed something. And I thought, perhaps it's quasi. Perhaps they've suddenly realised that they are going to be a lot worse off. Sometimes by the end of this week, they reckon by the end of this week, your mortgage could have risen by £100. I mean, it's not exactly promising, is it? If you're struggling at the moment to pay it, then they go, oh, by the way, it's going to be another £100 on your mortgage every month. And people are thinking, are you sure? It's a bit worrying. I mean, it's a bit worrying. Definitely is. Definitely not so good. I feel sorry for the firefighter who lost a £170,000 pension pot to a phone hoax. And there's no chance of getting it back. Because I was reading an article, I think it was in Which magazine, they reckon if your pension pot was about £145,000, you were okay. You were going to be okay. Well, that was before all this other stuff sort of leapt into view, which is not so good. The Strictly fans have rallied around little Ellie after online abuse. I can't believe that somebody would even bother writing abuse to somebody like that. She's doing her best. She's dancing. She's got dwarfism. She's fantastic. And somebody would write abuse. You think, I want to go around to all their houses, you know, and find out who these people are and make them lose their jobs. Kick them out and then go, and by the way, you're not getting any benefits either. You're suffering for, you know, for abusing people for things which are nothing to do with you. They're really quite peculiar. Quite peculiar. It's not their fault, I suppose. They probably had a knock on the head or something. Bake Off hotting up. Illness hits the contestants. Doing the rounds, isn't it, at the moment? I've got a slightly sore throat. My sniffle was okay. I took some Anadin Extra, and actually, I thought of something really stupid the other day because I'd needed some Anadin Extra. I went to buy 3 packets in one of these shops, Anadin Extra, and she said at the till, you can't buy 3, I can only sell you 2 packets. I said, well, that's okay. Doesn't make any difference to me. And then all you do is you go somewhere else, you buy another 2 packets. In the course of the day, you could have picked up hundreds of packets, and all because they go, you can only buy 2 packets. It didn't make any difference to me, so I always make sure I've got some, because sometimes, you know, you come in, the producer's got a headache working with me again, and sometimes, you know, you get a little headache or a sniffle, in which case now I'll take an Anadin Extra, and now that kind of sort of keeps me going, which is quite good. But to only better buy 2 packets, and there's only 16 tablets in a packet, and you take 2 at a time, so I'm stocked up now, which is good news, because just in case. You know, sometimes I've sort of come in a little bit sniffy. It's doing the rounds. Even the first year that I've had the flu jab, that it's produced, not flu, but a slight cold feature, which is sort of sneezing. I mean, you know, I get through hankies like there's no tomorrow. But luckily, I order them in batches of 50. I don't have them. I've got 2 in my bag at the moment because there's one's wet and drying out. You know, it's that's the way it goes. And so I buy them on Amazon, a whole pack of these nicely edged handkerchiefs. And when they've been used, I throw them away because they're cheap enough to throw away. Not initialed, no. And I don't use paper hankies because if you get a cold and you use paper hankies, your nose goes all manky because it sort of dries with the paper. Oh, it's horrible. But this morning I did, because I forgot to eat yesterday. Well, I didn't so much forget to eat. I just didn't eat. And so I brought my food in here today, and I had beef chow mein, which was very nice. And then I had duck chow mein as well. I had 2 of them. I cooked them in the microwave, 5 minutes each time. It was brilliant. I was so happy. Melinda Messenger hoping to reinvent herself again. They have to tell you what they're doing. She's doing this celebrity SAS, Who Dares Wins. Who gives a flying 4X about it? Nobody cares. Everybody's doing it. They'll drag any old person up. Even an old topless model from Swindon, ladies and gentlemen, could be going there. An apple a day keeps the love handles away. He's not taking the hint, but, you know, you do your best. What can you do? And there's always apples in the office. The only thing I don't bring in, I'm bringing in Satsumas at the moment, but they're tiny. I've seen bigger marbles than these things. They really are small, but very nice. And they're mainly from South Africa. The ones I brought in last week from Marks and Spencer's, which are £2 a bag. These ones are from Waitrose, 86p a bag. You get ideal for sort of. They are, well, I don't know if they're all tiny. I mean, I suppose there must be some bigger ones. But if you buy them loose, they're going to weigh a bit more. But 86p a bag. So I bought 3 little bags in, which is nice. I haven't eaten any myself, actually. I might go and try one on the way out, actually. What was the other one? A family who discovered some American coins left in their loft. And boy, was it a very good day for them. Seeing a dog hanging out of a car window, because you do get a lot of that. And apart from the fact the insurance companies are saying, we want that to invalidate your insurance, I think it's highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. It's like you wouldn't let your kids stick their head out the window and drive along, and yet you let the dog. Mind you, I've seen people driving through Twickenham, dogs on their lap while they've been driving. Really, really stupid people. Really. You know, so what they want to do, I think Direct Line Pet Insurance found that 2 in 5 dog owners who drive with their pets risk fines by not always keeping the pooches secure. They're allowed to wander about the car. They should be secured. Basically stapled to the back seat or a seatbelt on. There should be something. Because if you have an accident, you know, or they see another car with a dog in or something like that. Ridiculous. There's a man who's just been fined who organised the Queen's funeral. Just been banned from driving. He was on his telephone. Mind you, it wasn't just on his telephone. He jumped red lights because he wasn't concentrating, and right next to him was a police car. They couldn't believe their luck. So they banned him for 6 months. And he's worth about £100 million, so he won't have any trouble finding a driver, will he, for 6 months. Chaos as protesters defy Moscow's call-up. It's turning nasty. Then there was somebody who went on a shooting rampage in Russia the other day in a school and then shot himself dead, which kind of sort of defeats the object. But if he'd been anti-war, Putin had him got rid of anyway. And how did Noddy Holder get his name? Come on, feel the noise. He was called Noddy Holder because I'll tell you later. Plus the retired teacher who won £3.6 million celebrates with what? Glass of water. But she has a special needs child. So £3.6 million is going to come in really, really handy. Jake Still, my favourite Methodist minister. That's the first picture we've seen of you. And he says, hope all is well. Got back at 2 a.m. on Saturday from Washington, D.C., was out for the conference and spent some time at the Capitol with some of the senators. Beautiful city. Walked roughly 14 miles a day. My poor diabetic feet weren't made for that. Still exhausted. I know. I've just had a pedicure. Just had a pedicure, Jake. And, just before the show. And I brought some cream in, so I might massage my feet this morning because I've got my diabetic checkup this morning with the doctors and they're going to concentrate on feet, which is going to be really exciting. So I had the pedicure to make sure we all look nice, and I brought some cream in so I can massage it in while I'm doing the programme. No, the producer said he's not going to do it. But there you go. You look very happy with the world, which is all we can hope for nowadays, isn't it, really? There's not a lot to smile about. But I think if you smile, the world will smile with you. So nice to hear from you. Thank you for being there. What was the other one that I liked, actually? 2 coffees a day can protect the heart. What do I drink? Tea. Very rarely drink coffee. I do drink coffee, but it's only on a Sunday. Only on a Sunday. I have a cup of coffee with my breakfast, and that's it. Yeah, and spend the rest of the day going sort of completely crackers because of the diabetes. But that's okay. What was the other one? Oh, yes, an impersonator. A Marilyn Monroe impersonator called Susie Kennedy said Netflix's Marilyn Monroe film left her feeling violated. We're only playing Marilyn Monroe, dear. Okay, it's a part. Okay, just look at it as an acting job. Victoria Beckham makes crude jokes about sticky honey as if she makes it. It's not. It's made by bees, dear. And apparently there's a feature in one of the papers today. Celia Walden has done it on the falling out with Victoria Beckham and the Peltz family. I don't think they want anything to do with her, really. I think they see her as sort of lesser. Do you know what I mean? Because they're a bit too needy, because they always put down, oh, isn't it super duper, and lots of loving kisses from Harper and lots of loving kisses from David, who's still advertising that ghastly place, which is the most homophobic place you'll possibly find on the planet, Qatar. Oh, just spend a few days there. No, thank you, pal. No, thank you very much indeed. Anything that you promote which is homophobic, we don't want anything to do with. Thousands of chemists could disappear from the high street. Certainly won't be my one. My one's very successful and independent. I'm keeping it in business, single-handedly. And Gareth Thomas has signed up for the SAS Who Dares Wins programme. Like, you might as well put Winnie the Pooh, Tigger, Piglet and Paddington Bear in, just to make it marginally more interesting. There's a shocking photograph in a lot of the papers of a woman with her friend on a level crossing, lying down across the tracks while her friend takes a picture. Talk about thick. Talk about thick. I mean, I tell you, you don't find anybody more stupid. Graham Norton insists Holly and Philip did nothing wrong. I can't believe it's still running. I'm seriously surprised it's still running. It's nearly a fortnight now. They must be getting very bored with it, same as everybody else is. But, 70,000 people who just jump on a bandwagon. Oh, I think they should be fired immediately. It won't happen. They're on this week. Yeah, I saw them yesterday. They won't be going anywhere. I love the way that people think that, with 70,000 people complaining about it, that's going to make them dump them. Absolutely not. Have you seen the audience figures? It's a stupid. Of course they're not. Of course they're not going to get rid of them. They're going to keep them, and they'll be there, and they live to fight it. All you've got to do is keep your head down, just get on with it. Eventually people get bored, even the trolls. And I found a Lake District restaurant that serve up squirrel. Squirrel. It's been named, apparently, the best in the world, this restaurant. I don't know if it's because they serve up squirrel. What form does squirrel take? Dead squirrel. What do you mean? Well, I don't know. It could be roast squirrel, fried squirrel, squirrel on toast, squirrel with macaroni cheese. Yeah. So I don't know. And I don't know whether or not they're cultivated squirrel or it's roadkill. I've got no idea. I mean, all I know, what do you do? Go out and shoot them? Poison them? I don't know how you cope with things like that. I wouldn't want to eat it, but I'm sure that there'd be people around the world who would eat it. People eat hedgehog, people eat guinea pigs, people eat horse, people eat anything. Why not squirrel? If somebody thinks they can make something interesting out of it. I mean, if Colonel Sanders had discovered squirrel before chicken, the boxes would have been bigger for a start. I just don't fancy the idea of eating it. As far as I know that grey squirrels are pests, and I think you can quite legally get rid of them. The red squirrels they're trying to reintroduce back in again, but the grey squirrels basically are bullies. We call them the Gordon Ramsay of the reptilian world. Oh, no, is that Gordon Ramsay's the reptilian? Bit difficult to remember, actually. He's always shouting obscenities at everybody. Chaos in Moscow, because they're now stopping people boarding flights, which is very interesting. That's all turning against Putin, isn't it? But there again, there's a very good chance you could lose your life, as a number of his so-called cronies have done. They sort of accidentally fell out of windows, some of them. Just accident. Some of them got in their car, and for some inexplicable reason, they blew up. Other people just vanished. And you think to yourself, oh, Godfathers, it's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. The Lobster King's wife loses the battle with daughter over fortune. Told you, every time there is money, then there's always going to be arguments over who gets it, who gets the big share, who doesn't get the big share, who has to go to court to get it. It's horrible, isn't it, really? And the Love Rat. He was going out with this woman. They were married, and then he took in a Ukrainian woman, and he ditched the wife and started going out with the Ukrainian woman. He's a bit of a plank. He's got tattoos all over his face. He looks a little bit, slightly disturbing. And so what's happened is he's now ditched the Ukrainian woman. And the wife's laughing and going, ha, 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 because it looked like that wasn't going to last anyway. I mean, it's just unbelievable, isn't it? What on earth makes people fall for somebody who looks like that? When you see the pictures, you'll agree with me. It really is a total waste of time. Morning, everybody. 17 minutes past 4. It's nice to have your company. Looking forward to Christmas because, as Mike says, how many sleeps until Christmas now? 89. 89 days till Christmas. Isn't that exciting? And following a heart attack, he said, I was told by Harefield Hospital to avoid coffee because it's a stimulant. Yeah, it is. But, I mean, it's like being a diabetic. We were talking a few weeks back because Darren was talking about it, diabetic chocolate and stuff like that. And I said, you don't need to eat special diabetic chocolate or diabetic food. You just have to have everything in moderation. Because when I got diagnosed, it was a case of, well, it's Christmas. What do I do at Christmas lunch? When you have Christmas lunch, just don't go berserk. And take everything in moderation. I know if I'm ill, I can tell. I've learnt how to manage myself. And as an extra, just has caffeine, which helps absorb faster. Just take cheap painkillers with a coffee or a Diet Coke, says Claire. Oh, no. I can't do Diet Coke or even a coffee, actually, now. But you can do ibuprofen. But you have to be careful with these things. That's why all the medicine cases in this building and every other office that has the medicine chest, with bandages, you won't find any paracetamol in there or anything else like that. You'll only ever find bandages, sticking plasters. But I bought some sticking plasters in one of those cheapy shops, and they were £1 for a box of plaster. Really good plasters, really sticky plasters. Yeah, no, they're not clear, no. Don't want to see the blood pouring out, do you, really? But very nice. Steve, a few years ago I delivered to chemists in Oxford, says Ian. There were 4 shops close to each other in the Cowley Road. Saw the same fella in all 4 shops buying paracetamol. It's not uncommon, so I was told, no. But paracetamol you can overdose on. And it's highly dangerous. That's why they say, you know, watch it if you're taking paracetamol, because people have been known, they don't realise that it can stop your heart. You know, a lot of people die through overdosing on paracetamol. Gordon says, my mortgage went up this month from £1,115 to just over £1,400. See? Big difference. Big difference. So you've got to be very careful. Very careful. I mean, I was lucky that a few years back I paid off my mortgage. Very lucky. I was talking to my driver this morning about it, saying because that would be a nightmare. I mean, it was never a huge mortgage. And it's a case of it's only useful if you want to sell the place, but I don't want to sell the place. I'm quite happy where I am. It's got parking, it's got everything else, you know. It's nice and warm, it's cosy, and it's safe, which is the good news. And we've got CCTV, you know, recording 24 hours a day. Thought I'd mention it. Steve, locked into the spike on my headphones, as always. Yes, it really is cold now. Time for the heating, says Waj. Yes, I don't know. I did put the heating on the other day, but only I've got a tower heater, which I bought in Costco ages ago, to save putting the heating on, because there's no point in heating the whole place, you know, just for the sake of one room. Not that I live in one room, but I mean, it doesn't. It's really quite cheap to use. And I put it on the other day. It was only on 5 minutes. I had to turn it off. They heat up really fast. Very good. And it oscillates as well. I like something that oscillates. I'm very, very happy with that. Your diabetes, says Kevin. Do you carb count your cups of tea? No, I don't. But I know when I'm ill. I can tell when I'm going to be ill. I can feel it in my stomach. You're a type 1. You don't take coffee. Well, I'm type 2, insulin and metformin. But then another 85 tablets on top of that a week. I like collecting as many tablets as possible. And you just know. You know when you're going to be ill. You know what food makes you ill. And so you avoid it. And if you do have it, you take it in moderation. Sometimes I'll have a piece of toast with butter on. And butter and me aren't particularly brilliant, but it's only that one sort of time. I don't do it all the time. I buy a little sliced loaf, and just have a couple of pieces. And I used to have peanut butter on it. Now I don't have peanut butter. And so I try and be fairly good with it, but I don't carb count. I gave up doing it. I remember picking up things when I was first diagnosed in Marks and Spencer's and looking at the K-Cals and all the, and I was thinking, oh, God, I'll be here forever and a day. No point. But I drink a fair number of cups of tea a day. I had 2 this morning before I left, and then I've had 1, 2, 3, probably about 3 cups so far. And I'll probably have another 2 before the end of the programme, something like that. I don't have water. I try not to have water. It goes through me so fast. It's like, I know you're supposed to, but it really does go through a bit fast. And I'd be sitting here. I remember when I went off to the bank the other day in Victoria, I'd not been to the toilet before I left here, which I should have done. And I'm standing outside the bank thinking, I need the toilet. Should I go into the Ivy and just say, you know, could I borrow your toilet? The restaurant, not the bush, yes. Jewish New Year lasts for 3 days, says Ahmed. I thought it was 2 days, Rosh Hashanah. I thought that was 2 days. But today's the last day of celebration. But I always thought it was 2 days. I don't know. I'm sure we said 2 days the other day. About 3 days. So Rosh Hashanah began on Sunday, 25th, finishes Tuesday, 27th. It's the apple and honey, isn't it? That's what gets people. Even Vanessa Feltz. Even Vanessa Feltz gets the honey and the apple. You see, for me, I would like apple in batter, deep fried, in slices, and then with honey dribbled over it with some ice cream. That would do me fine. That would go down very, very well indeed. Up for sale, David Bowie's handwritten Starman lyrics. You're the starman waiting in the sky. Could sell for 40,000 quid just for jotting down a few words on a piece of paper. It's not bad, is it? Not bad. And there's a Bond car up for sale. It's a DB5, I think. Could fetch about 2 million. First time a Bond car has come up for sale. So if you were thinking of buying one, I don't know. It's from Daniel Craig, wasn't it? They've got one of his Tom Ford suits as well. That could face a fortune. An awful lot of money. And Wayne says, Waz from Derby. Oh, that's a pretty picture. Where are you? That's very nice. Oh, Chicago. He says, going to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant tomorrow should be good. Just pray he's not there. He'll be shouting at you left, right and centre. It's interesting. It just looks like a giant film set, these American cities. And I love them at night. I love them at night. You know, it's all lit up. And you fly in over the city. That's a nice thing. I love doing that. I love flying over this country in the winter when it's snowed. So very nice. Chicago at night. Very pretty. I've never been to Chicago. It's just known as the Windy City, isn't it? Oh, London. Yeah, London at night is London pride has been handed down to us. And the Shard. I remember the first time they put that up and it was all lit. And the Houses of Parliament. Not surprised people want to come here on holiday. Look at it. It's beautiful. Tower of London. Big Ben. Houses of Parliament. River Thames. You know, I mean, everything really within our area here. Buckingham Palace, Admiralty Arch. They're going to turn that into a hotel, I believe. And when you see, I mean, sometimes, you know, you go away. It's nice to go away, but it's even nicer to come back home again, isn't it? Don't you think? I remember, you know, you get off, you go, oh, you put your luggage on the ground, you look up and you go, great to be back. Turn around, your luggage has been nicked. You know, it's the way it goes, isn't it, really? But even when it's raining, London looks great. Even when it's raining, but it's all lit up and it looks lovely and all the lovely buildings and everything else and the Millennium Bridge. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Even in the morning when the lights go off and it's just the sunrise that comes up, you can feel quite nostalgic for things. I absolutely love it. We're still wasting food. I have to be honest, I do waste food as well. You know, you eat as much as you can and then you throw the rest away. I mean, the other day I threw away about 6 Brussels sprouts. I know. Look at me, honestly, being all sort of desperate and big spending and everything else. Furious fans of Ian Brown from the Stone Roses pay between 40 and 45 quid to go and see him. They thought they were getting the whole band. It was just him. He was singing along to backing tracks. They were very disappointed. But, you know, if you're a fan of him, you'd be quite happy for that. And a shocked dad. You can tell what the story is, isn't it? Well, you can tell that, you know, if ever I say somebody is shocked, it means they're a bit of a drama queen. They get a bit overwrought over something that the rest of us would just dismiss. He got hit with a fine in a car park. Why? He was overhanging the parking space by 3 inches. In other words, he wasn't actually in the parking space at all. It overhung by 3 inches. He should have looked at it, got back in the car. We did it the other day in Marylebone High Street. My friend said, you're in 2 spaces. I said, am I? I said, well, you stand there. So I left the car door up. We moved back a little bit, and then I was in the space. But by 3 inches, that warrants that you get a ticket. It's your own fault. You should have followed the rules. No sympathy whatsoever. Yeah, dad in shock, you know. Oh, I couldn't believe that they did that for me. I got left with a fine, and now the company won't respond to me. Why? You've broken the rules. Supposed to park in the space, not overhang it. 3 inches or an inch, it makes no difference. Well, not in many things. But at least you shouldn't be complaining about it. I mean, I'd be a very good traffic warden. Of course you're getting a ticket. Don't be silly, sir. But I was only over by 3 inches. Yeah, well, might just be 3 inches to you, pal, but I'm telling you it's a ticket. OK, that's £150. Thank you very much indeed. Make people pay for it. You have to. Hundreds of bus drivers have voted to go on strike. I don't think it's down south. I think it's up north somewhere. Doesn't make any difference, does it? They were doing a thing on the boat the other day. Have you seen this boat where they've got this lovely big boat, obviously worth about 25 million, and people rent it out, and there's a crew and a captain and everything on it, and they tend to their every need and all the rest of it. But it's basically they're filming the crew and how they all get on. And there was one girl there, she really wasn't cut out for it. She looked as though she had emotional issues, and she didn't like the chef. Why did she not like the chef? Because he came from a southern family, and they were rich, and he had a private education. And so she felt that he was belittling her, which of course he wasn't, but she was so stupid. And she said, I don't want to be here. And I'm thinking, where do they get these people from? Where do they get... Oh, the bus strike is off, is it? That was a bit quick. I only mentioned it a few seconds ago. That was... Yeah, 2,000 members of Unite, employed by Arriva, based at 8 depots in North London, due to walk out next Tuesday. They've called it off. Good for you, boys and girls. Good for you. Thank you very much indeed. That's what we like to hear. It's nice to have a bit of good news, isn't it, occasionally? It doesn't happen all the time, but when we do get it, we make the most of it. They had a Bond car on Bangers and Cash, a Lotus Esprit. Says Roger, it made over 50 grand. I like bangers and cash. I like people like that. Salt of the earth. People that sort of go there and they've all got flat caps on and whippets. And they go, I'll buy that. I think that's worth 12 grand. I think that's worth 12 grand, that car. And they take them away and they come back and they go, hey, up, I'll go to a foot of our stairs. And they do these cars up. I think they're brilliant. I love them. Love them. Steve, moving home from Ruskington to Guyon in Cambridgeshire on Thursday. Never realised there were so many things that need doing before a move, says Gary. Do you know the one thing you must do is have a separate box with your mugs, your kettle, your tea, your milk in, and everything else. So when you get there, you don't have to ferret through 300 boxes trying to find out what's happened to the bloody kettle. You know, at least if you open the box, it goes, kettle. And then take some water. Remember, take bottles of water that you can fill the kettle up with, just in case the water is turned off in your new place. Oh, I'm an expert on moving. Expert. Peter the Toastmaster says, morning, Steve. 2 more sleeps. And then he's moving. On the ferry, I'm assuming, unless you're flying there. I assume it's the ferry. So here's the mum left heartbroken when her fellow ran off with a Ukrainian refugee. Lorna Garnett says, I knew it would end in disaster. I'd be sitting there going, ha, 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 ha. And then you look at Tony. He turfed out Ukrainian Sophie after a birthday row. He looks like he's the sort of person to have a row. He's a bit of a plank. We don't know what he does for a living. Probably, I don't know. But anyway, he's on his own after kicking her out of his rented flat following a row in which he claimed she grabbed a knife and stabbed a wall. Well, there you go. Just get rid of both of them, actually. All these people, they deserve each other, don't they, I think?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Interesting yesterday, because if you remember, I was talking about Scott, Barbara's husband, and David Walliams, and they've got this show coming up, and it's in Wimbledon. And the book that Scott has got, called By Your Side, is out on the 13th of October. And they kept diaries of everything. Everything they did, Scott kept a diary. But anyway, it's on the 10th of October, this event at the Wimbledon Theatre with David Walliams. And I mentioned it because I thought it would be very interesting and you'd like it. If you were a fan of Barbara and a fan of lovely Scott and David as well, then you can sort of do a nice little thing, have an evening of them reminiscing and talking about the stories. And of course, I mean, Scott knows more than anybody else. But he said to me, he said, thank you very much indeed. He said, sending you lots of love and respect. Because it always catches up with him a bit of a day later with Scott. But he said, I hope one day when you're in Marylebone High Street, we can have a coffee. The new Granger & Co., which is the old patisserie Valerie, which we watched them changing, is really nice. Let me know. It'd be lovely to see you. So we're going to sort that out, I think. But 27 years they were together. 27 years. And he kept these diaries. Had he not kept the diaries, I don't think he'd have remembered a lot of it, because you don't remember these things. I have to be reminded about certain things. Some things I remember, and somebody says, no. And I go, yes, I'm telling you. And so they're going to be there. Did I keep it down? No, I haven't actually. I wish I should have done, because there's so many different bits and pieces. But occasionally I just remember things. So Scott will be there. No doubt they'll have copies of the book down there to sell as well. So you can go and raise money for a very good cause, which is very nice indeed. So good luck to them. So Neil says, here in Sicily, sound of the waves, and Steve on LBC. Perfect start to the day. And Pete the pool man, he says, Steve, Windsor Panto booked. It's a lovely theatre. Yes, owned by Bill Kenwright. He owns the Theatre Royal Windsor. He said, we got the Royal Box and took the liberty of purchasing you a ticket. If you're about, come along and meet us. Last year, my mother-in-law, Sue, was there. And this is Friday, the 23rd of December. £41.50. You know who's in it, though? They got soaked by a water pistol. He said it was fabulous. This year, it's Sleeping Beauty with Stephen Blakely. You'll know him from Heartbeat. Very interesting. Basil Brush and music and movie icon Anita Harris. Now, Anita Harris is well known to us here on the programme. Who's the other girl down the bottom there? Who's she? Is she sleeping? She's Sleeping Beauty, but we don't know who she is. Sounds nice, doesn't it? She's gone to sleep over the whole thing. But Stephen Blakely, you'll know, because he's got a most interesting face. The producer went, that's not very nice. I went, no, he really has. He's got a very, very interesting face. And he was in Heartbeat. I'd never heard of him before. He was PC Jeff Younger. And he just looked as though he was a character who'd stepped out of the 50s. Don't know why. Perhaps that's why they picked him. And Kevin the Milkman says, I know, we've just checked. You'll be pleased to know, wait for it, boys and girls, they're putting the Christmas lights up in Oxford Street this morning. And my producer went, and that's a bit because he's real misery. Humbug, you know. And... letter of complaint already has gone in, I think. But I said they've got loads of lights to put up. It's not just like you at home, 2 light bulbs plugged into the ceiling socket. No, didn't have anything. Oh, God, what a miserable Christmas. So let's go round Joe's place and we'll sit there watching one little bit of coal burning on the fire. Ghastly. You had COVID. Well, that'll teach you, then. That's God's way of telling you need to celebrate Christmas more. All Scrooge, all alone. But no, so they'll start putting up all the lights, and then over the weekends, people, I think they're up from 16th of November, something like that, if not before, and people will go and visit them, and they all look very pretty, which is nice. So they're going to put up the Christmas lights in Oxford Street. Thank you. And Mark says getting ready for the 0501 Thameslink from Purley, which is not starting at Brighton today. Did you know that it was this week last year that we were all queuing for petrol in the so-called fuel crisis? Where does the time go? I don't like to think about it, Mark. I really don't. Eileen in Scarborough says, I love hearing you sip your tea, but it makes me crave a cup, but I'm too cosy and lazy in bed to get up and make one. I think what you should have by your bed is a little mini fridge designed as a little side cabinet, and keep in there some bottles of water and some juice, so it's permanently chilled. So in the morning when I'm just slurping my way through my tea, which everybody loves, they all love it, and I'm doing it, and it was a case of you do so. Delicious. People love me doing that. It makes them die laughing. And then you have a cold bottle of water, and once you've had a chilled bit of water, I always imagine every time I'm drinking a cold bottle of water from the fridge, and it's always ice cold, I have the fridge turned up, ooh, so it's just borderline ice. And I always imagine, because we were in a field in Essex some years ago, we went to a show, we went to a show there, and we were sitting on hay bales and everything else, and the sun was beating down, and in the middle of the field was an ice cream van, and he had the longest queue of anything, people queuing up for going, and I would just have a wagon with ice cold water written on the side of it, and just have loads of fridges and freezers with the water in there, because on a boiling hot day to drink ice cold water is fab. And then I go, would you like that flavoured? And they go, what would you? You can either have lime juice, or you can have elderflower cordial or orange squash, and just pour a little bit into the top, keep them happy. Oh, gap in the market there. Steve's ice cold water. You're going to have a picture of ice hanging off the bottom and just go, so cold, so cold. I'd love that. That would be absolutely fantastic. All in favour of that one. Well, it's like having the little tubs of ice cream from Ian. You know, that was our treat. Trouble is now it's so blooming cold. It's cold water, which luckily we get in our taps here. We have taps, these taps that do boiling hot water or ice cold water, and I absolutely love the ice cold water. 4 new stamps coming out featuring portraits of the Queen to be released in her memory, and they go on general sale from November the 10th. And a baby Asian elephant has been named Nang Phaya, which is the Thai word for queen, at Whipsnade Zoo, which is lovely. Plus. Oh, the Jilted Bride. Do you remember the one who carried on with her wedding without the groom has been given a boost? They put out a GoFundMe, and she raised 7,000 quid out of that. People around the world sending her in money. They put them on this morning yesterday, and her and I think her sister and then two bridesmaids, they were all there in their lovely frocks, and it was quite nice. They were just doing it. They were all wearing their frocks. She was wearing her bride's dress, so it was quite funny. Yeah, let it go. Get over yourself. And he just skipped the country. He just left the country, because I'd much rather have seen him dragged in. Well, here he is. Surprise, surprise. We found him. He's in Thailand. And he never wanted to marry you in the first place. Because, why would you do that to somebody? The wedding cost 12,000 quid. They're not cheap, are they, weddings? Not cheap at all. And Ofcom are investigating after Sky News incorrectly described a protest over a police shooting as crowds paying tribute to the Queen. So they made a mistake. They introduced it as the wrong thing. And apparently, people were demonstrating in London. 598 viewers complained when the presenter said the crowd was there to mourn the Queen. They made a mistake. A general mistake. People do make them. I noticed that the head of Ofcom, Michael Grade, is on with Nick later. I like the idea that he's head of Ofcom now. I don't know what. I just like Michael Grade. I went to a Water Rats thing some years ago, and he was doing a speech talking about what it was like to have his job, and it was very interesting. His father, I think, used to invite people into his office and then say, "I won't be a minute." He'd open a door next to his desk, go and stand in the cupboard, a cleaning cupboard. They didn't know that. They thought he'd gone through to somewhere else. He'd stand there for 5-10 minutes, and he'd just come back out again, shut the door politely, and carry on. I do that here. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. All the texts and emails that we can possibly share with you this morning, we will be sharing. Here's a picture of, I think that's Kim Kardashian. She's changed her hair colour. It looks so much better in the blonde than it did in the other colours, but that's just me. Graham Norton has insisted Holly and Philip did nothing wrong by skipping the queue to see the Queen lying in state. Well, they didn't. She was in the same room, but they went in there to do an observational thing. They didn't line up with everybody else. They didn't walk on the carpet. There was a two-tier system. He said, I got offered a queue jump ticket by a friend of mine who's an MP. I didn't say yes because I thought if anybody sees me, I'll get it in the neck. Yeah. Well, that's it. That's what unfortunately Philip and Ollie have got at the moment. But they don't care. They were there with ITV's blessing and the people who were organising it. Otherwise, they'd have turned them away. And then somebody wrote to me when David Beckham queued for 14 hours. You go, yeah, because he's after a knighthood, isn't he? That's what David Beckham's after. He didn't get it because I can't remember why it was. Oh, that's right. He started slagging them off and calling them all sorts of names. And they went, I don't think we're going to be giving... And you don't... Listen... You don't want Sir David Beckham, not a man who advertises a country that persecutes homosexuals. No, thank you very much indeed, David. There's probably lots of gay servants at Buckingham Palace going, Dave, out of order, pal, out of order. Not that I think they would ever speak like that. Somebody apparently wrote to Prince Harry, it's in a new book out, going, hey, mate. And then said, I'm very sorry. And Harry allegedly said, don't worry. So he was obviously quite cool with it. Meghan hated the idea, of course. In fact, she said, unless he married her, she was going to dump him, according to this latest book. I tell you, there's books all over the place. I'm thinking of writing one myself. When Harry met Steve, it's the way it goes, isn't it? Your mum said that to your dad, really? What, if you don't marry me, I'm going to leave you? Oh, wow. But, yes, and here you are. So here is this shocked dad, Julian Griffiths. Had parked up. I'll tell you the whole story. He got a £100 fine, and he's not happy. He's not happy at all, but I, of course, think he should pay. In fact, I think if he doesn't pay it very soon, we should double it. How about that, eh? Morning, nice to have your company. Some of these other items which are up for sale, we like a good showbiz sale and an auction, and they've got Christopher Reeve's Superman costume, could go for £500,000. Darth Vader's gloves from the original 1977 Star Wars movie are an estimated $250,000. I mean, seriously. Also, Commodus's chariot in Gladiator could make 60,000 quid. Seems a bit cheap, doesn't it, really? How nice. How nice. Anyway, here's this shocked dad. So shocked. So shocked. Can't believe it. Probably go into trauma. Michael Jackson's glove went for a lot. This was the diamond encrusted. Wasn't it over $1 million? It wasn't. 85,000. Oh, that was cheap. That was quite low. Yeah, but he probably had loads of them. That was the trouble. It was like Charlie Chaplin's cane. He had lots of canes, lots of them. So this shocked dad, his car was overhanging a parking space by 3 inches. Julian Griffiths, 59, had parked up for 10 minutes as he nipped into his local Sports Direct. Don't be silly, nobody nips into Sports Direct. You're sauntering casually, trying to pretend you're looking for something else. But in a rush to grab knee supports for his son, the civil servant left his Renault Clio. Oh, well, that's it. That's why he got the ticket. Renault Clio. Embarrassing. How could they are tiny, aren't they? It was overhanging the white lines by 7 centimetres. 2 weeks later, he was hit with a £100 fine, saying he'd breached a parking rule. He said, I thought, bloody hell, they're having a laugh. Never realised it had to be perfectly square and perfectly within the confines of the bay. He said it's clearly another example of the car parking companies abusing their position to generate income. Well, you know, if you're stupid enough to not follow the rules, that's what the bay's there for. It's not complicated, civil servant or no civil servant. This was in Swansea's Park Tor Retail Park. He's now appealed the fine. And he said, it's mad, it's not right. I was considering appealing as my wheels are not fully out of the lines. Both dads, there was another dad as well called Craig. He was also hit with £100, so they were sent parking charge notices by Swansea-based Eternity Fire and Security Limited, who failed to respond to attempts to contact them for a comment by The Sun. Because generally, if a paper gets involved, what happens in a lot of cases is they drop it quietly. They just go, listen, all right, in this particular occasion, we'll let it go, because otherwise it brings them bad publicity. But we used to have the same down in Twickenham, down by the riverside. There was to be honest with you, his wheels are in the line. I think he might have a point on this one. His wheels are in there. I thought that's what it was all about, not the whole car, because I certainly couldn't get my car in a parking space. It's about 14 foot long. At least, with the caravan at the back. I mean, it takes up a lot more room. I mean, that looks okay to me. Didn't it look okay to you? I suppose, though, but there is no other car parking space behind him. So I think they've been a bit mean on that one. Yeah, we don't have much rooms at the front. But anyway, there used to be a company, and the bloke would sit there in his van, unmarked, reading a newspaper. Somebody would pull into this car park, which was private, said private car parking, and they would park in one of the spaces, then nip out to go. The moment they nipped out, he was outside his van, wheel clamp on there, notice on the windscreen, back inside the van, reading the paper for when they came back. And the amount of times I saw it over the years that they come back and go, oh, where's that come from? Then they'd have to go, phone up the company, and they would say, well, actually, he's in the car park at the moment. So he'd known about it. He could have said, when they got out the car, don't park there, mate, you get a thing, but they're making money. A friend of mine used to operate a wheel clamp company. And he said, you wouldn't believe the rubbish people tell you. I'm sorry, mate, I can't afford it. I've got this, that. Driving a really lovely car, but they haven't got any money. I'm on my last £10 for the week or something like that. And clamps are less common now. No, although I saw one in Twickenham the other day. You know who uses clamps? Come on, who uses clamps? Come on, think. No, DVLA. If you haven't bought your road fund licence and they drive past, they've got these little cars that drive past. They do our area quite regularly. If they find it, they're out, notice on the side of the windscreen and a clamp on the front of the car, which means that the person can't drive it away and they don't get the car back till they've paid the money that they owe, because some people are habitual with their abuse of the parking system. But you're right, now in London, they just give you a parking ticket. It's so much easier. Steve says, Laura, the trolley dolly, loving your show. I'm off to have a Singapore sling shortly. I shall raise a glass to you. Far too hot for me in Singapore. Looking forward to returning to London's cold weather tomorrow and seeing Marillion on Friday. Do you like them? I do, actually, yes. Big fan. Well, not big fan. But a Singapore sling is, for those people who don't know, you could do gin with cherry brandy, Benedictine, Angostura bitters, pineapple and lime juice. Doesn't that sound gorgeous? Lots of iron. Doesn't that sound gorgeous? Does that not? That sounds absolutely divine. Are they all the same recipes, or are they all different? Raffles have got one as well, haven't they? The Raffles Singapore sling, which looks very nice. And it was created in 1915. Who ever thought of putting all those things together? The Singapore sling. I've never had one. I must get one because I like all that cherry stuff and it's the ice. God, I wish we had an ice machine in this building. I'd kill. Russell Grant has tweeted us. He's not making a Singapore sling. Tell me he's not drinking at this time of the morning. I couldn't bear it. I'd have to go round and sort him out. And Russell says, Steve, you were mentioning our lovely friend Anita Harris just now. She's holding a big fundraising for Alzheimer's research on Sunday. Her husband, Mike, Anita's record producer and MD of the orchestra who played on the tracks has Alzheimer's very badly. Oh, gosh. Russell, lots of love to you as well. I've got a lovely set of cards that he did. He was an artist, wasn't he? And they were of cats, all the designs for cats. I got them years and years ago. So a big fundraiser. And that's on Sunday. Well, she's doing Panto. You know how old she is, Russell? She's older than you. Poor old Russell. What do you mean, older than me? What do you mean, older than me? Lovely Russell. Actually, I was sort of watching the other day. I've lost Phil Vickery at the moment. I don't know where he's disappeared to. He's obviously, I bet he's on some world trip or something. He always seems to go away for these things. And he goes, I'm here, don't worry, I'm here. Just to find out. Joe Swash is not going to be here for very much longer. He's flown to South Africa to take part in the show, together with Mylene Klass, Jordan Banjo and Paul Burrell. It's pre-recorded, the series, by the way. Not the best lineup I've heard, but Joe is currently in Kruger National Park. And he was such an iconic winner, but they had to iron out the timings. Well, Paul, you're not doing anything. Just sitting at home spraying candy floss on his head and then teasing it into some sort of shape. But he's traded a line with his wife and kids in a comfy bed for a hammock full of cockroaches and spiders. Ooh, yucky, yuck, yuck. I want a Singapore sling. I'm not asking for a lot in life. A Singapore sling. Oh, can you imagine if somebody turned up with a Singapore sling with ice in it? Oh, dear. Do you think they do them at the Hippodrome at this time of the morning? You think we could go there and get a Singapore sling? Oh, can you imagine? Oh, blimey. That's what I have to send Dan out to go and get the Singapore slings in. How lovely. All that ice. 'Cause I haven't got a drink. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Glasses make a drink, I think, nowadays. But I'm still doing the Prosecco. But I could do not a jug of Singapore sling. Jug of Singapore sling. Imagine the first person who invented it. You know, I invented Singapore sling, and it doesn't even have your name on it. They used to do it at Raffles Hotel, which is very famous, And I'm loving all the pictures. Just the ice in a jug. Just the ice in a jug is for me. Britney Spears has insisted she will not return to showbiz, and she's not interested. Now, whether or not that's just her speaking at the moment, I've got no idea, but she's not going back into show business anytime soon. And eating an apple a day helps keep the love handles at bay. A friend of mine ate an apple the other day just to test his diabetes to see if it affected it, and it didn't. It didn't stop his love handles, no, at all. And rather than keeping a doctor or dentist away, as the original saying suggests, eating an apple before dinner helps you lose weight. You know why? It works as an appetite suppressant. Did you know that? No. Also, very good if you're driving late at night and you're feeling a bit tired. Eating an apple is very good for you. Or chewing gum. Chewing gum is very good for you. I'm not really a big chewing gum fan, but I bought some the other day. I bought some chewing gum. Only because I don't even know what it is. Wait a minute, because I put it in my bag. And I remember thinking, I must have a look and see what it is. It's only because I liked the colour of the... Look. It's a nice colour, isn't it? Turn it round. Well, now I can see it's Big Bab 01 sugar-free Chupa Chups. Chupa Chups. What? Nothing matter with Chupa Chups. It's bubblegum, isn't it? And I thought to myself, I quite fancy that, because I used to love bubblegum. And, do you pardon? Can I what? Blow bubbles. It's pink and yellow in here. Pink and yellow. How lovely. How lovely. Oh, it tastes like Chupa Chups. Well, it would do. It's got Chupa Chups written on it. I don't know what flavour it is. Just says Bab 01. Big Bab 01. I don't know what that means. I've got no idea. Don't ask me complicated. I don't know. I'm just merely repeating it. I've been thrown a lifeline. I do love the mum who won 3.7 million on the lottery, which is lovely. And it set up her daughter and her sister for life. Her daughter's got Down syndrome. And she's scored 3,600,000. I mean, that's it. They're sorted for the rest of their life now. So she didn't have any champagne. She said there was no whooping, because I'm a sensible person. And I sat down with a glass of water. So she had a glass of water. I'm going to go and get a glass of water now, actually. I've decided that's going to be my little treat. And I'm going to pretend it's a Singapore sling. It won't be. Steve, just off to sip my pina colada. Oh, don't. I like pina coladas as well, actually. Thank you, Russell, I can't imagine Russell doing a pina colada. I probably can, actually, yes. I probably can. Steve, talking of cocktails, I'm doing the Paper Plane. Equal parts lemon, Aperol, bourbon and Amaro. It's become my desert island drink, says John in Manly Beach. Must be full of vitamins. Yeah, of course. I could drink quite a few of those. They're a little bit naughty, of course.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's early breakfast. It's Tuesday, September the 27th, and it's blooming freezing outside. It really is. It's a bit frizzy-frozzy. So it's a case. I nearly brought gloves. It was that bad. Cost of living scam, where criminals send messages pretending to be from friends or family members who need help paying bills, is on the rise, according to a bank. Apparently, TSB recorded a 58% increase in friends and family scams. So what they would do is write to you and sort of say, the average loss is about 1,500 quid. Although, I mean, in one case, a 71-year-old customer sent £1,700 to a fraudster following an urgent emotive request, claiming to be from his daughter, needing money to help with the bills. A fraudster stole 50 quid from a 29-year-old customer after impersonating a close friend. Both cases refunded in full through TSB's fraud refund guarantee. I mean, victims typically get a message from a new number alongside a plausible story on why their number has changed. After striking up the conversation, they then give the emotive request for payment, sent through, made more believable, and pressing due to the current economic climate, the bank said. I mean, I've sometimes had them in the past. You probably had as well. Hi, I'm stuck at the airport. You couldn't send me over 50 quid. I need to get it for this or whatever it happened to be. And I remember thinking, what a load of rubbish. Don't bother with things like that. But people pay it. People pay it. It's the way it goes, isn't it? Has Ian got ice cream? Oh, has he? Oh. Has he got vanilla? Or strawberries and cream? or anything. I don't like to appear greedy. Just don't like to appear greedy. I mean, poor old Russell Grant. He'll be heading back down to London if he thought there was a free ice cream. 6:15 he'll be here. Oh, I say. Depending on what it is. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? You couldn't bring a pina colada in, could you? Or a Singapore sling? Or just nip into the Hippodrome. Just say you're taking it for Steve Allen. And bring it back. Can you imagine if you could actually walk out with things like that? Ash says, I hope you're well. Oh, for a pre-breakfast cocktail. Maybe you should invite your own signature cocktail. There is a Steve Allen cocktail on sale at Joe Allen's. They had a little competition. Yes. There was my listeners went out. There was a crowd of us went out there, about 20, and they'd done a little cocktail recipe, which was very nice indeed. So very pleased. Rogers says it happened to me years ago. I nipped into a shop for less than 2 minutes and was clamped by a private company that charged me 250 quid. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's, they can make a lot of money out of these things. This friend of mine, I haven't seen it for about 35 years now, but he said, you get little old ladies crying, going, and he said, didn't make any difference. He said, I didn't own the company. I was, tooled with sort of going out there and getting as much money as possible. He said, so you take them to the cash point machine and they'd have to pay. He said, otherwise you wouldn't take the clamp off the car. And if they didn't want to pay so the amount of people who would stand there bluffing it out, he said, on private property. That was the trouble. It was on private property. Had it not been private property, it had been different. But it was where a building had been torn down, but the freeholder put these signs up on the wall. Sometimes they were so high you couldn't read them, but the fact they were there was the law. And we used to have a clamping company at home for some time. But then it was, if somebody drove onto the site, you'd then have to call the clamping company, and by that time, the person who'd been to the bank or do the shopping had gone. So they came up with another thing which was guaranteed a deterrent, because most people who park illegally have done it before. They know they can't really be bothered to sort of go and park elsewhere. No, you can't just nip in anymore. And so we discovered a company called Seton, Seton, and they do not park here signs, which you stick onto the car window, the side window. But they either come, I think you buy a packet of 50 for like 30 quid. You peel the backing off and stick it on the window, not on the windscreen, on the side window, saying your car is parked illegally, do not park here ever again, otherwise we'll have it removed. And they either come so they can peel them off and throw them away, or it's not one of those ones. They've got them which are permanent glue. So it sits on the side windscreen, and they come along and try and pull it off, and it will only tear off the top layer. You're left with a square of the paper underneath it because it's permanent glue. It takes about a minute to set, and it deters people from coming back into the car park knowing that they've been caught on CCTV and they're on private property. They're trespassing. You know, if you want to, I mean, I wanted to put in a system whereby as they drove out the car park, you pushed a button and spikes rose out like a bit of a police stinger. You know, when you see the police throwing that thing over the road and it pierces all four tyres. I wanted to do that one, just out of entertainment. Graham, the chauffeur, says, I had a Singapore Sling in Raffles many years ago. I was very disappointed when the bar person used one of those mixer guns. Oh, no. Apparently they make so many it saves them a lot of time from doing it manually. Didn't particularly like the taste either. Oh, no, not a mixer gun. Oh, no. Because that's coming out of, if you follow the mixer gun all the way back, even though it's the gun on the counter, in a back room, they've got cardboard boxes with all the liquid in. Dreadful. I know all about those. Thank you very much indeed. Paul says, used to have a Singapore Sling or two when I was in the Air Force in the 60s. 2 of them and you'd be singing show tunes. Very tasty, though. Thank you. And Elaine, Lincolnshire Wolds, says, loving the show. Just finished my last 17-hour shift ready for rest days. I've just found some Babble in my car belonging to my son. What is that? I thought mine said Babble, didn't it? Yes, Babbo 1. Perhaps it's Babble. What is it? She said Tutti Frutti flavour. Bubbles aren't as good as they used to be. Oh. Yeah, yes, it is. It's Babble. It doesn't, oh. Babbo 1. I thought it was Babbo 1. It made it sound like a car. Tutti Frutti pack of 20. I've got a little... I bought it in a cheap shop. I think it was about £1 or something like that. Well, you know, you get saucepans and different things like that. And, well, I didn't know what it was called. Why am I supposed to know that? I'm over the age of 50, for goodness sake. It's ridiculous. Yes, only just creeping in. Thank you, Elaine, for making me look completely stupid this morning, not knowing about what this is. So they do all different flavours. Oh, you need to get out of bed and get a cup of tea. Seriously, you need to get out of bed and get the cup of tea. And it's not long to Global's Make Some Noise, and then I can reveal to you what the item is. You know, it's a Week Friday, and I think you're going to like this one a lot. I can't believe people act on just a text, says Sula. If I received a text from a friend, I would ring them and say, I'm sorry to hear you're in financial difficulties before sending the money. Yet people do. People do. It's unbelievable. You know, to the tune of billions of pounds a year. You know, to scam. Well, listen, somebody walked into a building society pretending to be Barbara Windsor and got money. They thought she was Barbara Windsor. She didn't look anything like Barbara Windsor. I know. I mean, it really is quite amazing. But people act on a text. If you're an elderly person, you wouldn't know. And the other scam was they phone you up at home. They've just done you randomly. And they say, listen, we're from the bank, from the fraud department. We think somebody's accessed your account, blah, blah, blah. And you put the phone down. They say, listen, call the bank just to verify this. I know you can probably understand it's a scam, but it's not. And they convince you. So you put the phone down, then pick it up, dial the number for the bank. In the meanwhile, they haven't hung up their end. They're still waiting with their hand over the receiver. And then you sort of ring, and then they go, hello. And they go, oh, is that the fraud department? Yes, how can I help you? Oh, somebody's just called me. Oh, yes, that would be Murray. He did call you, did he? Oh, right. And they just follow it through. Before you know where you are, you've given them all the passwords and you've transferred the money. Ridiculous. Andrew says it's illegal now to clamp vehicles on private property unless you're the police, DVLA or local council. That's why you don't see clamps. No, they just give you a ticket. And they get your address from DVLA. It's not difficult. Really, it's not difficult. So you can't tow away or, clamp a vehicle on private land without lawful authority. Parking charges and fines can still be issued, yeah. And so sometimes you don't even know that you've got it, because they don't put anything on your windscreen. They just charge. There's one part of our car park which is being looked after by a private company. He's round every day and gets at least a car a day. And he's looking after quite a lot of sites, and he just comes in, notes the car. If they're not on his list of people who've paid to park there, he issues a ticket. And then people discover it in the post, because if you don't pay it, it goes to a debt collecting agency, and before you know where you are, you've got a debt against you. So, always advisable. Steve, have you been to the Eden Project in Cornwall? We're going to see it this weekend, says Stella. I haven't. My brother went to it. I can't remember if he said he liked it or if he didn't think it was all that. I really can't remember. It's supposed to be very good, isn't it? Haven't they won awards? I quite fancy the idea, but it's a long drive for me. I don't mind driving. It's just it's a long way to drive to go inside a giant sphere. It's a golf ball, isn't it? It's like half a golf ball upside down. But they've got all sorts of things there for the Eden Project. So I'm sure you'll have a great time. You will thoroughly enjoy it. Steve says, Kevin the Milkman, about 15 years ago, I was delivering milk to a flat on a Peabody estate in Whitechapel, and as my customer was elderly, I used to take her milk in for her and put it in her kitchen. I came out 2 minutes later to find my milk float clamped. The clampers, 2 particularly nasty-looking blokes, didn't care that I was helping an elderly lady and didn't realise the float until I paid up. Yeah, didn't release the float until I paid up. Yeah, I know. They used to send that this bloke that I knew did it was a big bloke, like 20 stone. You weren't going to mess with him. He wasn't going to take the clamp off Well, they've clamped hearses before now. They've clamped hearses outside the funeral homes, waiting to be loaded, sometimes with the coffin in. Yeah. You type in hearse clamped, and you will find there's quite a number of them over the years that have been clamped by, let's just call them overzealous thickos, traffic wardens. They've clamped hearses with bodies in. There you go. There's one there. Bristol Central Mosque. They clamped, and the what appears to be a member of the council's car tax enforcement team speaking to men outside the mosque. It's got a clamp on the hearse. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you, really? Steve, wasn't it Gloria Hunniford who got impersonated? Yes, you're right, actually, it was Gloria Hunniford. Both blonde. I only see one colour, both legends, so that's it. Botox jabs can help fight off depression. They had that peculiar bloke on the television a while ago, and he used to be a trolley dolly for one of the airlines, and he said so much Botox now and everything, bit like that, and he speaks like these, and they fly him around the world. He's sort of become a bit of a freak, and he was selling some stuff, a Louis Vuitton case and three watches, and he wanted money so he can buy a car and have driving lessons. It must have been an old one of these posh porn things, but very interesting. And I remember thinking, you've gone way too far with the Botox. Very dangerous. Morning, everybody. Keir Starmer has said he will get 1.5 million people on the housing ladder. Really? How are they going to afford the mortgages? How is this possibly going to happen? Claudia Winkleman says Elvis is my strictly inspiration because of a jumpsuit she was wearing the other day, which looked a bit like some of Elvis's rhinestone-studded suits, which were very nice. And millions of households face further financial misery as Kwasi Kwarteng's tax cuts plunge markets into chaos. Does look like it, doesn't it? It really does look like it. It's a horrible mess. Really a horrible mess. Striking dockers blames Starmer. He says the company is treating us like peasants. They're striking just a few miles from Labour's party conference, and they're furious. They can't win, can they, really? I mean, nobody can win at the moment. People, the moment Liz Truss got in, the hatred started. Don't like her. She's not this, she's not that. She can't do speeches. She can't do anything at all. Kwasi Kwarteng came along. And then you've had various other people in the cabinet. They all just don't look as though they're experienced enough. But, they can't make up their mind who they're sort of supposed to be appealing to at the moment. And then if Labour get in, if we have a general election, they threaten to reverse it. So, in other words, you might as well not do anything at the moment, just sit there tight and hope. The Tory tax cut for the richest will be reversed. by Labour to fund a massive expansion of the NHS workforce. I don't know why they're always going on about the NHS. Why don't they make more people who sort of pop on the hospital planes abroad pay for their work that they have done on the NHS? The amount of people who've travelled in and then they get here and they go straight to the hospital, book themselves in for operations that cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. And you think, you could get some of that money back. I'm sorry, do you have a credit card? No. If you turn up in America, they're not going to treat you. They're not going to treat you. It isn't a case of, that they want more staff in the NHS. They've got loads of staff. They want more facilities. More facilities. We had all these hospitals that were being built, but, the idea of putting people on the property ladder, for what reason? Nobody can afford to buy a property down in London. Average property price, 250,000 up to, on average, 500,000 for a 1 and 2 bedroom flat. Even more in certain areas. Come around my way, 2 bedroom flat, 700,000. On top of that, service charge. On top of that, no parking. On top of that, it's going up every year, and your ground rent. So where people get the money from, I've got no idea, but they do. They try and find it. If people weren't helped out by their parents, I think I must have been the last bit of the generation that got helped by their parents. My mum and dad said they did the same for my brother, so they paid the deposit. And they paid all my legal costs, and that got me on the housing ladder with a little 1-bedroom flat, which was a new build, and I just had to pay the mortgage. But unfortunately, you do forget these things, and you pay the mortgage, but then you suddenly realise you haven't got exactly the same amount of money you had before you had the mortgage. So you've got to cut back on various other things. You can't keep going out all the time. Life was sort of quite expensive, and when I got the first bill in from the solicitors, I nearly passed out. I phoned up my parents and said, I've just got this bill in. That's all right, bring it home. So I took the thing home. Unlike renting, if something breaks, you have to pay to fix it. So expensive. Everything was just so expensive. So Noddy Holder. Why did he get his name? Because he nodded all the time. He was always nodding in lesson, because his real name's Neville. Doesn't quite sound the same, does it? Neville Holder now will sing to you, Come On, Feel the Noise. But 70 years ago, he said, I'm 76. When I was at school, when the teacher asked me anything, instead of saying yes, I would nod. And then everybody called me Noddy, except my mum and dad and my aunties and uncles. He said, but people who are closest to me still call me Neville. Neville. Just doesn't seem possible, does it, really? But you have to laugh, actually. You have to laugh. Oh, hundreds of compensation claims made to the government over the Manchester Arena terror attack have been rejected. And it's very interesting. From 741 applications resolved by the Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority, 331 failed to result in compensation, while 97 claims remain outstanding. One of the workers suffered PTSD, but the application was rejected because they were not present when the bomb went off. They obviously thought they were just going to hand out money to them, but they haven't. They haven't. And Nicola Bailey-Gibbs of a solicitor said these awful scenes will remain with the person forever. They're not paying. They've said they're not paying. It was like there was that bus was it a bus in Birmingham or something, that they had a slight accident. All 71 people on board claimed whiplash, which of course is very difficult. And so they then realised that they were fraudulent. So they didn't pay. And the bus company put them on a different route as well. It's amazing how much corruption there is there? If you... Steve, I'm Anthony in Lancashire, loving the show. What's the name of the heater you mentioned earlier on? I can't remember. It was just a heater I bought in Costco. Costco sell all sorts of tower heaters. In fact, actually, no, I didn't buy it in Costco. I've just remembered. I bought it on Amazon. And it oscillates. If you type in oscillating tower heater and then check each one, it'll tell you how much they cost to run. And they're not half as expensive. Don't ever get one of those little 2-bar fires or a fan heater. The little fan heater. I mean, there's all sorts of things. There you go, look. I mean, there's loads of these things here. I mean, they go from anywhere from, 30 quid up to, 70 quid, something like that. Oscillating tower heater, and let's find you something. See that one there? That's a bit expensive because that's a proper one. 70 quid, 60 quid. No. Well, there's loads of them. There's literally loads of them. Some of them look really nice, don't they? Look at that one. It's actually got a an LCD display underneath of a I like that one a lot. That's $89.99. That's called Mon House. And click onto it, see what it says for how much it's only 33 inches tall, isn't it? It's got a safety tip-over switch as well, and offers two powerful... Oh, I like that a lot. That's very nice. With a fan-only function, which you have more control over the level of heating. Go down a little bit, see if it says anything. And fast heating technology, blah, 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 constant temperature, blah, blah, your safety is our priority, blah, 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 blah. Looks very pretty. You're going to buy it on the looks as well, actually. And they're not as expensive to run as you think they are. And also, once you've heated up the room, you turn it off. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's like, having heating on all the time is expensive. It's expensive, but there's loads of them. I like that one, though, with the fire thing in it. I might have to order that. Although I put my one on yesterday, just for a few minutes. Oh, it's a different price now. That's a different one. That's a Black & Decker one at £115. But they normally put on it how much they cost to run. They're not as expensive as you think. The fan heaters are very expensive. I had a boiler break one Christmas, and over the Christmas period, my electricity bill was £700. Racked up a ton. Yeah, this was years ago. But no, check them out, Anthony, on Amazon. You'll find loads. Perdita says, last week, the Magnum PI team had a private screening of Ticket to Paradise with George Clooney and Julia Roberts. Lightweight film, raised barely a few titters. Where it lacked substance, it was beautifully shot in Bali. And we all agreed that the escape from the woes of everyday life was much needed. I know when you see some of these locations, Premiere were outside here for that very film, which is lovely. I love it when they bring in all the film people here. I think it's quite... I'm not in the business. Well, I'm in show business, but not in the world that Perdita inhabits. But how lovely. But George, I don't know why. I mean, I love Julia Roberts, but George Clooney, I mean, I know it seems a bit odd. I know he's a heartthrob to ladies, but I mean, I could take him or leave him. I couldn't really care less. A little bit old now, isn't he, really? Talking of clamping, says Mark, I saw an ambulance parked outside the street in Great Ormond Street Hospital down the road from Farringdon with a yellow parking ticket on the windscreen. Yes, I should imagine so. You get traffic wardens who don't really know what ambulances are because they're blind. They have no idea. What is it? It's got a blue flashing... Oh, I don't know. Let's give it a ticket anyway. And so they do. They just give them tickets. Bearing in mind, most of them have quotas to pick up. I always think it's a bit mad as well. Jane says, once got a parking fine from a car park stating I hadn't paid and displayed a ticket. Luckily, I'd kept the ticket in the car side door pocket so I could prove I had. They backed off rapidly. Moral of the story, never throw away a pay and display ticket. No, I agree. But you end up with so many of the blooming things, don't you? Dave in Richmond says, do you know about the Real Junk Food Project Cafe in Twickenham? We collect unsold food from supermarkets and cook meals on a pay-as-you-feel basis. Come for lunch one day. The Real Junk Food Project Cafe. Where's that? Let's find that. And uses food that would otherwise have been discarded. Yes, seems like a good idea, actually. Where is it, though? Where is it? It's open from 11:30 to 1:30, Monday, Wednesday and Friday. And it's an award-winning pay-as-you-feel. Where are they? Where are they based? Are they based in... Oh, right a minute. Oh, where's that? Community Centre in Twickenham. I don't even know where that is. Is that Twickenham? It's not Twickenham Green. Oh, blimey. It's very nice, the house, whatever it is. Is that it there? It's very posh, wherever it is. Rosalind Road. I think I must have gone past it. It's a good idea, though. Very good idea. Well done, you. And come for lunch one day. I like that idea. Tony says, I remember as a child, Steve, if I asked my mum or dad the time and it would say 5:35, they wouldn't reply 5:35 or 25 to 6. They'd say 5 and 20 to 6. Oh, I've also heard several of the older generation quote that format. Any idea? Is it something that was used during the war? Well, you should try that with James O'Brien. Joe's gran used to say that, 5 and 20 past. Of course, it never was, and she drank. And but it was always used to make it fun. What time is it? 5 and 20 past. Everything was 5 and 20 past. Never had any other time, did she, really? She just learnt that one time. But I don't remember, actually. Bit cold down at Bit like Joey Essex, can't tell the time. He's aged badly, very badly. Never mind. Always makes me happy. Simon the Fishmonger says, bit cold down at Billingsgate this morning. Locked into the spike like always. It's freezing. Must be even colder for you. You're working with ice and everything else. Good old Billingsgate. And, oh, sorry, that's my cup. I broke the cup. And Liz Truss Honey, move out the way for Gemma Collins, the deluded one. Really, I mean, it's... I don't know what she's supposed to be doing. She was promoting this The Only Way is number 10, but she's nothing to do with it. We couldn't work out. Perhaps they're sort of thinking of doing another programme with her, but what I can't imagine. It's I was watching. What was I watching the other day? Oh, it's a Towie, but they seem to be showing all of the old ones because Bobby Cole Norris was in it, and you know how much of a fan I'm not of his. And he was in there talking to his ex-boyfriend like that, and he was like sort of saying, "Well, you know, that's what that's the way it goes, isn't it?" And I was thinking, oh, thank God you're not in it anymore. Just gave us all a bit of a respite. They need to recast these programmes. They're getting too stale. If you're watching the repeats, Arthur's still alive in EastEnders. He's still on his allotment. He's got to go, you know. He's got to go. Actually, most of that's got to go. They've got to bring in some new people. Bringing in old What's-It. They were sort of brought him back, the young lads who's now older. He used to go out with, oh, come on, he went and opened in real life a restaurant in France or something. That didn't work out. Yeah, you'll know him. As soon as I tell you, he's coming back in it again for some reason, because there's a load of people coming out and he's coming back in again. Roy? Who's Roy? Roy? What? The one who's got the cafe in Coronation Street? I don't think he knows EastEnders. Married to Pat. He's dead, isn't he? I imagine.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Still cold down at Billingsgate. It is freezing, actually, Simon. It is freezing. I was watching, they did I thought it was quite an interesting programme, actually, the other day. It was a trawler going out into the North Sea or wherever it was, and they were fishing, but they had celebrities, including Anthony Worrell Thompson and a few other people I didn't recognise, and they had to go out there. We were just saying about, it's Sid Owen. Look how Sid Owen has aged. Ricky, look how he's aged. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it, really? It looks almost completely different. He does. He looks broken. He looks broken. He's going back in as Danny Dyer's coming out and a few other people, I think. But you sort of look at him and you think, but you tend to forget. That's why we were saying earlier on when people were talking about Mark Owen, and I said, but he's 50. You know, if Sid Owen is 52. Oh, is he? Twin separated at birth. But people tend to forget that you age. That's the whole thing. From the moment you're born, you're aging. And it either goes by really quickly or it goes by very slowly. We were just talking about somebody I used to live with years ago. I said, who never aged. He did not age. His skin looked exactly the same. And I remember thinking, why do some people age? I mean, I don't think I age, but then, of course, I do age. Because if I look at pictures of me, then I've aged, but not in a particularly bad way. I'm not a particularly lined person or anything like that. Very good skin. I'm very lucky with my skin. Blessed. Somebody said to me once, you've got a schoolgirl complexion. Anyway, when they woke up in hospital, I thought, you won't be saying that again, will you? That was at school. Yeah, schoolgirl complexion. When I was actually in the girls' school at school. I'd wandered into the wrong one, I think, actually. But I liked the skirt. I saw no reason for not wearing it and was quite happy. But no, some people age. It was only just because from an early age, because I'd been here such a long time, I was quite lucky in that we did lots of skincare programmes on LBC. Lots of skincare, thank you. Lots of skincare programmes. And so from an early age, I was slapping on the old cream. I didn't care. They would leave me samples of Estee Lauder, all the best makes. And so I was putting it on without thinking that actually what I'm doing is protecting my skin. I never sunbathed. Never sunbathe. I was never interested in sunbathing, which, of course, is the worst thing for your skin. Worst thing for your skin, because you age so badly. And, of course, there is that danger that you could pick up skin cancer. And I decided, living and dying, living is kind of better. I just thought it would be much, much nicer. Because you read about people nowadays who sort of die at a very early age. People pick up all sorts of illnesses. And you think, I mean, all right, I've had my fair share of illness, but nothing particularly life-threatening. I don't know. I'll probably think about something in a minute. Steve, I agree with you, said Stu in Norfolk, about George Clooney. Only film I ever liked him in was the Tarantino film From Dusk Till Dawn. I never saw that. I only watched one Quentin Tarantino film, and it was so full of blood in the first 5 minutes. Not my kind of thing at all. It was literally... In fact, the blood is called Tarantino Red, because he uses so much fake blood in all his films. And this was sort of people, it was all, I've been out on the range today. And then the next thing, his head's blown off. And that was it. It was the start of a blood fest. And I sat there thinking, this is not my kind of film at all. South Downs Nick says I had to take my motorcycle for its MOT. Autumn definitely here, a bit chilly now. Only green tomatoes left now, so I'll be making chutney. There's still this place in the market in Marylebone which sells tomatoes. All they sell is tomatoes. They do a box of tomatoes for £12.50. Yeah, they're not cheap. It's not a big box. £12.50, and you see people walking away, and I was going... Do you think they really grow them, or they just go to the market and buy them? Steve, the Junk Food Project is held in a lovely community cafe within the community centre, Roslyn Road, East Twickenham, just over Richmond Bridge. Oh, it's East Twickenham. Oh, right. Not quite the same, is it? Not quite the same. I'm West Side. So that's where it is, actually. I thought I'd seen the building before. I looked at it, and I thought it looks very, very familiar to me. Rare American coins. Are you a numismatist? That's what somebody is. I prefer to be in campanology. I don't know why. I've always enjoyed a bit of bell ringing. But anyway, these rare American coins discovered in the loft of a British house have sold in auction. Only 30 sets of these US mint-proof coins were issued in the 1880s, but were melted down during the Great Depression, and only 3 remain. They were so exclusive, the Bank of England chief cashier was refused a set. Salesman John Fletcher was allowed to buy a set for $46, about £2,800 today, when he supplied the US Mint with anti-scratch paper to protect collector coins sent in the post. And the family found the set whilst clearing out the attic of their Midlands house. How much do they go for? Little set of coins... £300,000. No, world record, £627,000. I bet they were one happy lot of bunnies. How exciting was that? Amazing. No, these are gold coins. They found, they've been dug up, actually, found under kitchen floorboards. $290,000. Some people put all sorts of things in, didn't they? At the Museum of London, they had the Cheapside Hall. They found this box when they were excavating, and they found this chest, and it was full of diamonds and jewels and bracelets and everything. And they think maybe the house had originally been a jeweller. Either that or he was a thief and he'd nicked half of it. And they put it on display. I was a bit disappointed. I wanted to see more big sparkly diamonds. But even so, the Cheapside Hall was quite something to see. And it had been buried in... There must be tons of people who were worried about burglaries, so they buried their treasure or their ill-gotten gains under the house. I mean, there's so much treasure, especially around London. I mean, you can imagine under London, can't you? The amount of shops that if you were protecting your sort of, jewels or something like that, could have been bars of gold, could have been coins, could have been next door's neighbour. It could have been anybody, really. It didn't make any difference. They just buried them. They dug a hole and shoved them in it, and then left them there to be discovered. I was talking to the other day. I was telling him about where the Queen is buried. How they got her coffin down there, I've got no idea, because the actual black plaque that's over the place, it's not that wide, and they had to, that been lifted up, and then the coffin was slid down into it. There's 4 other people down there. There's going to be 4 coffins, and I remember thinking, how do they get them down there? Do they turn them sideways? Mind you, we did speak to somebody the other day. A friend of mine knows somebody who knows somebody on what the Queen was wearing at the end when they buried her, and the person said, I can't tell you that because the embalmer would have seen everything. They would see the Queen. They said, imagine she was going out for a walk with the dogs, And that was what stuck in my mind. So she'd be wearing a tweed skirt and something like that, would have had her hair done and everything else. Nothing fancy, no. I don't think it really makes any difference, because we're not going to be opening the coffin anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed. But I just kept looking at the size of that plaque over the top of it, thinking somebody must have lifted it up, then got into there, and then they lowered the coffin in, and then they got them in that way. And I don't know how big it is under there. They've got 4 people in there. They've got Queen Philip, Queen Mother, and her husband, and Margaret's ashes. George VI, the Queen Mother's husband as well. So that's 4 coffins on 2 little stands in there. That must be really difficult to negotiate. Really difficult to negotiate. Well, that's what I thought, because it didn't look very big to me. Yeah, a bit like Tetris. Only you, honestly, you're going straight to hell. You know that, don't you? Tetris. Yeah, see you there. Somebody said that the other day. There was a piece on YouTube, and it was obviously some religious zealots in America. They cornered this bloke in a car park. They kept saying, "You want to help the Lord wants to help you." And this bloke's going, "Get away from me, you perverts." And it went on and on and on. Then they accused his wife of murdering their child. And this thing, there's like half an hour of it. And I was sitting there watching it thinking, these people are quite mad. These people are I remember was it Louis Theroux went to America and tried to find out more about the Church of Scientology. And they kept following him. They had cars. They would get out of the car going, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And they would film him all the step of the way. Looked very frightening as far as I was concerned. The diary special today, the wife of Bath who fell out with a son over Strictly Emma dies at 78. This is the Dowager Marchioness. I love these names, the Dowager Marchioness. This is, you remember Lord Bath, don't you? Remember Lord Bath? He was the eccentric one who had wifelets, owns Longleat, died years ago, used to do pictures all the way up the stairs of pictures of all his girlfriends in this. Have you never seen it? Oh, yeah. But now the current Marchioness is Emma, daughter of an oil tycoon, and they've got Longleat. And so the original Dowager Marchioness, Anna, with Lord Bath, who died in 2020. He was very eccentric, as indeed are most of Britain's aristocracy. I'm fairly eccentric myself at times. I mean, if I could really go for a Singapore sling right now, with ice. It's got to be with ice. We've got to have ice in this thing. We've got to have an ice machine. I'm going to bathe myself in ice. It's as simple as that. It's the best thing to do, isn't it, really? Do you know there are bad lifestyles leading to 400 needless cancer cases a day, and it's all down to junk food, booze and sunbathing. I think smoking came in there as well, but they didn't put smoking down. Presumably the person who wrote the article, Kate Pickles, might be a smoker and decided, let's not upset anybody. It's a lot easier. Morning. Anne says, great day yesterday. My 66th birthday ended with Ticket to Paradise with my gorgeous husband, Keith. Great film. Then Viva. Sorry, have I read it? Have I? No, I haven't. The Vivo Lounge in Dorchester, lovely halloumi burger and then sticky toffee pudding. I haven't read it. It's the first time I've read it. You're losing your marbles, aren't you? You've read it. Yeah, you've read it. I haven't read it. Have you read the other one? Andy Peters Doesn't Age. We know that. I mean, he's just ageless completely. It's almost frightening. I think he's actually got about body doubles at home in various, 18, 20, 21, 22, 30, etc. I always take a photo of parking permits, tickets on my phone. Saved a lot of grief over the years, says Mike. Yeah, well, the trouble is most people can't be bothered to do things like that. Tony says the Oceans film with George Clooney and Brad Pitt are great. You'd love them. And Sunil says the coffins are placed on top of each other. Only in twos. They're on a frame. I've seen it. I've seen the frame. I've seen the photographs. It's a frame where they slide the first one in and then the one goes on top of it. So it's still going to be white. And Margaret's is only a little urn, as they say. So I know how it works. James says, I recently listened to an episode of LBC's Nick Abbott. It was a podcast, was it, back in 2006? A young lad called Corey rang in who wanted to work in radio. Was it your producer? God, I hope not. Dear me, how embarrassing. He would have been about 8 years old at the time if that was back in 2006. He's currently up with Ian Dale. I think they're in Liverpool enjoying the delights. I think Corey's working the Cavern Club or something. Difficult to tell. Working in the cloakroom. Always makes me laugh. I don't know why. So don't ban me. I'm organising the coronation. This is the aristocrat who organised the Queen's funeral, has been banned from driving despite arguing that he needed his licence to arrange King Charles's coronation. This is Edward FitzAlan Howard, the 18th Duke of Norfolk, pleaded guilty yesterday to using his mobile phone behind the wheel of his BMW. The father of 5 was stopped when his car cut across theirs. These coppers were there. Cut across theirs after going through a red light in Battersea. The Earl Marshal, who's also responsible for organising the state opening of Parliament, already had 9 penalty points on his licence for 2 speeding offences in 2019. The Duke told police he'd not been aware of running the red light because he was speaking to his wife on the phone. So they banned him for 6 months. He's worth about 100 million. And the holders of the ancient office of Earl Marshal have overseen royal funerals since 1672. So it's a job that comes with, an awful lot of kudos with it. And he did a very good job. But unfortunately, you can't sort of be on your phone and run a red light, I'm afraid. You could have killed somebody. But as well as a 6-month ban, he's got to pay an £800 fine, £350 in costs and an £80 surcharge. Wow. He's engaged to Francesca, or Chica, Herbert, the former wife of the Queen's racing manager Henry Herbert, who was a budding racing driver in his youth and has run a bottled gas company and a joinery business. So he did have a 34-year-old marriage to Georgina, which ended in divorce. And he wears ceremonial uniforms, and he's only 66. I look better than he does. Mind you, I suppose if you get banned from driving, for driving on your telephone, you can't even touch your phone now in the car. If it's on the seat next to you and it rings, you just have to sit there and stare into space because you cannot touch it. If you touch it and you're seen, you will regret it. Merci bien. Thank you. The RAF admits mistakes over its woke drive for diversity quotas. Wish they'd stop it with the diversity quotas. It really doesn't make any difference. Nobody cares anymore. They just draw attention to things. Also, today, what have we got? Hold your nerve and ignore the hysteria, Chancellor, says Ruth Sunderland, Group Business Editor. Tax cuts will jolt Britain's economy back to health. I don't think they know where it's going at the moment. I think they haven't got the faintest idea. I think it's suck it and see, isn't it? I think so. And the widow of a millionaire lobster king is feeling the pinch after losing a bitter court fight with her daughter over her late husband's fortune, with a judge declaring she was already rich enough. Entrepreneur Chris Ramos took his own life, aged 72, after struggling to cope with family issues, including the breakdown of his marriage to his wife of 48 years, Elizabeth. He'd set up his fortune, a seafood supply business, going to become the major importer of Canadian lobsters. Despite her having left him before he died and having a £1.6 million fortune of her own, he set up a £900,000 trust fund through his will to provide a lifetime income for his estranged wife. But his plan led to a High Court fight following his death, with Mrs. Ramos suing Claire Holt, the couple's daughter, over control of the fund. See? Money, arguments. Anyway, she loses. And she had also shown she was not in desperate need of money by just lending £50,000 to her son. So the widow's lawyers had argued much of her £1.6 million fortune was ring-fenced to buy a new house now that the family home had been sold, while she needed a retirement fund of £488,000. It's just arguments, isn't it? It's money. You've got money. I want it. We can't have it. I'm having it. I'm going to court. Take you to court over it. Ridiculous. The 500 value items that can cut your cost of living, changing the kettle, the toaster, the filter coffee machine, nappies, baked beans, pesto and Colombian ground coffee. Rechargeable batteries. God, does anybody ever still use rechargeable batteries? But there's loads of them here. It's all the things and where you get them from so that you can save a little bit of money. Happy birthday to Barbara Dixon. Singer? Okay, you know her so well. Well done. Also, she starred in Taggart and Band of Gold. She's 75 today, so many happy returns. I bumped into her in Michael Crawford's dressing room. Just drop another name for you there. When he was playing Phantom at Her Majesty's Theatre. Her and Lily Savage is very funny. Very funny. Gwyneth Paltrow celebrates a birthday today, and she's 50. She's 50. She was with Brad Pitt. She gave a magazine a tour of her California home early this year, showing off a double hammock in her living room, which cost £50,000. Some of these people have more money than sense. It's as simple as that. But yes, Barbara Dixon. I'm a big fan of Barbara Dixon. Big fan. And she was in Michael Crawford's dressing room, and I went in there to pick up some tickets. She was just chatting to Michael. Yeah, we used to go in there, the invited few. Very lucky to be considered in that role. Also born in 1947. He is the original Bat out of Hell. Meatloaf died in 2022. Barbara Murray died in 2014. The London-born actress starred in Passport to Pimlico. If you've not seen it, you must buy it. It's an Ealing comedy. And on TV in The Power Game. Both her marriages ended in divorce, but she insisted, I'm a lucky woman. In all my life, I've loved 2 men, and I married them both. There you go. That was lovely, wasn't it? Also, what else do we have? Pat Phoenix, in 1983, star of Coronation Street for 23 years, is to quit the series. She's become a national institution in the role of Elsie Tanner. She's decided not to renew her contract when it expires on November the 19th. She's been in the show since the first episode in December 1960. Everybody loved Pat Phoenix. Oh, she was fantastic. Who's her stepdaughter? What, because she married Tony Booth? Yeah. Lauren Booth and the other one, Cherie. Yeah. Lovely, isn't it? What a family. What a family. And then Lauren Booth, who used to work here, doing little bits and pieces, she went on to become Muslim. And I think she lives in France, I'm pretty certain. Lauren Booth in France now. She converted. I'm pretty certain. Absolutely. Yes, I'm pretty certain. I very rarely get things wrong. Graham Norton has piled pressure on Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. He hasn't really. He said that he didn't. You got it wrong, Eden Confidential. Richard, you got it wrong. He said they did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong, but foolish of them to think people wouldn't be annoyed. Yeah, but people are a bit stupid, aren't they, really? Yeah, people get carried away. Also, the sort of people who've been writing in and signing all these things, they weren't anywhere near the queues because they couldn't be bothered to do anything like that. They couldn't be bothered, but they think that they can complain about it on other people's behalf. They're the nosy Parkers. Curtain twitchers, we call them. Curtain twitchers. Bake Off is hotting up. 2 contestants will sit out the latest episode due to illness. And I haven't seen it, actually. I really haven't seen it. I've got no idea who's winning, who's doing anything. I'm not... it's still huge rating. Is it really? Oh, right, OK. Producer watches things like this. Still can't boil a bag of potatoes. It's really hopeless, honestly. If you say to somebody... I don't understand what people watch it for. Is it to watch other people who are so dreadful? Or, God, that tea's hot. Or is it just because people want to improve their cooking? Because I wouldn't know where to begin. If somebody said to me, here's these ingredients, can you make some pastry? I go, no, we go and buy it. Yeah. And it... I think Biggins had the best idea, get somebody else to cook it for you. So he did a stew and then he did a beautiful trifle. But because the entertainment was so good, it was him, when they did the Come Dine With Me programme, it was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And he won. Claudia Winkleman has revealed her chosen theme for the Strictly outfits this year is Elvis Presley. And Strictly Come Dancing fans are backing inspirational contestant Ellie Simmons. Swimmer Ellie was cheered on at 4 Olympic Games, and she did really well. She got 26 points from the delighted judges. But twolls? What are twolls? I wonder what twolls are. Trolls have posted vicious, upsetting barbs about her. Don't you worry about them, Ellie. These are sad, pathetic little people. I mean, really, not worth the effort. You go, girl. And somebody says, hate to break it to you, if you find Ellie Simmons difficult to watch because she's disabled, then you are ableist. She's so fun to watch. She is. She's fun. Goodness sake, honestly. You know, we've had a deaf contestant. Why not have a dwarf? And she's doing really well. But the trolls, sad people, sad people. Never mind. I'm sure they'll eventually get their comeuppance. The Hungry Killer Whales. I wonder if this is an old bit of film. They've got killer whales popping up, seeing a seal, and then they try and knock it off the ice so they can have a bit of a meal. But, I mean, one seal don't go very far when you've got 3 hungry orcas.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero Online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning. So they've got this picture in the newspapers of the killer whales and a seal on the ice. Well, I mean, you just could have shown one from a few years ago, because they've done it a few times. 3 killer whales, and here they are. They pop up. They have a look around. They go, there's a seal. How do we get rid of it? Well, we send a wave, and that cracks the ice. The seal falls in. They grab it. They take it out to sea, and they consume it. But it really doesn't provide very much food for them. Only a little bit. But it's still very nice to watch. When you actually see just how clever they are. But it could have been filmed, years ago, and you wouldn't have known. One seal looks exactly the same as another one, as far as I'm concerned. You feel a bit sorry for them, but that's how these things survive. They're very clever. The whale just comes up. Do you think the seal looks at it and goes, what the dickens is that? Never seen anything like that. They've got red eyes, and they go down, and the orca works out exactly where the seal is, and then they work out how they can get it off the ice. They can't climb onto the ice, so they have to crack the ice, and they do that by swimming at it, flipping their tails, which creates a wave, and the ice... You can see the seal is almost thinking, oh, God... I mean, do you think they know that they're resigned to their fate? And they get the wave that the whales create is immense. But do you think the seal knows once the whale pops up, oh dear? Because they don't seem to make any effort to get away. Well, it can't go anywhere, can it, I suppose, really? But you do wonder, don't you? I mean, whether or not seals are that bright or whether they're really a bit dim. But, pretty chilled out about it. But, people sort of watch these things. And it is fascinating the way that these whales can... And that once they've actually got it, they don't let go. And they literally thrash it around. Unfortunately, in this particular case, the seal tries to make it back onto the ice again, and the whale just grabs its tail. And they just pull it off, and then it just sort of disappears. And that's it. I mean, it must be quite frightening. Mind you, not only frightening for the seal, whose end is sort of is nigh, but the divers who have to film this thing underwater, because they're wearing suits. They've got to make sure the whales don't interpret them as a light snack, which is not good. Bath used to call his ladies wifelets. Better than mistresses, says Anne. Yes, they were certainly a character. Certainly a character. Definitely. Steve had an absolute nightmare this morning, says Thomas. Done something to my foot. It's swollen up twice the normal size, and I can't put any weight on it. So I'm on my way to the A&E in Romford, which means I'm going to miss my morning cafe and not going to be able to send out mattresses. What a mare. Wonder what it is. You've been bitten by something. That's what it sounds like to me. If your foot has swelled up overnight, you've been bitten by something. Something you're probably allergic to. Mattresses? I don't know. I'm trying to think, actually, what it would be. I've had it where my foot has swelled up, but that was donkeys years ago. He says, well, not so bosh today. I don't know. No, you'd know if you'd banged it, wouldn't you, really? Would you not? No, I would have thought so. You'd know something like that. And Stuart Manning has been riding his motorbike into work for the last few months and haven't been able to listen, but I have missed you. Do you know, I get frightened every time I see people on motorbikes. I really do. I was watching Posh Porn, a repeat, the other day, and the owner of that one, he rides motorbikes and everything else, and I thought, oh, God, it just looks dangerous to me. It really does. I'm terrified of things like that. I remember going down the motorway with my cousin Julian years ago, as was. I used to have a scooter. I was frightened on that. Really terrified. I was quite glad when it got nicked. I just wish I'd carried on with the insurance, but I did get a crime number when it was nicked first time. And then the police phoned 5 years later to say, we've got your scooter. Started collecting parking tickets. They were using it to deliver pizzas. Thieving little so-and-sos. Farnborough Cheryl says, Steve, read the Duke on his phone in the car. We all have state-of-the-art cars now where your phone is Bluetooth. You don't need to hold the phone and talk. His was a very old BMW. But you can actually buy a little hands-free unit. Sony make a little one. You clip it onto your visor, you pair up with Bluetooth, and then it's done. You speak to the visor. Mine's built into the car, but she says he can afford the fine. For him, it's peanuts, and also he can afford to pay a driver for 6 months. Yeah, he's worth 100 million. But I wonder how many people are on their phones needlessly. Loads. I see loads of people on their telephones. You can always tell because they're sitting there and they're looking to it down right, thinking nobody can see them. There's a bloke on YouTube who's on his cycle and he drives past him and he bangs on the window. Get off your phone! You know, because people are distracted. You know, same as you're distracted smoking a cigarette, I suppose, in the car, or, you know, trying to keep hold of the family's Labrador or something like that, which is climbing all over the seats and babies screaming in the back and everything else. There are lots of distractions in cars, but, you know, even with the coronation plea, he has racked up 9 penalty points already. You know, and he went over red lights. So the idiot deserves it. The fact that he's called the Duke of Norfolk is neither here nor there. He's just another lawbreaker, ladies and gentlemen, and should be taken out and dealt with. It's as simple as it doesn't matter whether he's a duke, an earl, you know. Look at Prince Andrew. I mean, his driving leaves a lot to be desired, doesn't it, really? And also Prince Philip. I mean, his driving was terrible. Terrible. But, you know, that's what happens. It doesn't really make any difference. They get treated the same as everybody else. There's no special cause just because he organised the Queen's funeral. I mean, the Queen drove without a licence. You know, she didn't need to have a driving licence. And she would drive all the time. Nobody ever stopped her and get, excuse me, can I see your licence? This is a provisional. Where's your licence? Yeah, excuse me, Mum. Where is it? No, it's ma'am, isn't it? Rhymes with jam, thank you. What else we got? The James Bond superfans who could go for his 007 Aston, which is very nice. This is a DB5 stunt car built for the latest film, No Time to Die. And there's a lot of people who are going to benefit if this goes for the £2 million, which they're hoping. Plus, 5 silk bow ties, worn and signed by Craig, are being sold, as is the Triumph Scrambler 1200 motorbike he rode in No Time to Die, which is set to fetch up to £30,000. The latest Sir Roger Moore is represented by a gold-plated Swarovski-encrusted ornamental egg from Octopussy, between £6,000 and £10,000. It's very nice, but it is just a prop. But then people pay for props. All of this will be worth money in years to come. I mean, serious money. You can't imagine how much people will pay. It's like we were looking at pictures the other day. We went to the Wallace collection, which has got the most... We couldn't find anything out about Wallace. It's really very difficult to find out where this family's money came from. They've got a house in London known as a treasure house. It was all gifted to the nation, I think, back in the 1900s. And they've got everything. They've got Canalettos on walls. You can go right up to them. There's no security screening. There's nothing at all. And they've got the Laughing Cavalier in there. They've got hundreds and thousands of pictures. Really quite amazing. But no mention of where the family got its money from. And this I found really unusual. You thought they would want to give you the history of the family and how they made their money and how much they paid for different... I mean, I've never seen a family with more Canalettos. And you go right up to them and the detail is phenomenal. They're not even behind glass. They're literally just there. But, you know, you get little things about Richard Wallace, but where did his money come from to afford this kind of luxury? And it was... unbridled luxury. You have to see the rooms in the Wallace collection. They're staggering. I mean, the curtains alone must be worth a lot of money. They've got beautiful bits of furniture, beautiful porcelain, suits of armour from the 1100s. They've got everything. But you try and find anything out about Richard Wallace and you come up against a brick wall, apart from lots of famous people donate to this museum. It's free to go in. You can make a donation. And it's beautiful. As a London house, it must have been absolutely stunning, but I think it was just there to keep the family's treasures. Yeah. Lord Hertford left him his fortune. Why? You see, you have to... There's lots of walls with Richard Wallace you come up against. Yeah. So there are pictures and things like that, but why would somebody leave him his fortune and his will? And then he started accumulating all this stuff. And then he dies, and it's all left to the nation. And you think, where'd you get the money for? How much was left by Lord Hertford? Must have been a small... What was he involved in? Seriously, there's so much... If you go in this house, you will not believe how much stuff they've got. Every inch of space is taken up. It's great. Every sort of painting that you can ever think of. It's worthwhile going. Free, and they've got a very, very good cafe, stroke restaurant. Steve, good morning. Pitch black outside, and I thought somebody was creeping around my neighbour's garden. Turned out it's their new robot lawnmower. Made me chuckle, says Seven Oaks Sarah. Yeah, my producer asked me about robot lawnmowers. He said, do they make them? I said, yeah, the same as the one inside. The one outside is Husqvarna, I think, or... No, it does it by itself. It has a charging unit, and then at certain times it will come off its charging unit and it will pootle round the garden, cutting the grass, then park itself up again and charge. It just sort of goes round. It follows lines and things like that. Have you never seen them before? They're not so expensive. I'll get you one. For your birthday, you can have it so it can mow the carpet and you sit here and, oh, you haven't got a lawn. What a shame then. Shan't buy it for you. Pete the Poor Man says the Cadbury Christmas snowballs are back in the shops. Grabbed a pack this morning in the garage and scoffed the lot sitting in the gym car park. So good, but so counterproductive. Steve says, Dave, the fellow with the swollen foot, young Thomas, may have gout. Oh, Lord, there you go. Chris in Brighton says, sounds like he's got gout. Dave the Giant is riddled with it. There you go. And Jess says, I bet that guy's got gout where he has swelling to his foot. It's excruciating pain. Blimey, well, we've sorted you out. There you go, another one. Feel sorry for the chap with the swollen ankle, Thomas, going to A&E at Romford. He'll be seen by tea time tonight, judging by the length of time we've been up there in the past year, says Glyn. And Mark in Rotherhithe says, I'm riding along the embankment with built-in earphones. Always wanted to do that. I listen to you every day on my way to work. I'm so sorry. Singapore Sling, Steve, in raffles back in 2017 cost over 20 quid each. Yeah, but if it's got ice in it, crushed ice. Lord Wallace was thought to be Lord Hertford's illegitimate son. Hertford never confirmed it publicly, but they looked alike, and Hertford left Wallace most of his fortune. Do we know how much fortune? How much? Yeah. There's something odd here, isn't it? He was thought to be his illegitimate son, of which there are many, because the person who owned the big house and had the title would sleep with the scullery maid, sleep with all sorts of people, and it was nothing for half the scullery maids to be giving birth at any one time. And so you'd extend your family. It's quite normal. Quite normal. Rich people who live in rich houses, they just have affairs. And they don't think it's abnormal at all. They think it's quite normal. It was always said that Prince Philip had his little coterie of ladies that he entertained privately away from the Queen. Morning, I'd like some sympathy, please, says Jackie, faithful listener from Dartmoor. She said, tomorrow we'd booked the train from Exeter to London to have afternoon tea at the Savoy. Woo! Last week my husband managed to get COVID and has passed it on to me, and we've had to cancel. Oh, such a pain, isn't it? That really is a pain. Ghastly. Wish you better. As long as you only get it mildly, that's fine. That's fine, but not much fun, is it? Especially when you booked it. I don't know if you can get your money back on the tickets. I don't know. I mean, you could probably phone up the Savoy, because you wouldn't have paid for the Savoy tea in advance. You pay for that after you've had your afternoon tea, so you can probably get that. But whether you get your money back on the train ticket, I don't know. Must be covered by something, mustn't it? You'd think so. Steve, I've heard you many times talk about the patio plants. Do you have any indoor plants? No. Fake indoor plants. Only in the kitchen, on the top of the range of cupboards hanging down there, sort of ivy and stuff like that. But no, I don't have... and I've got an air plant as well in the bathroom. It's a plant that looks like a moss or something like that, but it just thrives on air. It doesn't. You don't have to water it or anything else. It's just air, which I quite like the idea. Producer thinks I'm mad, of course. Just throwing go Columbo was shocked when they said Mrs. Columbo is dead. Fortunately, it was a lie to hoodwink the killer, says Jazz. I love his dog, called Dog. The dog was... I hated the dog, actually. I don't do bloodhounds at all. He had a bloodhound. It slobbered everywhere. Used to like ice cream. Yeah, Mrs. Columbo was dead. Was that the one with the gloves in the house? I think that might have been the gloves in the house one. We like Columbo. We miss him a lot. He was a great actor. There you go, bloodhounds. They just had that sort of hangdog look, didn't they? Yeah, dopey was another way. They never looked, if you had a burglar, they never looked as though they were going to be chasing after him anytime soon. It's like, yeah, do it tomorrow. Catch you later, I can imagine. So we're still doing... I don't think there is a day goes by in the newspapers, you might have to correct me on this one, where they don't offer advice to people who are overweight on how to sort of cook food which is nutritionally good for you, but you can lose weight with it. They do them on a daily basis. Celia Walden, inside the Telegraph today, is doing Victoria Beckham and the mother-in-law war. That's not going to change anytime soon. Mrs. Peltz, I should imagine, will have nothing to do with Victoria. They just don't seem to be doing particularly well over there. The Beckhams don't go out with the Peltzes, or if they have done, they've kept it very quiet, which is very unusual, because, you know, Victoria, she only got a sneeze or break wind, and it makes all the newspapers. In-laws don't sort of usually hang around together. It's, you know, and I should imagine Victoria, you know, oh, and you Victoria and blah, 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 and it's all love and kisses, and here we all are, we're doing this and we're doing that, and at the same time we're all thinking, no, you're not. No, you're not. Did my parents ever meet up? Did my parents? What, my parents? What, grandparents? Of course. Oh, no, no, they probably didn't. Or did they? I don't know. No, you would either meet one family or the other. But, yeah. Well, I think in the case of the Beckhams, they want to be friends with the Peltz because the Peltz are rich as creases and the Beckhams are poor. You know, the Beckhams got a super yacht. No, it's £5 million. It's a tugboat. Okay. And also, how many times have you seen them out on it? Just the once. Just the once. Oh, has it just been delivered? Woo! Sorry, we've got more ice cream today. Lovely Ian has turned up. Just today I need it, actually. Just today I really need it. I don't, actually. Zoe Williams in The Guardian on how Holly and Phil can rescue their reputation. They don't need to. There's no reputation to salvage here. I don't know why the papers are going on about it. Perhaps they haven't got anything else to talk about. Perhaps they're so desperately short of it. Stephen Mulhern says fans ask him to sign their bodies and then get tattoos. He said, I've got 2 people and a third one recently who've asked me to sign their bodies. He said, they aren't children, these people. They said, yeah. He said, I'm serious. I signed my name and they had it tattooed on them. It's just mad. Wow. And he also praised his TV mate, Ant McPartland, for having the cleanest loo in show business. He said, it's just so beautiful. I could live in his toilet. It's so lovely. It's immaculate. I watched that 4 in a Bed programme, which I like a lot, actually. And they go round examining, and you think, oh, dear, I never want to go to a place like that. But he said here, he has had trouble with tattoo fans before. He said, after our live stage shows, this is Stephen, we do meet and greets with the audience. The guy said to me, would you mind signing this to my daughter? Her name's Katie. And so I said, is that with an I-E or a Y? And he said, oh, now you're asking, and looked at his own arm. Thank you. Oh, strawberries and cream. Yeah, but no, strawberries and cream. Strawberries and cream. Strawberries and cream. Strawberries and cream ice cream. Are you jealous at home or are you jealous at home? This is not, incidentally, what I'm offering for Make Some Noise. But a strawberries and cream. I can never get the blasted lids off. Honestly, you could have the strength of Samson to get the lids off. You would think it'd be fairly easy, wouldn't you? But it wasn't. But we love strawberries and cream. These are because Ian is he's in charge of our dietary requisites, and we get these Haagen-Dazs ice creams because he delivers to all the West End theatres. It's so delicious first thing. It's the sort of thing that you have for breakfast, but you don't normally have for breakfast. How many times would you go home for breakfast and go, Mum, can I have ice cream for breakfast? She'd go, don't be so silly, I'm having bacon, eggs and sausages like every other day. But that's what it is. And so it's a little bit of naughtiness. It's all right for you two next door, you can keep eating. I, of course, can't do that because I have to keep talking. So I have to wait. Do you know, eating roadkill? We mentioned roadkill earlier on about this restaurant that serves squirrel. It's the answer to the cost of living, according to a chef. He said it can be of high quality and is practically free if you know how to butcher, skin and gut the carcass. Oh, no, definitely not. He said, I'd recommend people try eating wild meats as a way of saving money. I think not. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that I'm going to be going out there picking up roadkill or something, unless it was with gloves on. And, oh, God, I don't think anything worse. What's he talking? I mean, fox? Can you eat fox? I don't know if... squirrel you can obviously eat. But I just wondered about fox, because I don't see any other roadkill apart from foxes or squirrels. Occasionally I see a pussycat. Very occasionally. I don't think you can eat pussycats, although strangely, in China, they eat pussycats. They have cat restaurants, yes. Oh, yes. I've told you, I've seen it on the television. I've seen them cooking them on television. Really horrendous. So I suppose you could eat pussycats or something like that. Dogs? Well, we know people eat dog throughout the world. I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, I don't like to think about roadkill anymore. It's made me feel quite queasy. Quite queasy. I think I'll eat my ice cream instead. Not so good, is it? Eurovision's Sam Ryder says he shuns parties and prefers playing Lego at home instead. Oh, well, that's his career finished. You know, don't want to go to parties. We'd like to invite you out to an Oscar party. No, I'd rather stay at home and make Lego. Thank you very much indeed. Police will take no further action over a Twitter threat towards J.K. Rowling. The incident occurred on August the 12th after fellow writer Salman Rushdie had been stabbed in New York. Rowling posted, feeling very sick right now, let him be okay. In reply to her message, a Twitter user going by the name Mir Asif Aziz threatened, "Don't worry, you're next." Police Scotland have said it's now been established it was made outside the UK. Because it's outside the UK, that's okay then, is it? So you know where it is, you just can't do anything about it, basically. So it's okay to write things like that. And thousands more motorists have been caught speeding after police cut the speed tolerance threshold by 1 mile an hour. Under the new rules, the threshold was reduced to 10% plus 2 miles an hour. How depressing is that? Comedian Jade Adams, not a clue, really. Don't know, even looking at a picture of her, not a clue. Showed off her moves as she was joined by celebs and pros at the London Dance Studios. Professionals Carlos Gu and Kai Widrington have been sort of taken over. Loose Women star Kay Adams says she stepped so far out of her comfort zone, she'll have never ever danced before. You just take it for the money then, dear? Is that what it was? I can't think it'd be anything else, because if you can't dance, you can't dance. And you must have taken the gig because A, you believed you're a celebrity, and B, you wanted the money. I mean, you know. She says, I've got a wee groin strain, but you don't want to hear about that. No, we really don't. I don't want to hear about anybody moaning about being on the... If you don't want to be on the programme, don't be on the programme. Get off it as quick as possible. Give somebody else a chance. Don't bore us with your whingings. Goodness sake.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Just eating an ice cream in record time, Ian. Very nice. We like the strawberries and cream, actually. It's got bits of strawberry and everything. We were very pleased. Oh, bad news. Steps are not splitting up. They've issued a statement because H posted something which sounded like a farewell. He wrote, "Hand on heart, I will miss you. This feels like the perfect show to go with a bang for our 25th anniversary. Thank you for coming along for the ride." He's obviously in the land of clouds and pink butterflies. He was just teasing. Little old H was teasing, even though he's getting on a bit now. But no, Steps are just taking a break. And then they'll probably come back with another single. Whew, that was a bit close, wasn't it, really? But no, they're okay. This week on the show, as you know, we are giving away the ultimate tech bundle. This is to raise money for Make Some Noise. And it's your chance to win all of these items. He says, holding it up to the microphone, going, look at that. Look at that. It's amazing, isn't it? So here goes. This is what's in the bundle. All of this you get if you are pulled out as the winner. A brand new Apple iPhone 14, the latest iPhone just released. An Apple iPad Air. An Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro, the Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. All of those. Every single one of it. For your chance to win every single one of these brilliant prizes, text the word TECH, T-E-C-H, and you send it to 84850. Only if you text TECH, T-E-C-H, to 84850 do you stand a chance of winning all these prizes. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every Tech supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until midday on Friday, the 7th of October, to enter. Keep the phone handy. you could be getting that phone call. Somebody's got to win it. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over to see the list of participating global stations and full terms and conditions. Go to makesomenoise.com. So text TECH, TECH, and send it to 84850. And good luck, because that's a super bundle worth lots and lots of money, and it can all be yours. And We'll deliver it to you. You don't need to get the bus in to come and collect it all, which is good. Steve, still in Cornwall, St Ives, says Viv, blowing a gale today. Went to Mousehole yesterday, absolutely charming. Then on to Land's End, but could still get LBC. May go for a blow along the beach later on. Keep well. Yes, if you download the LBC app, it's well worth it. Steve, listening to you on our veranda in Turkey, says Paul, surprisingly in Turkey. Kalimera, Steve, from sunny Cyprus, says Liz. So everybody's abroad. I know, everybody's abroad. But luckily, they can still listen to LBC, which is good news. Still here, waiting for some lovely autumnal leaf-kicking walks along the Thames with Pam. We'll try the Steve Allen cocktail at Joe Allen's with Pam, too, when we visit soon. Suspect it'll be a fruity little number. I suspect it might be. Whether it's available commercially, I don't know. I got it. Now, whether anybody else gets it, I don't know. I can't remember what it's got in it. It was devised by one of the fan members, which is lovely. But Kalimera to everybody. And if you're celebrating last day of Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah, last day of that one. And here's the mum. This is Kimon. This is the woman who was visiting a luxury resort with her daughter 5, savaged as she waded through the water, savaged by a great white. It grabbed her, and the water around her turned red. People ran screaming in this Plettenberg Bay in South Africa. Her body was found about 50 yards out from where she was attacked. Nothing could be done to save her. And this is the second fatal shark attack in the resort in 3 months. In June, local Bruce Wolof was killed. And she was only wading through the water. I mean, these things move fast. They move fast. But as I say, they couldn't do anything to protect her. Nothing you can do about that at all. This morning's Holly Willoughby, all smiles, returning to Instagram after the queue jumping affair. And Frank Skinner joked Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby's queue jump to see the Queen line in state put an end to celebrity perks. He made the quip after he was directed to a normal parking spot at a Harry Potter event. We went to something a short while ago, and one of the people we were with was disabled, and they were parking people in a field, and we went, we've got a disabled person with us. And they went, oh, just park here. So we were able to park right by the entrance, which was fantastic, much to the annoyance of everybody else. I always recommended get a disabled person, stick him in the car, and you can park a lot closer. Makes a lot of difference, because he couldn't have walked through the bottom of the field because the cars. This was this village in Hampshire where every year they celebrate. The whole village dresses up in army uniforms. Bunting is up there. It's like the 1940s. In the village. It's something worth seeing. You walk among all these different people who are recreating everything. All their houses are decorated in this little village, which is lovely. You can't just go and buy a property in this village either. You're vetted. You have to be vetted to make sure you are right. Lou says, listening from Rome. How lovely. En route to walk, says Yoni, and you're with me all the way, picking up my Pret coffee as well. I've just had a strawberries and cream ice cream. So there you go. I win, I think, on that one. Although if I'd had a Singapore sling, I'd have been in a lot happier mood. Brits say yes 13 times a day. And on average, no, just 6 times a day. So, for example, to walking instead of using the car or getting the bus, 45%. That's what we say yes to. Not me. I'm sorry, should we go for a... No, should we take the car? Let's take the car. To a donut. Oh, yes. Go for a donut. That gets 47%. To watching a film, the other half is desperate to see, 49%. To a side of chips with your steak. What do you mean a side of chips? They come with chips. You don't need a side of chips. To a slice of cake or biscuit in the office. Who has a slice of biscuit? That's ridiculous, isn't it? 54%. To an extra hour in bed. That's definitely one. isn't it? The amount of times I don't do that. No, I'll tell you what I do. I wake up and I get up, make the bed, and then go into the sitting room, make myself a cup of tea. Well, actually, I've been to the kitchen, make myself a cup of tea, bring it back to the sitting room, and drink that. Take my tablets. And put my feet up on the settee, because I've always got about an hour and a half, 2 hours to have a rest, and I like to nod off again. I have a rest. I know. I've only just got out of bed, and already I'm going for the rest, which is quite nice. I like that actually, because it just for some reason the second rest is like a power nap. And it does work actually as well. To meeting up with old friends you haven't seen in a while, 54%. And you say yes to coffee with a friend in need. Oh, God, no, definitely not. Who wants a friend in need? Oh, Steve, can I take you out for a cup? No, you can't. Not bringing me down to your level. Goodness gracious me. Honestly, you deal with it yourself. I'll go out for a coffee by myself. You sit at another table. Don't you dragging me down? Thank you very much indeed. Do you know that being stressed out can make you focus more on your lover's bad habits? If, of course, you don't have a lover, you're stuck with this one because it's only affecting people who've got lovers. And what are the most binned food items in Britain's kitchens, according to a study? Not sprouts, no. Bread, bananas and salad leaves. Salad? Who in God's name has salad leaves? Really? Oh, right. Apparently, nearly 4 in 10 forgot about things until they go off, while 21% struggle to use all the contents from the likes of multi-packs. Really? You have some of the leaves and then you forget about... I don't have the leaves in the first place, so why would I be forgetting? Who wants leaves? What sort of leaves are they then? It's sort of what, like salad leaves or something? Oh, how boring. Very dull. A poll of 2,000 adults found 81% throw away uneaten items at least once a week, with milk, cucumber and potatoes among the most common weekly leftovers. Milk? Who throws away milk? Really? I don't. I mean, the moment it gets sort of to only about an inch of milk in the bottom of the carton, I then throw that away. But I put the whole carton in the bin and then go and buy a new carton of milk. You know, full fat or semi-skimmed. Doesn't make any difference to me. I don't think it makes any difference to anybody nowadays. Danny Miller was thrilled to be asked back to Emmerdale, because he was in Emmerdale, because he admits he's done pretty much nothing since he left. He went on to I'm a Celebrity last winter, was crowned king, and he jumped at the chance to come back. I told you, once people have been in these soaps, or you've been in a group or boy band or a girl band or whatever it happens to be, and then it sort of... I thought about this coming in last night, actually. I was sort of thinking to myself, say you've been in a boy band and you played, you know, big stages and people sell out and people love you and they shout your name and they scream and shout and faint in front of you. And then all of a sudden it finishes because you're not selling records anymore. And you think, what happens then? Where do they go to when you're not a pop star anymore? What do? You do Strictly. Which is lovely, isn't it? And that's why Matt Goss is doing it. Even though I suspect there are more arguments to come, I hear backstage is fairly interesting. Morning. I love the quote from Victoria Beckham in the papers today, because Dave's made some honey. Well, actually, he hasn't. The bees have made it for him because they've got hives. And, of course, it's another hugely successful industry. She says, I'm going to sample it and let you know what Dave's honey tastes like. I'm going to mark it out of 10. Well, we know that's a lie because she doesn't eat anything. She eats the same food every single day. She wouldn't eat honey. Can you imagine? Victoria Beckham puts on weight. That's a headline you're not going to be seeing anytime soon. Goodness sake, honestly. What was the other one? The mum left heartbroken with the Ukrainian fella. I thought that was quite funny, but then she pulled a knife and he's got tattoos all over it. What is it with people with tattoos on their faces? Is there some reason for doing this? Is it because they're suffering from an insecurity, or what is it? What tattoo? Yeah, people have got little tears under their eye or something, and you think, what is the matter with you? I mean, yeah, they really are tears, residents can grow their own vegetable by roadsides under a scheme to ease the cost of living. Apparently, community groups can apply to convert spare land into mini allotments, so grass verges next to main roads, patches next to developments, and even unused land at schools are all up for grabs. It's been agreed by Shropshire Council, BBC Radio Shropshire, get your allotments today. James O'Brien always wanted an allotment or something. Didn't he fancy having an allotment, or did he apply for an allotment, or he got an allotment? I know it came up. which I think is fairly... I just can't imagine him doing something like that, but there you go. Camille said, 20-odd years ago, my husband and daughters swam and played in the waves at Plettenberg Bay, went in a local shop, and they warned us. A shark's fin had been spotted there the previous day. No signs, nothing. Didn't go in the sea again that holiday. Well, I mean, these things move so fast. You know, when they say that, you know, people are swimming, they're on their boards, and these great whites come hurtling out of the deep. I mean, the speed, because they think it's a seal. They don't know until they bite it that it's not a seal. Hola, from Marilyn and Howard in Spain, always listening. How is Spain today? We've had a little bit of... Have we had rain? Did we have rain yesterday? I can't remember, actually. I lose track of each day. We had a little bit of rain, but nothing particularly too much. Listening to you in Saarbrücken, in Germany, on holiday here from Spain for the Oktoberfest. Oh, we know what that is, Tony and Georgina. It's booze. That's booze. That's where you get ladies with big jugs in front of them, and they'll hold about 24 of them. And then you get the umpire bands and all the rest of it. I know the lederhosen, I know, and the lots of slapping of each other's bottoms and things. It's very traditional. And I've never been, only because I don't drink beer. But I do go, when in Vienna, on the last few occasions, to the Schweitzer House in the Prater, and all they sell is knuckles of pork. And you could have that with beer if you so chose, but I don't know why the Oktoberfest, but everybody wears traditional dress, lederhosen and dirndls and everything. It's fabulous. So you'll have a great... If you've never been before, you'll have a great time. You just get drunk very quickly. Steve, in medieval times, says Michael, most people had a second sleep. Yes, it was called death. They didn't live very long, did they, in those early days? They really didn't. They tended, I think, to split their sleep periods into two. So what they did, if memory serves, they dedicated the period between the first sleep and the second sleep to a range of activities. Sleeping 8 hours a night is a luxury for some and an impossibility for others. I don't think I've ever done 8 hours. I don't think I have, no. I mean, I'm quite happy and function well on 4 or 5. Yeah, you think. Yeah, I could be something. Normally 4 or 5 hours I'm very good at. I mean, I can be, like last night, for example, I went to bed at 5 and I was awake again at 8:30, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Da-da! That's how it was. Well, it wasn't so much da-da, about 3.5, yeah. And then what I did was I had a cup of tea and I dozed for about another hour, and then I dozed again for another hour. So it was sort of broken sleep, but it suited me fine. But 8 hours... That is like going to sleep and permanently being on a... It's hilarious, isn't it? Right. So the Jilted Bride. I told you the Jilted Bride, she went on Pip and Holly's programme yesterday, and they offered her a £2,000 boost for a holiday. And it cost the wedding that never happened because the husband-to-be jilted her. Didn't even get as far as the altar. He just sent a message saying, I'm not coming. And that was that. So she had the thing. She spent £12,000 on the wedding and then crowdfunded 7 of it. So she's still, down on her luck. And but they made her wear a wedding dress on this morning. A bit cruel, I thought. A little bit harsh. And they made the bridesmaids dress up as well. So they had to travel all the way down on the train, carrying their sort of frocks and all the rest of it. I love it. It's so great. They always pick up all the stories that we know that they're going to pick up on this morning. They always pick up on. Martin Frizzell has got it off to a T because he knows what's going to tick all the right boxes. Very clever indeed. What else do we have today? Man arrested after lad's cliff fall. Remember I told you, he plunged 100 feet, this lad. He was at the edge of the cliffs. I remember thinking, why do parents go anywhere near them? But this was in Ovingdean. The boy suffered serious injuries, taken to St George's Hospital by air ambulance. Obviously in agony. Must be absolutely terrible. Footy boss Steven Gerrard is under fire. He's appeared with a crime boss in a video call to a fan. Oh dear. There's been a few of these. I saw another couple of celebrities the other day with another boss of a crime family. There's too many of them. But the America offered a $5 million reward for the capture of 3 Kinahan kingpins. There's no suggestion, of course, that Steven Gerrard is involved in any criminality, but they really need to check who they're hanging around with. Somebody says, can I have a picture taken? You've got to be careful with these sort of things, haven't you? And what was the other one? Oh, it's these stupid women lying on a railway line, shared by Network Rail as a safety warning. This 50-second video shows two unthinkably stupid women larking about at a level crossing where trains pass at up to 70 miles an hour. You literally just get the warning. It's not for cars. Well, I don't think it's for cars. It looks like it's just a thing. And she lay down on the line. The other one took a picture of her. Incredibly dumb. Obviously, somebody who's not quite right. Tracy Partridge, East Sussex level crossing manager at Network Rail, says we can't stress enough the dangers that people are placing themselves in. I mean, I find it absolutely unbelievable. I know you get stupid people. We see them all the time on the reality shows. But there's an online trend for doing stuff like that. I forget what it's. There's a name for it, isn't it? It's playing. Well, apart from incredibly stupid, is it playing chicken or something? You leap out of the way just as the train sort of gets there. I mean, to be honest with you wouldn't want to be a driver on London Underground, would you? I've spoken to somebody before now who he said, I knew somebody was going to jump. He said, that's why when the trains come into the station now, they come in a lot slower than they used to. Before, they would race in, and now they slow right down because they have to. And that people have to go off and get, being seen to and have to be talked to. And a very frightening thing. What have we got here? Oh, more on the eating roadkill. This bloke in America has served roadkill dinners, badgers and rabbits, moose, deer and black bears. Who is this bloke? His name is Doug Payne. I mean, I don't really know how big your oven has to be to get a brown bear into it, or a moose. But I'm imagining by the time you've wrapped it in cling film and a bit of sort of, aluminium foil, you'd probably used up the entire roll. Ridiculous, isn't it? Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's blooming freezing this morning. Everybody else is saying to me, oh, it's not really that cold, although it is when you get to my age. It's Wednesday, September the 28th. I trust we find you in the brightest of positions this morning, depending on where you are in the world. What have we got for you this morning? Well, Keir Starmer a little bit later on, which is very exciting. I did watch the speech yesterday, the party faithful, but there again, you would expect him to get standing ovations. He's preaching to Labour supporters. If they were all Conservatives, there wouldn't be a murmur in the hall at all, would there? Also, will it be Glasgow or Liverpool to host Eurovision? Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. I really couldn't. Why isn't it London then? Do we not want it or something? Because we normally have everything, don't we? And I would have thought, we'd have it as well. But I mean, nothing about with Glasgow. It's been European City of Culture. Liverpool's, ferry across the Mersey, which is all very nice indeed. And there's a woman in the paper today. She's had a unisex fitting room nightmare. Not a good idea. I don't know if you've ever been in any of these changing rooms in some of these department stores. They're now unisex. And so men and women are getting checked. Oh, well, I don't think that's a good idea at all. I wasn't even in favour. I remember going to a department store in Vienna years ago to go to the toilet, and there's a woman sitting outside, and you tip her and everything, and go inside, and it's all cubicles. And there's women coming out of the cubicles. I thought, perhaps in the wrong... I sort of turned round and sort of had a look round. No, I was in the right place. They have unisex toilets. Which, it's okay as long as it's just cubicles, isn't it, really? But not sure about this. The woman suspended from Labour for the most I mean, really, I couldn't even think why anybody would ever make a comment like that. I don't want to go into it again because you know what it was. You know who she is, though? She's Connie Huck's sister. That was the bit I didn't... I said to the producer, do you know who she is? He went, no. I said, it's Connie Huck's sister. Unbelievable. Hurricane Fiona is the one that's going to hit us on Friday. Also, I've got a lovely little house for you with a big price tag. I say big price tag. In London, we think this is just basically a car parking space. 1.2 million. And it's tiny. It's only on... It's 2 floors. It's tiny. It used to be a sweet shop, apparently. It's in Chelsea. That's why it's so expensive. The postal workers set to strike for 19 days. Anne Widdecombe defends Holly and Phil, as does the boss of ITV. There's no chance that they're ever going to be fired because people jump on a bandwagon, these trolls. You really hope that they're all going to be fired from their own jobs because Anne Widdecombe points out, she said, what is it about people that sort of say, oh, I hope they lose their job? And you think, really, you're that sick, are you? And the answer is they are that sick. You've seen these people. You see them getting into fights. It's mainly alcohol-fuelled, and it's not very good. The Ramblers' favourite walk is the Jurassic Coastline. I've never done it, no. I wouldn't go rambling anyway. It's not my sort of thing. Yeah, apart from on air, where I ramble, quite nicely, actually. And the wreck of a ship that sent the iceberg warning to the Titanic has been found at the bottom of the Irish Sea, which is interesting, isn't it? I'd never even heard of this ship before. I thought that they sort of said, iceberg ahead, and that was it. Very good programme by Dan Snow on Tutankhamun, trying to work out what he died of, because they've got him. He is on display in a museum, poor little Tutankhamun. I mean, he had buck teeth, and, ignominiously they dug him up, and he becomes the most famous person. Died at the age of 19, and they're not sure if he sort of fell off a horse or he was gored or something happened. They think he was a warrior king. And they sort of went down there and they found all sorts of bits and pieces, but they were given access, really good access, to behind the scenes. They had some of his chariots, which were being, wooden chariots, and a couple were metal, I think. And you look at them and you go, they're really 3,000 years old. I mean, how this stuff survived, because the grave robbers did get in. It's just that they didn't get into the really good bit, because they dropped pots and everything else on the way out. But a very, very good programme. Very, very good programme. The health bosses have issued a major warning over COVID and flu twindemic for this winter, because I've got a bit of a sniffle, I'm afraid, a little bit of a sniffle. That's that bloke on the television, of course you can, Malcolm, all that kind of stuff. It was, I hate getting colds, especially as I've had a flu jab, but this Saturday I get my COVID jab as well, which I'm looking forward to. I've passed the place before. I had to go there for something else. I can't remember what it was, but I think it's the overspill from my doctor's surgery, because I thought I'd go to my doctor's surgery and get it, and they said no. So I did it online while I was waiting to see my advisor yesterday in the doctor's surgery, who looked at my feet. My advisor, yes, basically give up now, go and book yourself into the cemetery. Noreen says, we've recently had a week in Mallorca, adults only, all inclusive. It was fantastic. Sadly, she says, Brian wasn't too well the last 3 days. Tested positive to COVID. I was testing every day. Monday morning when we were home, I got the dreaded positive result. I don't feel bad, just very jaded. This is the second time. I had it at the very start. I remember at the start of the pandemic. She says, doesn't time fly, you mentioned? I believe it was one of your brother's daughters getting married. Where have those years gone? Your Danielle and our Josh were babies when we met, now both driving. Yeah, Dan's driving. She's just going for another job. And, in fact, they're all working. Nathan works for a bank. And my eldest, Charlotte, works at the airport at customs. Oi, come here. Open your suitcase. What do you think that is? Looks like cooked food to me. Yeah, I've taught her well. One more sleep, says Peter the Toastmaster from the Isle of Wight. Yay, but he's in Malvern at the moment. And Jeanette in Kingsbury says, bit chilly, but all ready to leave for Wembley Vintage Antiques Fair. We're right by the stadium. Come down and see me, and you can pop into Costco next door. Go on, be great. It's too cold. Also, it's invoice day. I know this probably doesn't mean anything to anybody, but anybody who has to do their invoices, you sort of have to get I don't have to get any information out because it's all on the template. So I just have to change the number on the invoice and the month, and then I put all the dates down, and then you put down, multiply it by whatever it happens to be. And I think there are 21 days ahead of us. That's what it is. I think September is 21 days. I'm pretty certain. Because you only get paid for the days you work. Obviously, it'd be a bit stupid to be paid for a day you didn't work, like the weekends. Why 21 days? I don't know. That's just what it happens to be. 21 days. What do you mean, why 21? There's 21. What do you invoice for? Are you invoicing for... Do you invoice it? No, you can't invoice for that. You can only invoice for Monday to Friday. And because there's only 21 days of paying. We do like our tea in the morning. Yes. No, that was last month. This is... I invoice ahead. See, you don't invoice ahead. I invoice ahead for things. So I'm invoicing for a month I've not worked yet. Clever me. They're very presumptuous because I never take time off. Never take time off. It doesn't matter. I love the story of the bloke in the papers today who fell over in the toilets in a restaurant, and he's suing them for £200,000. That's what he wants. And the restaurant have said, basically bring it on. He was drunk. And unfortunately, if you fall over when you're drunk, that's your problem. That's your problem. But I love it when they get sort of caught out, these sort of people. They'll probably blame it on landlords still serving them booze. And I was waiting for the car this morning, And this car came around the corner. Right behind it was a police car. And just when they got level with me, put on the blues and twos. So right by me, they stopped. And I thought, I sat down again. I sat down waiting. I thought it's going to be a bit of a show here. They'll probably have them in handcuffs up against the wall, spread them. I love things like that. And, is your car? Because I'm watching this. I was waiting for them to say, excuse me, can we help you? And I go, no, I'm standing on a public pavement. What do you mean, can you help me? Of course not, unless you're going to run me into work. Honestly, these people, they do ask the dumbest. They didn't ask that. They just sort of looked at me. Pity, as always. And by this time, I was so frozen to death, I thought I was never going to make it. And they get the driver out of the car to turn the engine off, thank you. It wasn't really a particularly interesting car. And they were sort of saying, is it your car? Registered to you, is it? Yes. Have you got insurance? Yes. And you think, oh, here we go. And then the bloke gets to the back of the police car. Still, these blue flashing lights are in my face. It's like I thought I was in a disco, so I start dancing. Night fever, and then he gets the blooming breathalyzer out and explains to him how it works. It's got to be one continuous breath. You keep going. Don't try doing anything else because the machine will invalidate it, okay? 3 invalidations, you're off to the nick anyway. They'll bring somebody in and do a blood test. But anyway, what happened just at that moment, as they were just explaining it to him, my blooming car turns up. I was furious. I was waiting to see him carted off to the jug, in handcuffs. But I never got to see it, because the one thing the police hate, drunk drivers. And the reason they stopped him apparently is because he wheel spun at the traffic lights. Always a bit unnecessary. And when he got out of the car, I thought he looked a bit the worse for wear. But I mean, what do I know? I don't know anything about some things like that. Yes, I had a few sherbets at the same time. Apparently young adults are picking up retro skills from bread making to knitting. Why they'd want to go knitting, I can't imagine. But, Tom Daly does that. Does it very, very well, actually. Gardeners kicking up a stink after the drought killed slugs. I went to buy lots of winter flowering pansies the other day. I bought 10. What did I buy, actually? I might have bought it was 4 for 10 quid. So 60 quid's worth I bought. I bought loads. I bought loads of these things. I think I was spending 30 quid a time, and I went in 3 times to pick them up. So I spent £90. Got a lot of pots to fill. A lot of pots, a lot of pansies. A lot of pansies. And I forgot to mention the postal workers are going to strike for 19 days. Oh, God, why? Hope all my parcels arrive before they go on strike. And Dawn Neeson, excellent column today in the Daily Star. We'll come to that in a moment. And apparently, it's the stupidest story I've ever read. Curries and Chinese meals will become more expensive due to the pound. Everywhere's going to become more expensive. It won't be just curries and Chinese meals. It'll be everything. Absolutely everything. The Russians who are fleeing from Vlad's call. OK, I want all you boys in uniform, because we like uniforms. And we're all there's apparently 3,000 vehicles just waiting to get across the border to get out as quick as possible. They don't want to be basically called up. But Vlad seems to have different ideas. Dubai tomorrow for 12 days, 38 degrees will do nicely, says John in Wave. Oh, you're not going to Dubai. It's so naff. It's full of the most dreadful people. Oh, you bit. When? When did you go? Yeah, 15 years ago. It's changed now. It attracts all the chavvy people and things. Oh, it's ghastly. It really isn't. I think because they can't afford Vegas, they go to Dubai. And Dubai seems to welcome them, which is not very good. Steve, did you see Make Me Prime Minister on Channel 4? No, I was watching Tutankhamun. I wasn't interested in Make Me a Prime Minister. I thought just another load of old baloney on the television. And Roger says this is the first cool spell since April, so I expect there'll be lots of colds doing the rounds. Yes, I know where I got mine from, but no names, no pack drill, as they say. Try and hold off. Yes, because I don't know their name. Happy birthday to Jon Snow. 75 today. Many happy returns of the day. And the police chief, who was in yesterday, the big boss, he says they will attend every burglary. That's going to keep them busy, isn't it? My goodness me. And also shop shortages feared as the port workers go on strike again. Morning. Very nice little piece in one of the papers today on Harry, who's reportedly taken to having a Sharpie to certain sections of his forthcoming memoir, which is very interesting. A source says he's desperate to get it refined in the light of the Queen's death. I wonder, writes this columnist, is this because his grandmother's demise has made him reconnect with the importance of family? Because lonely old Harry, he ain't got no friends, he ain't got no family either. Or did he take one look at the overwhelming public response to the Queen's death and realise that throwing even the faintest criticism in the direction of his now deceased grandparents would cause irrevocable harm in Brand, Sussex? I don't think he's bright enough to know that. I seriously don't think he is. Otherwise, why would he do it? Why would he allow his wife to push him into this situation? It really is. It's just an embarrassment, I'm afraid. But, there you go. And what are they doing here? Oh, a lot of people talking about, apparently, Kay Adams is a tough Glaswegian. Shame she doesn't show it on Loose Women. But she's dancing and she turns to jelly. In fact, she just looked a bit embarrassing. I've never seen anything look so bad, so I expect her to be kicked out very shortly. And this column is talking about following Ryland Clark's story about his mum turning up unannounced at his house, saying, who's that car on the drive and all the rest of it. I wrote, tongue-in-cheek, goes Jane Moore, that one milestone to becoming a grown-up was getting your parents to pre-arrange a visit or at the very least ring the doorbell. Give you a bit of advance warning. But now his autobiography's come out, and in it he tells of wanting to end his life after his marriage broke down. There were weeks that I couldn't speak. My mum was concerned at one point that I genuinely had a stroke. It was like my body shut down. Twice last year, I ended back in an ambulance because my heart had failed. And Jane Moore says, so it's little wonder his poor mum Linda's keeping a close eye on him. You couldn't blame her if she actually moved in. I mean, it seems perfect. That's what mums do. He was moaning about it. Do you think, oh, blimey, honestly. And here they are, get me in again, the celebrities lined up for, I'm a celebrity, get me into here because I need the money. So you've got Paul Burrell again, 50-1. That's what they're offering, odds on. Andrew Wymant, he plays Kirk in Coronation Street. I don't know if he still plays Kirk in Coronation. Does he still play it? Amir Khan, there's a boring man if ever there was one. Oh, Dullsville, 20-1. Fatima Whitbread, 20-1. Phil Tufnell, and he just seems to giggle a lot, doesn't he? Really, he's on 5-1. Mylene Klass, I mean, she's packed the bikinis already. So the first thing she does when she gets over there is just has a shower, show off the old boobies, get them out for the troops. Jordan Banjo. He's offered odds of 16-1. Helen Flanagan. Yes, we know all about Helen Flanagan. 20-1. Sean Ryder. See the one from Happy Mondays? God, they're getting on a bit, aren't they now? He was in it in 2010. They're offering odds of 10-1. Georgie Toffolo, 2017. Odds of 4-1. Dean Gaffney. Oh, God. Blimey. 16-1. He's best known for playing Robbie Fowler. He's only known for playing Robbie Fowler. He's never done anything else, has he, in his life? Carol Vorderman, 12-1. Gillian McKeith, that's the one who stands up, falls down, stands up, falls down, stands up, fall down. Ghastly piece of work. But she was voted to do a number of Bush Tucker trials because every time she screamed her way through it, the public went, let's vote for you again, love. And so they did. Janice Dickinson. She was sort of a mega diva. They think she'll be a big draw. She was ghastly. What a horrible person. And now she's 67. She's an ex-model. Yeah, really an ex-model. They're offering 12-1. And Joe Swash, 7-2. He played Mickey Miller in the soap. Again, that's all he's known for. Not known for anything else at all. Married to Stacey Solomon. And now he's traded a lie-in with his wife and kids in a couple. Well, he's got no work. He's got to take whatever's on offer, and unfortunately it's out there again, like Quick Air. I don't know. They're sort of people you don't really bother about, do you? Well, I don't think so, anyway. Bob Mortimer's revealed he was taken to hospital with a new health scare. He's 63. He was taken ill after filming last week. He had a life-saving triple heart bypass 7 years ago. And he said, I'm not very well at the moment, speaking on somebody's podcast. He said, I'm not very healthy. I did a show last week, a fishing show, and there were only 2.5 days filming, so I'm not really in a particularly good place at the moment. You've got to look after yourself because you don't know when it's all going to kick in. You don't know whether or not, you're going to sort of just drop dead. There was a man on the television the other day, he had one of those things, he took it into the repair shop, and he was sort of saying, oh, it's nice. Then he threw the bombshell in halfway through. He said, because my wife dropped dead of an aneurysm. Well, nobody was thinking that he was going to be saying that on the programme. He said, so No, I can't bear the repair shop. I really can't. It's just people who are too bone idle to go and get something done for themselves if you can get it done for free. And he wants it painted red. It's black at the moment. He wants it painted red. Why? Because his wife used to visit him in hospital, and she used to wear bright red lipstick. So he wants this thing. And you think, you've had these things for years and years. He paid like £2 or something for it. And you think, well, why didn't you take it to a repairer years ago? No, do it on a television programme. People always love doing that, don't they? I know, I'm a cynic. Of course I am, because that's what people do it. You know, why would you bother clearing your house up? A television programme would come and do it for you and repair it and decorate it and put all new appliances in. That's what people do it for. They're doing it for freebies. It's like whenever they go, you know, buy a place abroad or something like that. You don't seriously think these people buy places abroad, do you? They're going for the freebie holiday. That's what it is. They go there, they go to Australia, they take the whole family across there, and they go, we're looking for houses. Are you really? Are you really? Very few of them actually do that. They can't find anything that they like because they suddenly realise that when they go to Australia, the house prices over there are roughly the same as over here in London. So they go, OK, and we've got £160,000 to spend because that's what our house is worth in Hull. And so we're going to go to Australia. I think they think that you can buy a complete outback ranch over there, complete with sort of, you know, a billabong and all the rest of it. And of course you can't. And so they get shown what sort of houses there are in their price bracket. And of course, most of them are just naff. Just really naff. And they go, they're building new houses here. These are 230,000. They have to guess what they think the price of the house is, whereas in fact, really, they're just on holiday. They have no intention of buying a house at all. They go back to their humble little shacks in Hull, and they sort of go, well, we can't afford to go to even Australia. When years ago, it was £1, £1 to go to Australia. You could go and emigrate for £1. Very cheap. I know, we were thinking of having the producer wrapped up and sent as a parcel, but I wasn't willing to spend that much money. I mean, the string alone could be a whole ball, couldn't it, trying to make sure he stayed in there. But no, that's what it was. But people seem always disappointed. You know, they try it in South Africa, and most houses have got their own security because of the high risk of being attacked over there. You know, and at traffic light. And of course, who used to get attacked? The people coming in on aeroplanes who've got a hire car, because all the people spotted the hire cars, same as in America. They spotted them because they had the plates on saying, you know, whatever it happened to be, and they would attack them at traffic lights, you know, because they knew that you just arrived in from the airport, you got money. They had nothing to lose at all, nothing. John in Weybridge says, not where I go in Dubai, Steve, not naff at all. No, the whole of Dubai's naff. Whole of Dubai's naff. Good Lord. Oh, dreadful. Steve, you've said many times you like police interceptors, says Roger. And here's a live episode happening in front of you. I know, I was so excited. So excited. But, of course, it was the fact that I kind of looked wistfully out of the window of the vehicle I was in, thinking, oh, go on, put the handcuffs on. Go on, make my day. Catching a 9 o'clock flight today and plan on having breakfast at Greg's at Manchester Airport. Hot sausage rolls and a pack of sticky, jammy donuts for the hotel room. Well, you won't get hot sausage rolls. They don't do hot sausage rolls. They're cold. You have to pay extra for hot. Well, they start off hot, yeah, but by the time you've been in the queue, they've cooled down quite considerably. That's the trouble with them. If they had hot plates in there to keep the, all the bits and pieces, I'd go there all the time. You know, the only thing that's there is the bacon and the little sausages. But, you know, if you want a hot sausage roll, I suppose you could ask them to put it in a microwave. But they don't do hot food. They have hot food, but they've got to sort of cook it for you, and then you pay extra. Because you get it VAT free, I think. Very annoying, very annoying. I had some bacon there a short while ago, probably about a couple of months back, and it was cold, which is really yuck. Really yuck. And I went to a place I told you on up in Victoria when I went to my bank, RBS, and those lovely... seriously, they saved my life. In the matter of an hour, they saved my life in there. They were absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But anyway, there was a place, I told you, walking back, and it said, best bacon sandwiches in town. And so I thought, well, I'll go for one. I'll go for one. It was £3 or something like that. The bacon, you could snap in half. I don't know how they cooked it, but bacon's... It was just literally, it's got a big site. You can't miss it. It's a board outside. It says best bacon sandwiches. Believe you me, they're rubbish. Absolute Nobody has bacon, it was cold... And it was breakable. I thought, I know what a bacon roll looks like. You know, They're supposed to be hot. It was really ghastly. Ghastly. Dreadful. But anyway, there you go. You can't have everything, can you? Apparently, given that his wife, Tess Daly, works on Strictly, Telly's campus show, we think Vernon Kay would want to get away from the sequins. But he's just signed up for something even more over the top, playing Dandini in the Panto Cinderella, his first ever stage role. Well, he can't act. He was a male model. He used to model, jumpers and stuff like that. He can't act. He hasn't had any training. He's apparently doing the show at the Wickham Swan Theatre in Buckinghamshire. He says, I can't think of a better way to make my stage debut. We're a family of panto lovers. My 2 daughters, Tess and I, go every year. The girl says, Dad, you could do it. Well, if there's no work in the books, love, you'll have to do it. That's the way it works, isn't it now? And he says, I'm king of the dad jokes. Hope he gets his hair cut before he does it. Tries to make him say, he's going to make the rest of the cast look a bit small because he's about 6'6". He's not the giant. I've just told you he's playing Dandini. Very camp role, and he's a servant, kind of suits them, I suppose. But because I think who else is doing it? I think Ruthie Henshall's doing a panto for the first time this year at the Wimbledon Theatre. My God, they've got a lineup. They really have got a star lineup. Because somebody sent me the thing, and I went, wow, that's quite a good lineup. She's got Dick and Dom. And who else is it? Oh, there's loads of people in it. It must cost a lot of money. Always had a big panto there. Paul says it was 10 quid to Australia, not a quid. The £10 pom. Who cares? Listen, it was cheap. It was cheap. Matthews had his booster jab number 4. A few side effects. I never got any side effects. My first 3. So I'm looking forward to the 4th. Very excited by it. You always sort of get. I don't know whether to drive up there, take the bus. I could probably take the bus actually. Yeah, bus is good. If you take the car out, it costs an arm and a leg, doesn't it? Well, not really an arm and a leg, 2 arms and a leg. The 2 cities in the fight for Eurovision, whoever gets it is going to have to cough up a small fortune. It's very expensive to put on Eurovision. That's why I'm quite surprised that, we didn't take it in London, but perhaps we didn't want it for some reason.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 5. I'd put thermals on today. Reinforced gusset, because it's cold. And gloves. In fact, I was sitting there, I think it's that cold. Perhaps I just feel it more than other people. In fact, when I went and had my feet looked at yesterday, she said to me, God, you got really cold feet. I said, I've got no feeling in them. I'm completely devoid of feeling in my feet. She said, you've got to be really careful. Because, somebody could, you if you walk about barefooted, which I don't, you could tread on a piece of broken glass. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't feel it. I mean, she was sticking her little thing in my foot. I said to her, cut that out straight away. And I only felt it twice. That shows how bad they are. But of course, it doesn't come back. Once you've lost the feeling in your feet, you don't get it again. And diabetics end up generally losing toes and big toes and sometimes whole feet. Whole feet, all sorts of things. So she says, you must go around with sort of slippers on. I said, don't worry, I do. I really do. It's much easier. A hooligan. He's a Manchester City season ticket holder. His name's Bradley Holden. He's a hooligan. Why is he a hooligan? He apparently he threw it. This is it's a flare. I don't even know where you get flares from, but anyway, he had this flare after his team went 2-0 up against Real Madrid at the Etihad. It landed near the City goalkeeper. Holden said he didn't light it, but saw it on the floor and threw it in a panic to get away from it. And a fellow fan with asthma. Well, that would make any difference. I've got no idea. But anyway, he admitted throwing a missile onto the pitch in possession of a flare. He comes from Hyde, Greater Manchester, and he was fined 500 quid. I've got to pay £85 costs and a £50 surcharge. That'll teach you. Imagine a ticket holder must have loads of money. If you can afford to buy a ticket season ticket thing. They're so expensive in the football clubs now. I don't know how people, actually sort of survive in between everything else. Oh, I got this thing about telling me about your electricity bills are going up. Warren says I'm not putting heating on. I'm refusing to pay the large bills. I'm going to wrap up in 25 jumpers before I put the heating on. Well, that is the thing, isn't it? That's what people are going to be doing. And I got one yesterday. I think it was yesterday, actually. And there you go. Because I'm with EDF. And they write, just to let you know what's going on. And if you're struggling or all this kind of stuff. So when you click on what does it mean for me? My current electricity bill for the year is £2,056.61. That's what my current bill is at the moment. From the 1st of October, only just around the corner, it's going to be £2,491.20. The change in spend is £434.59 spread over the 12 months. That'll be added on. So, and I don't know, they're based on the energy use from last year. They assume no further price changes. They include any relevant discounts or charges like VAT, but don't include any warm home discount rebate, whatever that is. Perhaps I can claim I've got that at my age. So at least I know. I mean, it's going to work out about 35, 38 quid extra a month, which, without bragging, I can do it. I'll have to give up things like, it's not too bad, actually. I mean, I'm considering I leave my lights on all the time. I'm not one of these people. My mother used to go around switching lights off. Why have you got the lights on? I said, because I like the lights on. Makes the home look warm and cosy and stuff like that. Oh, no, it's a waste. If you're not in the room, don't put the lights on. I don't care. I sleep with the lights on. 2 lights in my bedroom. I have on, yeah. And in the sitting room, how many lights have I got on? 1, 2, 3, 4 lights on in the sitting room. All the time, 24 hours a day. I don't turn them off. Why do I sleep with them on? I don't know. I don't like it dark. I'm a bit funny about sleeping in the dark. I thought, no. And then in the bathroom, I've got the light on all the time. In the bathroom. The only place I don't have them on is in the kitchen and the hallways. That's the only place. But the rest of the time, they're on all the time. So that's what I spend. That's how much it is for me. Oh, the good news is Gordon Ramsay's leaving the country. He's heading down under to film his Future Food Stars series. They call him the sweary chef. Such a bully, isn't he? You effing this, you effing that. I've seen him at the Dorchester. Ghastly. I don't know. Dreadful. That's where the family get it from. Not very nice. I heard you talk about people saying the time is 5:20 past. I thought it was only my dad who did that, but it must have been how older people would talk to tell the time. I didn't. I've never had that. It's always been. We did learn to tell the time when we were at school. Ruth in Yorkshire said, tested positive for COVID yesterday and feel dreadful. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Get that booster, my friend. Well, I've already had 3, so this would be my 4th. Because I'm sort of, I'm not a completely needy person. It's now 5:22, whatever it happens to be. 5, but I don't know. Not my sort of thing. Steve, I lost my right leg below the knee due to my diabetes, says Lewis in Rugby. Or perhaps he might be playing rugby. Oh, I know people as well who've lost toes and stuff like that. But I do look after my feet. Had my pedicure the other day. I was very impressed. And, they just literally cut your nails. She's got an electric machine that sort of sands, because sometimes you get thicker nails than other nails, and then she sort of trims them round. It's all very nice. It's about half an hour's worth of happiness for about 40 quid. How long they grow fairly quickly, your nails. And, and you have to massage your feet with, I've got oils and I've got creams and everything. In fact, at one point, one of my friends bought me for Christmas a whole load of creams. There's all sorts of different ones. Oh, this is the best one. This will do this. This will do that. And you just want to make sure that when you have a shower, you dry your feet properly. You want to make sure that, I do get dry skin. I've got a little machine as well where you can do your heels, which is quite nice. Then you massage this cream in, and it's very good. It's very good. Not that we really bother too much with our feet, unless you've got a fetish about feet, in which case you need to go and see somebody else. I can't help you with things like that. But people do sort of worry about it. But they're always saying, do you massage your feet? You go, I do. I really do. I'm one of those very, very good people, which is very nice. What have we got today in the papers? And somebody says, what's wrong with the Lib Dem leader
Ed Davey, all he ever wants is for a Tory minister or PM to resign. His latest bitter outburst is for the new Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, to resign due to the falling power. People are obsessed with making people resign. Like all those dimwits who were calling for sort of Holly and Pip Schofield to resign. They're never going to get rid of them. They're really not. They rate. They do a very good programme. It's very personable. You know, they weren't queuing to see the Queen. They didn't need press accreditation. They are accredited already. They're journalists. They're on the television, dimwits. Honestly, some people, I tell you. I bet it's all the sort of people who go, oh, you know, we should get rid of them. And put who on there? Who on there? I can't think of anybody who could ever cover that. Katie Price has been left feeling sore and bruised. She fell off a horse. Twice. Obviously not as clever as she thought she was. She says, as much as I'm a very experienced horse rider... No, you're not. No, you're not. She says, I fell off twice. The first time the horse spooked and bucked. Oh, dear, what sort of horse is you buying, dear? She said the second time is when the horse refused to jump, then started to buckaroo. Remember that game on the television? Buckaroo! She said, it was, yeah, it's a horse, and you hung things on the side of it, then all of a sudden went buckaroo. They didn't actually say that, but that was a television thing. And we had it. So she's not as experienced as she thought she was. About time she got herself a job. So far, she doesn't actually have a job. She doesn't really do anything. You know, she turned up on the television the other day. It must have been an old one, Room 101. She doesn't really contribute to any programmes. I think they just put her on there as a bit of a novelty. But I don't know if it was an old programme. I can't tell. Probably would have been. I don't think they've made any new ones for quite a while. Apparently a businessman is quitting the UK. Josh Peacock has lived in Manchester since January. He's started up his own firm. And he's going to move to Spain, says it will save him 75% of his spending on rent and bills. He apparently spends 1,200 quid on bills every month. He says he'll save £900. He's 23. He says, I can get a place in the sun with a stunning location, hammocks and the lot for 75... Yeah, good luck for that one, dear. Good luck for that one. Honestly, you are living in cloud cuckoo land, aren't you? He said, I've been following the ups and downs of the economy for years, and the cost of living crisis is crazy. Just crazy. They don't tell you what he's doing. But if he can operate his business from Spain, good luck. Of course, you do realise you have to declare it. You can't just go over there and start a business, love, and it's very difficult. He said it seems like a ploy from the government to get everybody in debt. It's very sad to see what's happening. I do love 23-year-olds who think they know everything. You know, I'm a businessman, so here's me looking all casual in front of a sun lounger, clutching a bottle of beer. Yeah, real businessman, dear, real businessman. NASA has hit the bullseye when it crashed a rocket into an asteroid to keep us Earthlings safe from falling space rocks. Yeah, that's an interesting story, isn't it? Huge. It's enormous, absolutely enormous. Their £300 million double asteroid redirection test, called DART mission, may have changed the path of a natural celestial body for the first time. Wow. It's 11 million miles from Earth, so it's not going to be here today, put it that way. But they've done it. It's crashed into the asteroid, captured by telescopes. You can actually see it. It's all that time away, and they can still watch it. It's amazing, isn't it? Pictures from the telescopes show the galactic collision playing out 7 million miles away. That's like a long way. 7 million miles away. Because what they're trying to work out is the observatories on the Earth track Dimorphos and the larger parent asteroids, because they think that they want to see if the crash altered the orbit of the asteroid, something that could come in handy if humanity is to one day avoid a similar fate to the dinosaurs. I've never been good at eating trees and attacking people, you know. I'd be one of those velociraptor things, you know. I've just bought the whole Jurassic Park box set. It's got about 5 Jurassic Park films on it, which became increasingly irritating to me as I watched them. The first one was good, and then you get sort of kids, and they go, OK, let's go off in this pod. Let's go off course. And you think, are you mad? There's T-Rexes out there and things that will kill you. And they go, oh, let's go down. Oh, look. Oh, the power's gone. What are we going to do? We're stuck in a forest, and there's all this noise. And you think, they're going to kill you. Unfortunately, they didn't. Yeah, it was Woody Woodpecker. But you get really annoyed with these people. It's like somebody says, that cellar looks awfully dark. Let's go and have a look. No, don't go there. Don't go there. It's horror films, isn't it? They go, oh, I'll just go. Oh, my torch battery's run out. I can't see anything. I'll go into this pitch dark room and see if I can find where the light is. No,
No. Noise upstairs in a haunted house? Move. Have you seen Jack Osborne? He's mad as a toothbrush. Jack Osborne's got a programme where he sits there with his mum and dad who are off on another planet. Ozzy Osbourne doesn't even know where he is. Sure. He sits there and he tries to convince them that they're watching a UFO and things like that. It's just basically garbage. It really is. But you have to indulge them because they're the Osbournes. Apparently they're coming back to this country. Morning, nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I trust you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I don't know where that expression came from, but my parents used to use it all the time. And the world chess champion. Have you heard about this? He's officially accused a rival of cheating to beat him amid bizarre claims he got tips on moves via vibrating anal beads. I mean, is that like Morse code? Because I don't quite understand. He says he's publicly admitted that he has cheated, and so somebody buzzed him. So he had these beads, and they're obviously remote control, and somebody buzzed to tell him which move to make. Well, I mean, how would that work? I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know, because I can't work it out. Why wasn't the person buzzing playing? Well, because exactly, but then somebody else is sort of watching it going, you can do this. But then I thought, wait a minute, you're sort of the chess champion, or supposedly. So why would you not know where to go? But apparently there are so many different ways for each chess move. But then even if you buzz these beads, you know, what is it? One buzz, move to the left, 2 buzzes, move to the right, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I've never heard of it before. It's very bizarre. But I suppose, you know, where there is money, people will people will cheat. You know, I guess I have to try it on this programme. Steve, instead of having tea this morning, I'm drinking a lovely mug of Bovril, says Mark. I used to love, but if we didn't have any money, you know, when I first lived in London in a bedsit, I didn't have very much money, so I would order stuff from the milkman and then hide when he came to ring the doorbell on the Friday because I didn't have any money at all. It was very embarrassing. And so what I do on one of the days, he'd say, do you need anything? And I go, oh, I'll have a loaf of bread, anchor butter and 2 packs of bacon and some orange juice. So you basically stock up. Most expensive way of doing it, but he was so brilliant. And then you'd sort of hide, and so we didn't have anything. And I remember opening the cupboard one day, and the only thing I had in there was spaghetti, dry spaghetti, and I had bottles of milk. I was ordering so much milk, I was having to throw the blooming stuff away. It was terrible. And I remember thinking then, we didn't have Bovril, we had OXO cubes. And we'd crunch one of those up into a cup of hot water and drink it. And that was, I mean, small wonder we didn't put on any weight. We weren't eating any food. Amazing. Kim says, I'm needing a wee bit of foot care at the minute, Steve. One of my nails on the right foot came off last night, and I'm in the process of losing another one on the other foot. Side effect of all the walking, yeah. And also, if your feet get wet or damp or something like that, you're supposed to come in and dry them off and everything else. It used to be great sitting in front of the fire. Sitting in front of the fire, where am I coming from? You know, then you dry your feet off. Laura, Trolley Dolly. Talking of sherbets, I went to Raffles yesterday and had a Sakura Sling. It had sake, Calvados, Saint-Germain, elderflower liqueur, hibiscus and cayenne cordial and green chanteuse. God in heaven. I decided against a Singapore Sling as it may be pre-mixed. Ooh, maybe pre-mixed. We've heard that from somebody else, haven't we? That, where did I go to once? Some of these little cafes are doing like smoothies, but they're already pre-mixed. You just literally take it out, pour it out of a pouch, and then you put ice with it and stir it up. I've seen that on numerous occasions. Yeah, or it's a juice with ice. I always think that's cheating. I expect somebody to better make it. But we were saying the other day, we love a cocktail, and we like the look of the Singapore Sling. Your one looks like it's got enough stuff there to kill you. I mean, seriously, there's everything there. A Sakura Sling. But it's another one with gin in it, and the funny thing, I'm not particularly brilliant with gin. I say I'm not particularly brilliant with gin. It's only because I've never really drunk it. Because somebody said, oh, you get depressed on gin. I said, well, strange that actually, but I've never heard of it. I mean, I don't like gin and tonics. No, I never had one. My parents used to keep all the spirits in and everything else, and that was it. But I never ever sneaked cigarettes. I used to nick. That was standard. But I never did it with booze, whereas a lot of kids did. But then I used to think they'd know. because they'd see it going down. So I never did that. Bob Mortimer in all the papers today. Lee Mack, filming for the comedy Brassic. He's joined the show for its 5th series. He's very funny, actually. They've also got Michelle Keegan in it as well, spotted filming the latest episode in Manchester. Lovely. She's not really made it big, has she, Michelle Keegan? They just go, oh, it's Michelle Keegan. You know, seems quite nice. Dame Carolyn McCall, who is the ITV boss, has complained about a Domino's Pizza tweet that joked about Pip and Holly. The broadcaster's chief executive said the pair had been misrepresented over claims they skipped the queue. They didn't skip any queue at all. They weren't going in the queue. They weren't going in the queue. At the Royal Television Society convention in London, Dame Carolyn was asked what they did wrong, and she said nothing, honestly. Nothing at all. They did have press accreditation. They were sent by this morning to do a piece for September the 20th. That was the brief, in exactly the same way that, you know, my boss would say, we'd like you to go down there and do a piece back into next programme or something like that. That's press accreditation. She dismissed the idea the pair had been cancelled. She said, but there's a very shrill kind of voice against them, which will hurt them. Of the Domino's Pizza post, she said, what are you doing? Because we work with Domino's. She said, they said, we think it's really funny, don't you? No, I tell you what, why don't you cancel Domino's? Tell them to stick it. You know, we work with Domino's, and now all of a sudden you've done the dirty. I think that could hurt your business. Seriously. I mean, you know, there's only 70,000 people, 70,000 sheep, as I prefer to call them. Oh, tick a box there. We have to get rid of them. We have to put in somebody else. Why can't we put in somebody who's sort of cheaper to put on there? You won't find anybody who's as good as those two. It's like, you know, Ant and Dec. Oh, Ant and Dec did this thing here. They've had problems with the press. They've had run-ins, you know, where they've done something and somebody's like, I'm not sure about that. You know, but you didn't get these stupid people calling for their head on a platter, which is quite ridiculous, quite ridiculous. Oh, look, a lovely picture of Molly May What's-Her-Face and Tommy What's-It, and both 23, and she's pregnant. It's lovely. They're not married, of course. They're just expecting a child out of wedlock. Don't want to make a big deal about it, you know. That's the way that young people operate nowadays. Let's hope it keeps them together. Kids these days, you know. There was a song, actually, What's the Matter with Kids Today? I can't remember where it was taken from, actually. The home of John Lennon's mum, Julia, where he and Paul McCartney used to practice as youngsters, has sold at auction for $279,000. The 3-bed semi in Allerton, Liverpool, was a significant property in the history of the Beatles. Not anymore. It's been sold to somebody. They'll probably have the fireplaces ripped out. I think it's a bit of a mausoleum at the moment, isn't it? They've sort of kept it roughly as it was, I think. Because didn't Paul McCartney go back there? Or was that another? There's so many different houses where they all lived because there were loads of them. And I begin to wonder, yeah, it's, oh, God, it's ghastly, isn't it? It was dubbed the House of Sin. 3-bedroom house. It's on Blomfield Road. I don't know if you've ever been to Blomfield Road. Purchased by a UK buyer who's a big Beatles fan. Well, there you go. You bought a bit of Historyman. But they rehearsed there when they were in The Quarrymen, way back in 1956, which is interesting. James Hall is up this morning. I know James Hall. He's in Manchester, isn't he? He's on our sister station, Radio X. So he liked my tweet, another freezing cold morning, let me warm you up from 4. Way! I keep seeing his name there, and I kept thinking, oh, he's going to be down here. But you know what, he's up there. They can do all these marvellous things now. Do you know sometimes, I'll let you into a little secret, sometimes the newsreader is not in this building. They're up north covering all the stations that we own. I mean, years ago, you could never do that because nobody knew how to deal with the technology. They're trying to get rid of me. They're trying to say, why don't you do your show from Manchester or Liverpool or Glasgow or Skye, the Isle of, you know, they'd be fairly popular. But they do it now. You can do it, and then you wouldn't know where people were. I remember when we did some stations and they had the presenter who was doing the breakfast show on all the stations that we bought and rebranded. It was done from here. But you wouldn't know because you have separate adverts, different travel and things like that. I mean, I wouldn't like to tell you how many travel pieces Joanne Webb has to do. I mean, it's like loads and loads of them. But James, yeah, it's just 2 just for us. But James is up there in Manchester. Bless his heart. I love it. I mean, it's so clever radio. I don't understand it. It's very clever though, and I'm sort of delighted to be in it. There was like they were doing a thing years ago when the show Miss Saigon hit town, and they made a DVD. Cameron McIntosh's group made the DVD of Miss Saigon, and of the rehearsals with the orchestra trying to find, the stars of it that went around the world. Philippines, they got most of their people from. And they were rehearsing with the orchestra, and it was the first time that the cast had heard the orchestra on the stage at Theatre Royal, Drury Lane. And they were like, oh, my God. It was just mind-blowing. And on the first performance, one of the dancers rushes off stage in between a very quick costume change, and he goes to the camera, he goes, "It's a hit, and I'm in it." And I remember thinking, fantastic, although it was a precarious old stage, because unless you look closely, they'd had craters in it to signify the explosions in Vietnam. What a good show. What a good show. Dawn Neesom's column coming up after the news at 5 this morning. We take more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. If you're just waking up, it's cold. It's not warm. It's not weird. It's a bit miserable, but by Friday it's going to be even more blooming miserable. It's going to be quite nasty. Oh, is that the garden? Is that John Lennon's house? Look at that, honestly. These places which are stuck in time warps, it really is. I mean, you can't change it, can you? Because it's history. I think that, I mean, I like things like that, but you feel like picking it up and transforming it or transferring it into a museum, and then charging people an admission price to go round it. People who do it, fans who pay for it. The Beatles fans are as strong now as they ever were.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Early Breakfast on LBC with Steve Allen till 7 when Nick Ferrari's here, and special guest today. And literally after conference, Sir Keir Starmer will be with Nick Ferrari this morning. So this will be very interesting. Dawn Neesom's column. She's still busy girl. And she talks about the female politician who seemed to imply that all black people should think, talk and act in the same way by branding a rival Politico as only superficially black. I mean, nobody could quite understand just where your brain is on that one. But anyway, the new far-right Italian PM, Giorgio Meloni, or Labour darling Rupa Huck, at party conference. You're probably not shocked to learn that it was Miss Huck talking about Kwasi Kwarteng, and she doubled down on her gamey, if not blatantly racist, comment by claiming anybody listening to the Chancellor talk wouldn't know he's black. I mean, you begin to wonder, is there a drink problem here or so? What is the matter with these people? Well, I don't know how she's now been suspended pending an investigation. Dawn Neesom says bigots come in many political colours. But I mean, that's about the stupidest thing I've ever heard anybody say. You know, if you heard him talk, you wouldn't know he's black. I mean, oh, well, way to go, as they say. Also, she talks about Tony Adams' footwork on the football pitch made him a legend. On the Strictly dance floor, it's more like a bell end. She says, he's bloody funny, though, isn't he? Thoughts and prayers with the professional dancer partner, Katya Jones. She's gonna need it. Get the old gag? Get the gag? Good. I haven't seen it. I've deliberately not watched Strictly until, you know, I mean, I just wait till they've cleared out the riffraff and then we sort of get down to it. And then it's people who do put an effort in. But at the moment, I'm not really... mind you, I haven't seen Frozen Planet 2. Mainly because they keep showing us the same pictures of orca whales trying to knock a seal and its pup off into the sea so they can have something to eat for breakfast. Must be quite nice to just go swimming around and then sort of see your breakfast sitting on an ice floe. I just love the way that they slowly glide up and break water and then look at it. I mean, do you think they're thinking food? Like you used to get in the cartoons. All of a sudden, the person or whatever it was would turn into roast chicken or something like that. You know, that's me. Remember the days, says Dawn, when England doing anything against Germany in the sporting arena would be front-page news, often with Dad's Army-style headlines such as Achtung Surrender or Unbelievable. I mean, no, seriously, we've got it all out today. Now it barely bothers the back pages, let alone front. And if it does, the story's more bingo than jingo. You wait 343 minutes for a goal and then 3 come at once, was the gist of reports about Monday night's match at Wembley, which was so downbeat it was relegated to Channel 4 and Gary Neville went to the Labour Party conference instead. Yes, she says it's that bad. Middle-aged barrister Keir Starmer sitting on a fence is more interesting than Gareth Southgate's defence. She says, whether it's the players, the manager or the fact that none of us have a clue what the Nations League was actually, England has fallen out of love with international football. Other home nations are still keeping the passion flickering, but Maguire and co leave us cold. Yet incredibly, in little over a month's time, football's greatest global tournament, the World Cup, kicks off in Qatar. Yes, it's in a homophobic, women-hating, booze-free sandpit in the middle of the domestic season. Where's the build-up? The excitement? She says, is anybody even talking about this in the pub? Getting worked up about one of the players from your club being selected, forking out for an England shirt? Answer, no. You just get Dave Beckham taking the old £10 million. He quite supports things like this, you know. And now he's doing all these adverts. Come and visit Qatar. Yeah, just don't go if you're gay, OK? And just remember, if you're a woman and you get raped, you're the one in trouble. It really is disgusting. You know, to add insult to injury, she says here, England's first game is against Iran, a country where a 22-year-old woman was allegedly recently beaten to death by the morality police for daring to go out without a headscarf. That's how bad it is. She said, so maybe it's not so strange that we've fallen out of love with international football. It may be going to Qatar, no matter whether you or I bother watching or not. The big question is whether it's coming home. I doubt we even want it, she says. Kind of sums it up. We don't want it. I don't want to be involved with any country that is homophobic. Well, we're not going to win, are we? I mean, look at us. We're like a bunch of girls' blouses. Oh, kick the ball over there, kick the ball over there. Yeah, but we're just not good at anything. I think the only thing we turned out to be good at was synchronised swimming. And that was very exciting. We couldn't do anything. You know, we've just sort of, well, I don't know, diving. We've only got Tom Daly, haven't we? But people seem to like him. He gets more trolls than anybody else. You can just imagine, can't you, sort of the people whose sort of sexuality is dubious to start with are the people who trolls him. You know, that's the funny thing. Sharon Osbourne was injected with ketamine. I think it's a horse tranquilizer. As part of her therapy to cope with a royal racism row. This is after she exited from The Talk. Do you remember this programme? They're very funny in America. She spent 8 months being jabbed with the mind-altering treatment as a method to overcome the trauma of her exit from the show. She left the US chat show after being branded racist for defending Piers Morgan over his comments about Meghan Markle during a debate with co-host Cheryl Underwood. I don't know who Cheryl Underwood is. She's obviously quite big in America. They obviously use these people. And she said 3 days a week I would go in for 2.5 hours and I would have this treatment called ketamine treatment. It's something they inject into it, sort of like a truth drug. She says, all because I supported Piers, I was branded a racist. She said, I had all these nutcases threatening me, saying they were coming in the night to cut my throat, my husband's throat, and cut my animals up. That's how ill some people are, sick people. You see, those ones, I'd be chasing those out straight away. I'd have them up in court. You go to prison, 15 years. Goodbye, take them away. Judge Judy was on a television chat show. She's aged very quickly, Judge Judy. You want to see the picture? She's had all her hair cut. She's in her 80s, I think, but she's had all her hair cut. And she doesn't look as... But mind you, we were probably watching years-old programmes. But I remember looking at a picture of her going, whoa, it's like Sid What's-His-Face from EastEnders. He's aged. Blimey, is he aged. She's 79, Judge Judy. Have you seen the pictures of her? You look at what she used to look like on the programme and what she looks like now. But it's 79. But, I mean, she could wear wigs. I see no reason. But she said she didn't enjoy doing the programme, which I thought was a very interesting statement, seeing as it's made her one of the richest women in America. Her show is syndicated so many times, and people like it. I mean, the other day I was watching her, and she cleared the court. She had some people there. I think they're still doing them. I mean, whether they do as many, I don't know. But I think she owns the production company. That's how you make your money. That's how you make your money. It's interesting, isn't it? Ever since I discovered that you're allowed to swear on your podcast, I'm going to start swearing. I'm going to be using every single word, just to wind the producer up. I'm going to use all these words, you know, like bottom. You know, I don't care. No good trying to censor me. I shall be out there doing it, you know, and I can't think of any other words I can use at the moment. I'm not cowardly. It's just that because I don't swear in my natural... I mean, I swear day to day. Of course I do. But I don't swear in my job. It's just one of those things. You don't do it. You've got an inbuilt little switch. Ask any presenter. You know, do you swear? I mean, some people, you know, I have had in as guests and they do swear. But most people don't because you've got a switch. And that switch goes click. I never swore in front of my parents. I never swore in front of my parents. I just couldn't do it. I mean, it's not because I thought they'd be shocked by my language, but there was a little boy. I have to tell you this because I've only just remembered it. And he's at the bus stop every morning with his dad. And this little boy must be about 4 years old. And he's got his little school uniform on and he's carrying his bags. And his dad stands away from him and he has a cigarette. And there was a little girl, who was swearing as they walked past with her school friends, because some of these schoolgirls, potty mouth, it doesn't come into it. And the father said to the little boy, he said, well, she's not going to be getting any presents from Father Christmas, is she? And the little boy, who was sitting sort of nearly adjacent to me on another little step, as I say, he's got his school uniform on. He went, no. And he said, do you swear at school? He went, no, Daddy. And yeah, of course I bloody do. By the way, light me another fag up. But it was, and it was the way that he sort of said it. Because I can always remember we made a big mistake with my godchildren when one of them was sort of quite young. He'd obviously heard a swear word in the school playground or wherever it was and used it in the car. And of course we made the big mistake. We laughed. Because they then interpret that as, that's a funny word. Not it's a rude word. I don't think they established rude word, but it was a funny word. You could get mummy and daddy laughing. But it was this little boy, you know, do you swear at school? No, Daddy. The producer going, yeah, I bet he does. He's such a little tiny boy, but very good, actually. Steve, I don't do gin either, says Taffy Nige. He says, smelt it once, it reminded me of cheap hairspray. Don't ask. Cheap hairspray. I used to love the smell of Cossack hairspray. When I had long hair, I did used to spray it with Cossack hairspray. Unfortunately, when you put your headphones on, they would cause a ridge over the middle of your head, and it looked ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So I couldn't wait for it to sort of, you know, go completely a lot easier. But no, Cossack hairspray. I'm not even sure you can still get it. But might be able to. Steve says Linda in Chislehurst. Bob Hope's childhood house in Eltham has a blue plaque, and Americans still come to visit many years after he died. Keep well, thank you. A northern blogger here says, I've just driven to Newcastle Airport and listening to you for the first time. What a brilliant show. What are you listening to? What are you listening to? Very funny. Glad your feet are well looked after. Absolutely. Got to look after your feet. All my nurses tell me that. Yeah, in fact, the whole team tells me about that. Look after that. And DJ Trevor Nelson says he's losing his hearing, which is not good because most presenters, because we listen on headphones, if you're playing music, I mean, headphones didn't used to be limited. You could have it up as loud as you wanted, and some people had them up really loud. Now they've got what they call a limiter, which takes it only to a certain level. But after years of playing in clubs, the volume has taken its toll, and he now struggles to hear his television. Blimey, that's mind you, could be a blessing, actually. A blessing, because I mean, I can't hear the television, thank God. What is it? Oh, it's another reality show. Oh, how boring. It's a reality cooking show, reality on an island, Married at First Sight. The language on that one, the Married at First Sight, my God, there's some old bags on there. The language was dreadful the other day. This old woman, she's saying to her boyfriend, who's got a face covered in tattoos, she's covered in them as well, she's a real class act. And her language, every other word was the foot word. And he sits down, he was sitting at the table, she comes and sits down and says, listen. And he stands up and says, I'm not listening to you anymore. Sit down, she says to him. And of course, he basically tells her to do one. And made her look completely stupid. These people, they're so rude. You can only imagine, you know, in your tiny little mind, what these people do for a living. Nothing at all. 5:15. Morning, everybody. 17 minutes past 5. Aussie kids hid under the bed in their old asylum because now he's called a celebrity ghost hunter. For that read, he's mad as a toothbrush. This is Jack Osborne, and this is where they have people filming things in dark rooms so that you can't see them dropping something on the floor and going, or failing that, they'll hear a voice. That apparently means something. But mind you, that's how his father sounds all the time, so it doesn't really make any difference, does it? Jennifer Metcalf injured herself while filming Hollyoaks. You ever seen Hollyoaks? You won't know anybody in it. You won't know anybody in the programme. It's fascinating. And Paul says, your headphones must be high, as I can clearly hear your producer nattering to you. I shouldn't think so. He hasn't nattered to me at all. And they're not high. They're very low. In fact, I can barely hear myself. Ashley says, I tend to find most of my profanity comes out when I bash my toe on the corner of something or a paper cut. And Shane says, I'm like you, I don't swear much, but you should hear the school kids waiting for the bus. Oh, I've heard them on the train. And there was one girl the other day. I was sitting down there. She walks past a building and she's got a short skirt on, schoolgirl. And she looks in there, she hitches it up even higher and then turns around to see what she looks like. And I wanted to say to her, your parents know you dress like this, but you can't say anything, can you? You're not allowed to. But I mean, it's really absolutely bad. Oh, Annika Rice is back in a jumpsuit. The bad news is it's Challenge Annika, the show that died years and years ago. It's being revived for Channel 5 that will air next year. The series will shine the light on everyday heroes and deserving communities at a time when they've never needed help more. Oh, right. No, that's switch off straight away, I'm afraid. Switch off straight away. Cherry Valentine was honoured at Birmingham Pride. This is somebody from Drag Race UK. And he died last week, aged 28. And former co-star Tia Kofi said it was super important for me to speak about Cherry. We're always bonded. I've never seen so much drag on the television. There's like sort of an overindulgence of drag now. I mean, there are all these people out there who obviously want to do drag, but it's the makeup, isn't it? It's the makeup and the wigs and all the other bits and pieces. And but they don't have acts, these people. They just dress up as women. There is no act, whereas years ago you went to see a drag act like the Harlequins or Lily Savage. It was a bloke dressed as a woman, but he was playing Lily and he took it all the way through. Like Hinge and Bracket. Hinge and Bracket, they had to explain when they appeared on the good old days that they were two men playing these two women. And you could tell the audience were quite shocked by this because they looked so good and they were singing songs. And it was all very lovely, and we had them in a few times. And I always remember sitting there because they were dressed as men. They didn't sort of come in dressed as the characters, and they make you like that, and you find yourself laughing along to them for no logical reason. It was just funny, just very funny. What have we got now? Statins hope in the battle against prostate cancer. Big killer. Big killer. If you have problems in the wee department, go and get checked out. Go and get checked out. You know, if you're passing blood or anything like that, they can check things now. Okay, you can go and have a colonoscopy and you can have all sorts of bits and pieces. But go. I suffered. Not too long, I have to add, but it was still one of those things that you think, oh, I wouldn't want to do that again, thank you. Apparently more than a third of us turn to a cup of tea when we have to make a tough decision. Oh, don't be so stupid. We turn to the gin. Mother's Ruin, it was called. But we don't turn to a cup of tea. So you get a bit stressed, you go, oh, I must get a cup of tea. I must get a cup. That's going to see me through. No, they don't, no. I mean, I would turn to a piece of fruitcake. I like a piece of fruitcake. I don't have it very often. It's like a treat once in a lifetime where you can sort of go out there and because it's cheaper to buy them than it is to make the blooming things. By the time you've sort of got to that stage of sort of, you know, the mixing bowl, everybody did it. It was all very nice, but at the end of the day, go and buy the things. It's only like a couple of quid. Swiss rolls are very cheap. £1.50, something like that for a Swiss roll. And what we used to make trifle. So you get a Swiss roll, or you can get some other bits and pieces, and you literally break it into pieces, put it at the bottom of the bowl, then you make your jelly, pour on the jelly, then you let that set, then you put on custard and then cream. Jelly at the bottom? Of course jelly at the bottom. What's the point of putting it at the top? Always at the bottom. Yes, Swiss roll at the bottom, then the jelly on top of that. Yes. What do you mean shaking your head? Don't tell me I'm cordon bleu. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's the broken up Swiss roll at the bottom, and then you don't put the Swiss roll on top of the jelly. It has to soak into the Swiss roll. That's the whole idea of it. God, you know nothing. Honestly, it's a sure sign. Yeah, there it is. That's the. It's already in there. It's already in there with all these things. There's no jelly in the bottom of these things. Look, the jelly's in the middle there. It's got all the. See, you can't do either. That means you're naff. That means you'd be the sort of person who'd buy John Lennon's old house. That'd be the sort of thing you'd do. I love it. You can't tell me anything about trifles. I love them. And that's different. This is a little trifle. It's a little, you can't, it's no good trying to sort of jack up your pathetic attempt of trying to win an argument. I mean, really, it's just too embarrassing. BBC star Alex Scott has spoken for the first time about her secret long-term relationship with fellow lioness Kelly Smith. She fell in love with her as a young player. Why do they go a secret long-term relationship? Obviously not, because now we're singing like a canary, telling us all about, you know, this and that and all the rest of it. And, she's got a book launch out. that's what, I wonder why it was in all the papers today. I thought otherwise it's of no interest to anybody, but it's a book launch. The post-Panday Mike diet craze cut biscuit sales by 48 million last year. People are not buying as many biscuits. I used to buy them in Iceland, not the country, the shop, because you could get 4 packs for like £1.50, and that would be bourbons, nice biscuit, custard creams, and there's something else, I can't remember what it was. And I'd buy those, because you can't beat a custard cream. But I met somebody who dunked biscuits, ladies and gentlemen, in cups of tea. I said, you are joking. He went, no, it's delicious. I thought, oh, no. And also I saw some new peanut butter the other day in a squeezy tube. There's a big advert. I don't know where you get it from, but it's squeezy peanut butter. And I thought, that's good, because you try getting the jar, you know, the lid off, you know, with a knife in and all the rest of it, but squeezy peanut butter. Because I quite like buying a box of Ritz crackers and then doing squirty Primula cheese or something on the top. That's very nice. But squirty peanut butter, and then sometimes you could put another little Ritz cracker over the top of it and eat it like a sandwich. What people are moaning about, honestly, around here. Very funny. Yeah, I'm cordon bleu. Yeah, well, at least I can make a trifle, pal. Harry Styles' mania has gripped the States. I told you, he doesn't stop. The longer he stays in the States, the bigger he becomes. He is now #1 at the box office and in the pop charts. He pulled in, over the weekend, 17.7 million. That's how rich he's actually becoming. And his hit, As It Was, has become the longest-running #1 on the Billboard singles charts by a British artist. 15 weeks. 15 weeks. Breaking the record previously held by Mark Ronson and Elton John with Uptown Funk and Candle in the Wind. Well done. He's a huge draw. He plays stadiums. He does it. The others must be sitting there going, well, we can't compete with it, can we really? Pete the Pool Man. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I quite like that one. Very shimmery. He says, interesting pool, this one. It's a nightmare to look after. Below the pool, there's a hydraulic system to lift the floor. It looks good, but it's problematic. I've used bad language here a few times. I saw a house once. It was in Barnes. And, yeah, and it's a dance floor. And then what you do is you push a button and the dance floor goes down and then the pool comes into view. Do it again. Do it again for me. There you go. Amazing, isn't it? You can do these things. So you've got a dance floor and the pool is underneath it and all the water just drives away. I can imagine it would be problematic. I think that's really clever. I've always wanted a pool. Actually, I've not really. I just say that. Because I often think, you know, it's quite healthy to sort of get up in the morning and go for a swim. And then I thought, say I die, I'm going to be found floating. I'm going to be like an Agatha Christie, floating on the top of my own pool. It's not very exciting. Well, yeah, but I don't want to die in a pool. I don't want people to come in and go, oh, look, he died doing the thing he loved doing. Yeah, I'll be all wrinkled and uninteresting. Very funny. Also, NASA crashing this spaceship. It's so big. It's so big, you can't believe this stuff. And we can see it. We can see it all these millions of miles away. Sales of Wrexham Football Club merchandise have soared sixfold thanks to Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. They bought the National League side for £2 million 2 years ago. Now the club has revealed annual worldwide merchandise sales have hit 360,000 compared with 59,000 a year ago. They actually bought the National League side for £2 million. It's cheap, isn't it? We've got our own football club. But they've shifted 7,000 shirts. The good news is more stock is on the way. So don't worry about that. I love a good old swear myself, Steve, says Kim, but I've got that automatic off switch. I never swear in front of older people or the little ones, and I never swear in front of my parents or aunts and uncles. They were old school. Absolutely. Ash says the audacity of your producer arguing with you about food. I mean, really, do they not realise your culinary influence on the world? I'm angry and disappointed. If you say jelly is in a trifle, then jelly is in a trifle, which it is, of course. Have a wondrous day. And Paul, the bus driver from Deal, if any school kids swear on my bus, trust me, they get told just as much as playing music through phone external speakers. Oh, I hate that. My hubby always dunks 2 biscuits at a time in his tea. Oh, that's ghastly. That is so awful. Nobody should be allowed to dunk biscuits. I mean, really, on pain of death, I think, or at least thrown in prison for some years. Ghastly, dunking biscuits. Don't want stuff like that, do we? Other stories in the papers. What have we got here? Stacey Solomon, she says, I'm fuming. Joe's flight home has been cancelled. Can't believe I've just shaved my legs. What a waste. Too much information there, I think, on that one. Too much information. And pretending to talk to somebody on your phone is the oldest dad joke in the world. But you can buy a Bluetooth version which links to your smartphone and makes it a reality. Once, twice, tops, and then enjoy months of wondering why you wasted your money. I do that. Have you ever done that when you walk past people, the chuggers in the street? Hello, would you like to save gay whales? No, thank you. No. Would you like to be friends with Jesus? Not really, not at the moment. No, I'm going for a McDonald's. But they leap out in front of you, trying to part you with money. They go, I don't want any money, I just want your phone number so we can bombard you with texts. I hate them. You see them turning up. They're all actors, you know that. A lot of them are trainee actors. And they turn up, somebody is the team leader and turns up with a bin liner with all their tabards on there, saving gay whales and all that kind of stuff. Equal rights for bisexual orcas, all that kind of stuff. And then they go out onto the street. Hello, have you got a minute? No, of course I haven't. The thing to do, if you're on your phone, they can't talk to you. So you just put the phone up to your ear and go, yeah, so-and-so. They just walk straight past them. They never get, because I've been known to trip them up. Don't come anywhere near me, pal, I tell you. Yeah, I don't like them. I don't know why it's not illegal. I've got no idea why. It's begging. I've no idea. Beggars get told off by the police. Why do the chuggers not get told off? It's ghastly. If you want to give money to a charity, go and give it to the charity, OK? You know how much they earn an hour? In excess of £10 an hour. That's what they're there for. No, they're above it. I remember seeing an advert for it, up to 15 quid an hour. I thought I'm trying that one next week straight away.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Families planning a half-term break could pay £2,000 more for flights than before the pandemic. 2 adults and 2 children flying from Heathrow to Tenerife will shell out £262 more each way than in 2019, totalling £2,096, which compared the average price of return flights to 6 popular destinations, Malaga, Alicante, Antalya, Dubai, Dublin and Tenerife from England's busiest airports. Overall prices have increased by an average of 42%. Guy Hobbs from Which says with fares so high, it's even more important that airports and airlines are held to account for the disruption travellers have faced. Seems ridiculous, doesn't it, the price? I don't know how people afford it. But so we must be due a half-term then coming up very shortly. I thought the next thing we celebrated was Bonfire Night. We'll have all the people. We've got Halloween before then. Nice to know you're sort of wearing your costume today, Joe, and, I approve of it. It's good. We don't do Halloween, do we, really? Although I do around Leicester Square, you do see people who dress up as Halloween characters. I'm not sure what Halloween characters are, but they do dress up. It's very big with the younger people now. They seem to like blood capsules and stuff like that, which is very good, really nice. What else do we have? A tattoo of Uncle Joe's mint balls. You remember Uncle Joe's mint balls? I was always disappointed that they weren't actually round. They're sort of oval. They're like a lozenge, but they're very nice. They sent me in some years ago because I'd mentioned them. And there's a US tourist here she was so delighted by a visit to Wigan, where they are made, and a nod really to Wigan's finest, that she had a tattoo of Uncle Joe's mint balls on her arm, which she seems to like. So she's got the sweet tattooed on her arm. But anyway, she was given a tour of the William Santos & Co. factory, where she was given an Uncle Joe's T-shirt and a book telling her about the history of the sweets. Honestly, all of that, dear, all that pain and suffering, and all you get is a blooming T-shirt and a book. That's not very exciting, is it? But they are nice, actually. Bosses John and Anthony Winnard, who are great-great-nephews of the company founder William Santos, said, "We were delighted to find out why Christie wanted to visit the factory and honoured she chose our logo to represent the warm welcome she got in Wigan." Wigan? I loved them. I thought they were really exciting, actually. Anything that comes in a tin, I don't know why, I'm a bit of a fan of. I think tins are a bit old-fashioned for sweeties. You know, you don't get them very often, but I liked them, you know. My show, and you like what I want. I'm not take any notice of anybody else. So what's Bob Mortimer saying? He's urging people to be ambitious when they're young, as he opened up on his health problems. He had a triple heart bypass in 2015. He revealed he's currently taking steroids for rheumatoid arthritis, and he said there's no going back. No going back at all. He said it takes until you're 60 to realise the things you could have done when your bones start aching and people say, I'm going to do this, you ain't going to do them as well because you can't do it. It's like running. I don't do running now. You know, I said to you before, if ever I see a bus coming, it'll just have to go past. I can't do anything about it. Did I ever run? Yeah. Oh, heavens above, you're listening to a champion runner. You know, somebody who got cups and medals. Cups and medals at school, represented Berkshire in the hurdles. I was very good. And I did high jump. I wasn't really good at long jump, but I did high jump. South Downs Nick says, my wife now only works 3 days a week, so I wished her happy Friday this morning. And Dylan in Kingston says, I agree, custard creams are the best biscuits. My mum used to hide them for me in the freezer, so now I love to dunk a frozen custard cream in a cup of tea. Oh, no. We don't do dunking. We're trying to elevate the country. We don't want to celebrate the fact that students, you know, with their drink and drugs and dunking of things and eating cold beans, we don't want to encourage that kind of thing. We're trying to sort of, you know, get a decent lot of people in this country. Steve, do you remember Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men? Yes, small wonder they couldn't talk. What was in between them? Weed. That's all I can tell you. Nothing else about it. Pete the Pool Man says, I'm at an empty house. The tenants moved out, so I've got in early to service the spa. They've got a spa. It's quite nice, isn't it? Is that water running all the time? Isn't that amazing? That's not a very big... you sit in the chair, don't you? That metal sort of thing. That'd be very good for me. I always wanted one of those things, like a foot spa. Foot spa. Where you put your feet in and it vibrates at the same time and it's got sort of warm water in. Thank you, Pete, for that. So is it the empty house? The tenants have moved out. So is it up for sale? Presumably they've given you a key. He's very good at this. Perhaps he just breaks into people's houses and services their pool. It could be, couldn't it? It could be. Former Take That, Robbie Williams thinks he owes his entire career to a wink. No, it really doesn't. And also, you haven't done anything for ages. He says a cheeky moment with his first music boss, Nigel Martin Smith, got him into the boy band. And that was it. They were looking for a boy band. They assembled them. And Robbie was always the one. He swore when he went out with them last time round, they were at Wembley, he was swearing and there were children in the audience and everything else. He doesn't know how to behave. But he used to have a friend called... can't remember, but his friend was always pictured with him. They were out together, and Jonathan somebody, isn't it? And then all of a sudden, Jonathan kind of disappeared. I don't know whether or not Jonathan got married and had kids and Robbie was having kids or something like that, but they were together all the time. I think they both came from the same place, Jonathan Wilkes, and good-looking boy. And I assumed that they were still, you know, together. But every time I've seen pictures of Robbie, I've never seen Jonathan, and yet they literally was joined at the hip. Everywhere Robbie went, Jonathan Wilkes went. I think because they both came from Stoke. I'm pretty certain. It's a nice picture, isn't it? Nice picture of them. And Jonathan's in the business as well. He's in entertainment. He's his cousin. Is he? Well, looky here, I never even knew that. But no, they got on really well. But Jonathan's been in all sorts of things, West End musicals and touring and everything else, which is nice. So I wonder what he's doing at the moment. TV presenter Annika Rice filming for Challenge Annika. The series due on Channel 5 in 2023 will shine the light on. It's the same press release. They've all printed the same press release, haven't they? Annika wears a new version of her signature jumpsuit. Just a jumpsuit, dear. Okay, doesn't matter whether it's a new version of it. It's still a jumpsuit. It's got a big zip on it, and that's it. And you'll be wearing it. But Challenge Annika was very good. Did do an awful lot of good, and they raised a lot of money. So let's see if they're going to do it this time round. What was I doing? Somebody was talking about some things the other day, and it was something to do with theatre tickets, and I can't remember what it was. You know, sometimes you see something on the television and it jogs something in your memory. Well, you know, if my memory was still intact, it would be jogging it. But unfortunately, it's dreadful, really. I can only just sort of cope with the fact that Wetherspoons have put 32 boozers up for sale because they've lost money. And they're all big places. They're no little tiny ones, are there? I like the ones that look like theatres and stuff because they were theatres. Yeah, that one down there is small. Is it Wetherspoons? Where is it there? Where is the Wetherspoons there? Is it? It's next to TGI. Is it? I've never been up that way. Oh, it's up there, is it? Oh, good Lord, I really live and learn. Live and learn. I don't... have you been there for breakfast? No, I'm not going in there. It's very cheap, isn't it? It's about £6.50 or £7. Well, that's not bad, is it? What else we got in the paper today? The Russians fleeing Vlad's call. 3,000... You look at the picture. It's obviously been taken with a drone. 3,000 cars stretched out as far as the eye can see with people trying to get away over the border. So whether they've moved out of their houses or they've just left the older people there because they're looking for young people and they've said we're going to come back when he's gone. Makes it an awful lot easier, doesn't it, really? And the young adults were picking up these retro skills, bread making. Because I often wonder when you go to these markets, artisan markets, and they've got a whole table full of this bread, I think, have they just bought that in the supermarket? Because all the supermarkets do artisan bread now, but it's not very good for you, bread. Very, very bad for you. It's full of all the sort of different bits and pieces. But it doesn't matter. Steve, tins of sweets covered in icing sugar were a 1980s car journey essential. Absolutely, Ange. Absolutely. I remember those very well. You could still buy them. Still buy them. But these Uncle Joe's mint balls, which aren't balls at all, but they should be, you put your hand, each one's individually wrapped, which is quite nice. Locked into the spike on my headphones, Steve, after watching Stranger Things, Season 3, says Waj. And Ashley says you can still get the travel sweets in the tins in most petrol stations or Halfords. But the icing sugar is a pain when you always get somebody to tip it all over the car. Oh, isn't that the worst? Get rid of them as friends. Absolute nightmare. My grandmother used to sip her tea from the teacup, Steve, into the saucer and slurp from there. And I always dunk my... Thank you, Ian, very much indeed. Always dunk, yes, another dunker. I like those biscuits as well, actually. I'm a big fan of those ones. You're not going to get me to say that. Not on a Wednesday. Not on a Wednesday. I've got a phone call with the doctor tomorrow. Oh, God, I hate it. Mind you, you could always sort of just start a coughing fit and say, I'll have to call you back. Yes, it was fine. Yes, it was fine. They sort of keep very much roughly to time. You check in on a computer. And it was then that I asked about the COVID jab, and she said, no, I can't book you in. You need to go online. You should have had it sent to you. And I said, yes, I have. I get no end of these things sent to me. I've got little Post-it notes with the next appointment for this and the next appointment for that. But that's good. NHS working well, as far as I'm concerned. Might not be the same all over the country, but down where we are, it's very good. Morning, nice to have your company. I was just checking, actually. Somebody sent it in to me and said fans are paying tribute to Lata Mangeshkar on her birth anniversary. I've never heard it described as birth anniversary. Does that mean birthday? She's not with us anymore, of course. I mean, huge, person in the Bollywood film industry. I can't remember when she died. I mean, she was another one who went for ages and ages, but I mean, a huge star. So she died in February. Right. So she would have been 93 today. 93 today. I mean, she was still singing. So in other words, when you go and see Bollywood movies, if you go and see all the early ones, she would be the person singing, her and a few others. But she was top dollar, was Lata Mangeshkar. And she used to record all the film soundtracks, and then the other actresses would come along and they would mime to her singing voice. Very clever. Very, very clever. this week, because coming up very shortly, it's Make Some Noise. Merci. Thank you. No ice cream today. No ice cream today. I've got to watch it, honestly. We keep eating all these ice creams, delicious though they are. What did I have yesterday? Strawberries and cream. Oh, God, that was marvellous. It really was. I was very hyper, actually. You can tell, actually, because it's got sugar in it. I go hyper quite quickly, actually. It affects me very quickly. So, for Make Some Noise, and I will have another item for you to purchase, and the money all goes to Make Some Noise. And I think you're going to like this one. I hope you're going to like it. I like it. I've seen it, and I thought, oh, that's very nice indeed. So we're hoping to... I've got only a limited amount, though, but I'll tell you about it. Not this Friday, but next Friday. Week Friday. But we have got a tech competition. Will Guyot would love this. He would definitely go for this one, because it's your chance to win the ultimate tech bundle. They call it a bundle if it's, more than 2 or 3 items. And this one, you get the following. All of it yours. If you win... all of it. A brand new Apple iPhone 14, the latest iPhone just released, an Apple iPad Air, an Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro, the Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. All of that, every single thing that I mentioned, can be yours. And for your chance to win, that super lot. I mean, even if you sold them, you're laughing. You've got your quids in on this one, or you can be supplying Christmas presents and birthday presents for a few years to come. Actually, you just need to text the word tech, TECH, and send it to 84850. So tech, TECH, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every tech supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until midday on Friday the 7th of October. Very close to enter. Keep the phone handy, because we could be calling you. And if we call you and go, you're a winner, you can get all excited. Standard network rate supply. You've got to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating Global stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. Makesomenoise.com. So text the word tech, TECH, and send it to 84850. And good luck, because that's a very nice bundle. A very nice bundle of prizes. In fact, it's extremely nice. I would love to. I think even Will Guyot said he wouldn't mind entering the competition. As if, but he can't. He's not allowed to. Not allowed to. There's rules and things like that, but it is lovely actually. Lifting weights helps you live longer. Oh well, there you go. I don't know why. Why would you want to live longer if you're lifting weights? I mean, who wants to be muscly? Some people used to do it. You don't need to actually have proper weights. I knew somebody who did it with tins of baked beans. Doing my auntie Gladwin, sadly not with us. Yeah, Gladwin, from the Welsh side of the family, and used to live in Prestatyn, and she would do it with sort of baked bean tins. I mean, she developed muscles like you can't imagine. She could bend bicycle frames. She had guns. No. But she could bend bicycle frames. Literally, she could sort of hug the back tyre if you try, and she would just literally crumble in her hands. She was a very strong woman. In fact, I think she was voted Prestatyn's top bodybuilder, I think, from 1936 upwards. She's, and when the last time I mentioned it, she was still doing it. Sometimes she'd just be standing in a queue at the supermarket, flexing her muscles. I mean, she built up, she looked like Popeye the Sailor Man. We like Popeye the Sailor Man. Unfortunately, it didn't sort of, resonate with me at all. I wasn't remotely interested in being muscly. I think I've got just about the right amount of muscle. Any more, I'd be looking ridiculous. Gwynnie. Oh, it's not Gwyneth Paltrow again. Oh, it is. She's posed naked for a 50th birthday shoot. Oh, God, how boring. How dull. And she's had herself painted gold in a nod to the 1964 James Bond movie Goldfinger. But there was a bit missing, wasn't there? Do you remember when they painted the girl in the Bond movie Gold? You have... Yes, Gold, yes, I know. But you have to leave a spare thing so that the skin can breathe, because otherwise you suffocate. So I'm assuming that Gwyneth, although she looks like she's got a whole arm which hasn't been painted, but she's going on about all this stuff, doesn't she? She's very odd. But arms and legs were strategically placed. She said, I feel so good turning 50. Nothing. 50. Child. Absolute child. Anne Widdecombe. Truss must take stand and deliver. And she says here, dockers plan to strike at 2 of our biggest ports. And if that hits the Christmas shelves, what's the betting that the die-hard Remainers will try to blame Brexit rather than the actions of people who will willingly cause havoc for others in pursuit of their own financial gain? Let's hope it doesn't happen. I mean, there's still plenty of time to call it off, I should think. Mike in Maidenhead says, I'm really worried, Steve, because if the interest goes up, my mortgage will go up $800 a month. I know. They were saying, there was one of the stories in one of the papers, they were saying it's going to affect a lot of people, you know, and they think by this Friday your mortgage could start going up. I feel really sorry for young people, just generally. And, and if you want to get on the property ladder, with the price of mortgages now, it's just almost a physical impossibility. I mean, an extra $800 a month, who's got that spare? Most people don't have it spare, do they? Have you seen the programme with Colin and Justin? They bought a hotel in Nova Scotia. Further away, the better, as far as we're concerned. I remember when they first popped up on the television. And Colin and Justin, 2 Scottish designers or something. Anyway, it was all a little bit too much. A little bit too much. And now they bought this hotel in Nova Scotia and somebody's decided it's worth a programme. I don't know why. I don't think they live in this country anymore. But I haven't seen it. The only thing I've seen about it is, Jean, the trailers. And the moment it said Colin and Justin, I thought, oh, God, not them again. Please not. Please not. Steve, I work for the NHS. And this is Joanne in Stoke Newington. And today we're going on an away day. All we've been told is to wear comfortable shoes and clothes, and the location is Richmond Park, or Richmond. Really looking forward to it, blimey. Well, that's nice because you can walk along the river. It's a very nice walk, having an away day. And there's loads of places to eat in Richmond. It's going to be about, I think, 15 degrees today, sunny intervals, gentle breeze, usual sort of thing. And Friday, I told you, the weather is going to change. So thank goodness not you're doing it on Friday when the heavy rain comes in and the wind and everything else. But so just be aware. But today will be quite nice. There's loads of things to do in Richmond. Loads of things. You can go and sit on the green, look at the lovely houses there. Richmond Theatre is there. It's got work. She's got work to do. Yeah, has she? What, the NHS? Oh, it's a work-away day. What are they doing that for? I don't believe in that. No, you enjoy yourself. You get an ice cream. A friend of mine's got an ice cream shop down one of the little roads that leads to the green, and they make it there on the premises. They make their own. They've got he's Italian, and they have a gelato machine upstairs which came in, and they make all their own ice cream. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. They've also got a shop in Kingston, in the Benthall Centre as well, and they make their own. And most of these places don't make their own ice cream. It's brought in from other places that make it. But no, he sort of makes it. And at Christmas time, he does Christmas pudding flavour, all sorts of exciting things. You just basically pop the ingredients in, and there you go, Daniele, and you can just tell it's homemade, can't you? How do you know it's called Daniele? Or are you just sort of going through Ice Cream Shop Richmond? There you go, and they actually come up straight away. They also do chocolates. They have a chocolate factory. He bought the chocolate shop at the end. They do salted, strawberry, coffee, peanut, honeycomb, cherry, creme siciliana, biscuit, choc hazelnut, mint choc chip, bueno, Bakewell tart. What are you looking at? Bakewell tart, yeah. That's what they used to call you, wasn't it? Bless you. I always remember that, actually. Yeah, when you lived in Bakewell, they go, oh, there you go. But no, they do all their own stuff and they make different flavours. It's not cheap, but there again, if you want quality, you pay for it. And it's worth paying for. But at the very end, if you go past the ice cream shop, just at the end there's the chocolate shop, and they do all sorts of things. And he went in there for some reason some while ago, and the lady was looking to sell, so he bought it. And I think he's got a clothing shop as well. You know, really nice clothes, really. Only tiny clothing shop, but he does handmade shoes. Really, he's a very clever boy. Very clever boy. I bumped into him in Costco the other day. And he went, Steve, because nobody recognises me when I'm outside. I've got my dark glasses on indoors and I'm sitting there dressed as, you know, the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Nobody notices me at all. I become invisible. Can't believe it's coming up to 6 o'clock already. Unbelievable. Health bosses issuing that warning over the COVID and flu twin-demic this winter. And the airport chaos, adding hundreds to the price of half-term holidays. Connie Huck's sister suspended from Labour. And the alleged boast of an Armani-clad Lawrence killer. You won't believe what he's got in his cell. He's got everything. Television. He's tweeting stuff out from a telephone. I thought people were in prison, but no, you've seen the size of the little telephones, haven't you? The little tiny things. They're really, really small. And he's obviously got a few... Oh, even smaller than that.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, 4 minutes past 6, Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Panto season. Believe it or not, tickets are on sale now for the Pantos, and there's the big one at the London Palladium. It is a big one. Mind you, pretty big, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which is down at the new Wimbledon Theatre. And we know about the new Wimbledon Theatre because Scott is going to be down there with David Walliams talking about Barbara, which is going to be lovely. But Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs runs from the 3rd of December to the 31st of December. Now, I have to tell you, that's a short Panto run, because normally they would start November and run all the way through to Easter. Pantos used to run for ages, but you can't get people doing them now. Listen who their lineup is. Ruthie Henschel, never done Panto before, so she's doing it. Brenda Edwards, who you know from Loose Women. Lee Mead, you know Lee Mead? Used to be Joseph, absolutely. Matthew Kelly, Dick and Dom, and John Archer, who's a very, very good, funny magician. Very funny magician. And it looks fantastic, but I think you'll find Matthew Kelly's doing drag. I think he's playing an ugly sister or whatever they call it. I don't know what they call them in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But they're selling tickets now for it. It's a good lineup. Very, very good. I mean, that really is a very good lineup. I wonder who's on the most money. Ruthie, I should imagine. But that's Matthew Kelly. You could spot Matthew Kelly a mile off. But Dick and Dom, I wasn't sure about them, but Ruthie's got her cozies on. I'll tell you, it was amazing. Anita Harris. We saw her in a pantomime lineup the other day at Windsor, and she looks amazing. I mean, absolutely stunning. So if you're getting ready for Panto, they haven't actually sort of started rehearsing yet. They don't get a huge lot of rehearsal for Panto. It's generally about a week or 2 weeks. It's really, and sometimes they can do 3 shows a day. You can imagine, you put all your effort into the first one. Come on, boys and girls. That's why people like Stephen Mulhern and Shane, Ritchie, all these people, they work the Panto circuit. It's hard work. Do you remember that I think Stephen Mulhern got stitched up by Anton Deck? He had he was doing his thing with album covers, and they changed all the positions. So every time he pulled one out, it was the wrong thing to link into, which was a bit embarrassing. And he was sort of going, somebody's touched my stuff. But he kept it together really well. But no, people earn money. For some of them, that's what they earn. You know, they won't earn much else for the year now. And there's always sort of little bits and pieces. But they used to come out of the soaps to do them, although a lot of the soaps weren't very keen on people coming out to do them because you couldn't take the character with you. You know, the character was owned by the BBC or by ITV. But no, if you've seen pantomime, they've changed a bit. If you've not been to see a pantomime recently, go. They've changed a lot. They're far more adult than they used to be. Far more adult. Because the little kid, they don't know anything. They just see pretty costumes and, you know, different bits and pieces, and people sing along and bouncing balls, and somebody comes up on stage. Lots of innuendo. Lots of innuendo. Can't move for innuendo. Leslie Joseph was very good at doing the innuendo. She had two little helpers with her, little Kylie and little Danny, and they just take the mickey out of everything. But it's tough work. Don't ever think it's easy, because you do one show, and then you've sort of got a little break, and then you're into the second show, and just when you're just about ready to drop, along comes the third show. They don't do them all the time, but they've got to make as much money as possible, because they cost money to put on with all the sets and glitter. The London Palladium, you imagine, the set's got to be huge on there. I think one time, whoever was starring in it, I can't remember who was starring in it. Anyway, they come in on a bell, a giant bell sweeps across the stage, and they're clinging onto it. I think it was Julian Clary. He was sort of talking about it. And it's, they're lovely, but you've got tons of people in there, and it's still big business. Kids love it, but I think secretly it's the parents who enjoy the pantomime most, because they get out of it all the gags that the children don't get. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Jon Snow celebrates his birthday today. How old? 75. Many happy returns today. He's fit. He rides his bicycle. He used to ride it up and down Gray's Inn Road. And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, yes, gardeners kicking up a stink after the drought, which killed slugs. I don't see why I thought slugs you didn't want anywhere. I thought you put down slug killer. Why are they kicking up a stink? I thought they were a pest. I just know that when you get them on plants, they eat plants. Literally they eat plants. Although we had not an infestation this year, but certainly a fair number of snails. We're 60 foot up in the air. Where do they come from? Where do they come from? And the answer is they come in from birds who pick them up in gardens, and all of a sudden the weight of it, or they do something and they drop it so it lands with us. We say, seriously, I mean, I've never seen so many. So I throw them into next door's garden. Let them deal with them. I'll say, let them climb up the wall after that one. Wetherspoons and their boozers up for sale, and which is quite interesting. And the King's former butler, who is on a video kind of thing he's baffled fans. He's shown them the right way to eat pot noodle. I couldn't believe it either. I thought you just take the lid off, you pour the water in, you stir it, and then you have to wait for what seems like an eternity, and then you pour in a little sachet of curry sauce or something, if it's a curry one or something else, and that's the way to eat pot noodle. Nobody eats it. Ben Elton used to do a joke about pot noodle. He said, where did it come from? He said, it looks like when you pull the cooker out, they scrape that stuff off the floor and thrown it into a pot. But students used to eat it. It's very 80s. You can go and buy a 3-pack in Iceland of pot noodle. No, you can. I bought them before, just to see if it was as good. But there's always the powder bit that doesn't dissolve properly. So you put a little bit more water in, and it was cheap and cheerful. That was my middle name, actually. Cheap and cheerful. And here we go. It says, Pete the Pool Man. He says, that was last year in the Royal Box at Windsor. He says, the panto was fabulous. Do you know, I've never sat in a box in a theatre. I tell a lie, I have actually. Yes, I have sat. I know. I don't know why I said I hadn't. Of course I have. But that was it. He says, don't forget, we have you a ticket and we're expecting you. Goodness. But it's lovely, isn't it? I love a good panto. I love booing, hissing, doing everything. But no, Bill Kenwright owns that theatre. Well, he used to. I don't know if he still does. I think he probably does. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So the Jurassic Coast voted Ramblers best walk, but I think people who go walking, I think they do professional walking. They like doing it. You know, they go out there with their anoraks on and everything else. It's very pretty, the Jurassic coastline. We were looking at pictures of it earlier on, and it does look very nice. I mean, it's great. I mean, it's one of the most. I mean, it's not changed, has it really? In all these years, they've still got these. Is it anemonites or anemones or something like that, which are in rocks? Those curly things. They died there, and then they go back. Fossil. Yeah, they're called anemones or anemonites. They are. Stop it. I know these things. I went to school. I was educated, but it's one of the most beautiful places, and you can there are travel guides and everything. It's down in Dorset, which is lovely. But people like walking. You know, some people want to go and sit on the beach. Some people don't. They want to go walking. But I love that. You can do holidays in Dorset. I'd love to live by the coast. I know, but the trouble is it's sort of one of those sort of places, when you look at that pretty place there, that's West Dorset I sound like a tongue twister now, the West Dorset Leisure Holidays, and you think, that must be lovely to live there all year round, but you probably take it for granted. Like, we live and work in London, and yet we take everything for granted. We don't, tourists come in and go, do you know where Buckingham Palace is? And I always go, yeah, it's just there. And Admiralty Arch is there, and Whitehall is there, and Horse Guards Parade, and, Trafalgar Square, and all these places round here. You can get on a bus and go to the Tower of London, where we used to execute people. And there's loads of places in London, but we take it for granted. I try not to, because I like to get excited every day. I walk down and I think, it's really good, actually, because you've got Trafalgar Square down there, and you look at it and you think, people pay good money to come here. Whereas we actually get it for free every single day. Charlie Girling, they're Ammonites. I knew she'd know. Anemonites. No, Ammonites. And you can buy them. There's loads of them. They're these creatures that sort of lived in the sea and on rocks and everything else. And then when something happened to them, they just gave up and died there. And they turn into stone. And you can buy them. I don't know where you'd buy them. Probably the Natural History Museum, I should imagine. That'd be a good place. Steve, the item you will announce next Friday, will it go through the letterbox or is it bigger? I think it'll go through the letterbox. It won't. No, the producer said it won't. No. Cheers, Steve. Liverpool and Felixstowe docks are both on strike now. Are they? Oh, I thought it was coming up. And, Steve, during Panto season, the Palladium very nearly sells out of ice cream every day. Massive order, 7 days a week, says Ian. And he should know. He's supplying it. I can imagine. That's an awful lot of ice cream, isn't it? That's more than ice cream shops do and ice cream vans and things like that. Because you've got, if you've got 2 shows a day at the Palladium and it's a big theatre. I forget how many the seating is. And how many tubs do they get through? Thousands. Thousands and thousands and thousands. And I don't know how much they charge for them either. I'm always curious as to how much an ice cream would cost. They charge, yeah. I mean, it would be nice, wouldn't it, if you sort of got it, you showed your ticket and you got a free ice cream. that would be some hope. Well, failing that, I've always wanted to sit in the Palladium with a hot dog. With onions. And drizzled cheese over the top of it. I don't know why. My mum, Esther, Steve, is 106 today. Still lives in her own home, goes up and down the stairs by herself to bed and the loo. No medication, no doctor's visits. We're waiting today to see if she gets one of those first cards from the new king, as you get one every year after 105. After 100, you get one. After 100, the card from the royal family. Yeah, you've got to reach 100. You get it every year. I mean, to be honest with you, if she goes up and down the stairs and she doesn't have any medications, is she alive? You have to check, don't you? You're never too sure. She might have been one of those sort of people. But yeah, if you turn 100, you get the card from the king. And that would be nice to get the first one, wouldn't it? First one, can you imagine? Morning, nice to be company. So you heard it on the news. They were talking about this man, one of the Lawrence killers, they're saying. The sickening selfies from his jail cell. This is David Norris in a flashy watch and aviator sunglasses. And he's been sending things out on a phone. And to be honest with you, it doesn't look like one of the little... Remember I told you about the little teeny tiny phones? Little teeny tiny phones. This looks like a normal-sized telephone. They say he's got prison artwork, family pictures, a television, Xbox console, a gold watch, shaving mirror to take picture of himself, and a smartphone. Oh, plus the aviator sunglasses. And this is illegal. But then somebody obviously smuggled this phone in to him. I love the way that, I understand where they're coming from, but this is quite common. Most prisoners have got access to a telephone in prison. They've all got them. This is nothing new. Unfortunately, you remember that Stephen Lawrence was knifed to death when he was just 18. And now they've basically said if anybody is caught with their telephone, we don't need to catch them. There's a picture of him here on his telephone in his cell. So what are they going to do? Do they go round there? Did he think that... how does this make the newspapers? Where do they get hold of this story from? But they've now ordered a search. To be honest with you, it makes a complete mockery of the prison system. So, the Mail have a particular interest in that particular case. But because he says, allegedly, it was me who stabbed Stephen and I've never lost a wink of sleep over it. Apparently it's like being on holiday in prison nowadays. I thought it was supposed to be... Years ago, they used to chain people up to the walls and leave them hanging there. Nowadays, they give them smartphones, an Xbox console, aviator sunglasses, exercise, 3 meals a day. The shaving mirror, the gold watch, everything you're allowed to have in prison. I thought they weren't allowed to actually use... Otherwise, it's a bit stupid. But they were sending drones in with drugs. The drone would be sent over the prison wall. They knew where the cell was. There'd be a handkerchief hanging outside, and they would put their hands through the bars and take what the drone was trying to deliver. It's unbelievable, isn't it, really? Apparently, ice cream, says Brian and Bromley, is £5 for a mini tub at the Palladium. Ugh. £5 for a mini tub. I have to be honest, it is particularly delicious. Johnny in Brighton says, pot noodles make a really good base to make something even nicer. Add vegetables, you get a proper meal and dead cheap. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Doesn't make a proper meal. Proper meal would be fillet steak, sausages, things like that. Yeah, and then on a bed of pot noodle. Didn't somebody on one of the cooking programmes on the television use a ready mix pasta thing? I remember thinking, what the hell are you doing on the television? And Ashley says, I've just seen a billboard advertising Jaffa donuts. Oh, I've had those before. You can buy them in Iceland. In fact, they've been available for some time. It doesn't look like a ring. You get, I think, 3 in a packet. Or 4 in a packet, or something like that. 2 in a packet. I don't know. I can't remember what it was. I brought them in here. And it just looks like a donut, but it's a Jaffa cake. Or biscuit. Or whatever it wants to be, I suppose. So pumping iron in your 70s can help you live long, if you can get it out of the box. That was the trouble, wasn't it, really? Arnold Schwarzenegger used to advertise, this thing, and he was pictured doing this. It was all springs on it, and you pushed it in and then out again, and that gave him these huge muscles. He's got a very young girlfriend at the moment. I suppose when you get to a certain age and he's reached it, the best you try and keep it up, as they say. So you do your exercises with your thing. I can't remember what it was called. There was a name for this thing, and it came in the box. I was going to order one, but to be honest with you, I could never get sellotape off things at all. And I remember thinking, if you're into that, bodybuilding, it's a very easy way. You get carried away with it, I think. Cost of flights has taken off. Here we go. Average ticket prices booking 6 weeks before the October half term. Gatwick, Alicante, 61 quid. Dubai, £455. It's amazing, isn't it, really? The percentage increase for Tenerife is 159%, 216%, 181% to go to Dublin, 40% to Dubai, not applicable to Antalya or Alicante. But airline firms have been forced to axe thousands of workers in the gap between the end of the government's furlough system and the end of COVID travel restrictions. I mean, it's going to cost people quite a bit, isn't it? I didn't realise it was so expensive. Heathrow to Dubai is £847. But they don't, you may get this right, they don't give a discount to children, do they? Do they pay the same price? Because they're taking up a seat. Yeah, you pay for the seat, so it doesn't make any difference. If you want to go to, well, it's a cheap place to go to. Well, Gatwick to Alicante, 61 quid. Gatwick, in 2019, it was 61 quid. It's £94 now. Wow. Percentage increase 54%. To Antalya, it's up 71%. 281% to Dublin, very popular. It used to be 42 quid. And then 2 years later, £160. That's a lot of difference. Heathrow to Dubai, £603 in 2019. Now, 847. Dublin, 84 quid. Now, 236. Malaga, £89 in 2019. Now, £282. And Tenerife, 2019, 165 quid. Heathrow 2022, £427. Adds up, doesn't it? It adds up. It's quite amazing. I don't know where people get their money from. That's right, it's a bull worker. Thank you. No, Kevin, a bull worker. Anything else is just purely coincidental. And that's what it is. It's a bull worker. It's I mean, it's very good. The trouble is, all the pictures of the people just used to put you off anyway. But Arnold Schwarzenegger used to advertise bull workers. It was a portable home gym before you get all these marvellous things now, which you sort of assemble and you row and you go back. I bought a rowing machine. Another thing, you clip under a door and then you do your sit-ups. Well, I tried it once and it was ridiculous. Honestly, I'm not doing things like that. So everybody knows it was a bull worker, apart from Kevin, who thought it was affecting some other part of his body. You have to laugh, don't you, really, I suppose. What else we got? A Spanish judge has told pop star Shakira she'll go on trial. They reckon she owes 14.5 million euros. They think it's a tax fraud. Her hips don't lie, but maybe her tax returns do. I don't understand that reference at all. I just read it out, but I go, no idea what they're talking about. No idea. What is it? Hips Don't Lie. Is it one of her songs? What, called My Hips Don't Lie? Oh, send her to prison immediately. I think it's a ridiculous song title. What a life changer for Sarah Vine. She's found an item in the kitchen. And she says, for some people, the ultimate must-have autumn accessory is a new pair of shoes or a handbag. Mine is an air fryer. She bought an air fryer. She said, I've never heard of the things, but then my oven packed up and my daughter persuaded me to get one whilst I was waiting for John Lewis to supply the spare part. At first it was just used for my son's late-night chicken nuggets and chips, but on Saturday I roasted an entire chicken. A revelation. She says, perfectly crispy skin, succulent, juicy. On Sunday I tried a small lamb joint, similar results, and all from something not much bigger than my coffee machine, and that cost under 50 quid. The oven is now fixed, but I'm not sure I'll ever use it again. Because it's cheaper, these air fryers. You see them advertised on all the shopping channels. In fact, we've mentioned them on this programme. You can buy them on Amazon. And do they use a lot of electricity? I didn't think they used a huge amount. But it's instant heat. It's not like waiting for the oven to heat up, which, you know, people have to do nowadays. So that's it. So it's an air fryer. She doesn't tell you, pardon me, which one it is. But I used to do in my halogen oven, which we don't have anymore. Thank you very much indeed. We don't talk about anymore. And I used to do roast potatoes in it. It did the best roast potatoes because the heat was instant and it crisped them up beautifully. I mean, I would just sometimes buy a box of roast potatoes in their metal tray, put them in there and crisped me up as well. My entire little body was crisped up as I fell on the blooming thing. But anyway, it's another story. And but no, delicious. So an air fryer. There you go. If you want something for Christmas that costs around 50 quid, get an air fryer. It'll change it. And you just pull the drawer out, put the stuff in, push the drawer back in, and it's all presets and everything. Students will love that. That's what Mummy and Daddy can buy you when you go away to sort of Durham or Eton or somewhere, I don't know, wherever you happen to go. Very useful. And it saves you going to the murderously expensive takeaways. Go and get things much, much cheaper.
Hola, Einstein here, just out tucking into tackles and the best business advice with my friend Deborah Meaden.
Because much like a recipe, in business you've got to get the basics right.
Indeed, and a smart meter can help you track your energy use and costs over time. Oh, I think I miscalculated the hot sauce.
So that's more control of your business budgeting, at least.
Search Get a Smart Meter for Business today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7 is the time. I love the story of David Dimbleby, who, you know, prior to his resurrection as the royal commentator for the Queen's funeral, was told by a taxi driver that his wife loved him in shorts. I never wear shorts, Dimbo explained. Replied the cabbie, you know... Dimbo, yeah. He says, replied the cabbie, you know when you were talking to those gorillas. Gorillas? David asked. You are David Attenborough, aren't you? Embarrassing, honestly. Can you imagine? Mind you, the funniest one was Graham Norton, determined to avoid speaking to Lord Archer when he spotted him at Dublin's Irish Book Awards. I really didn't want to meet Geoffrey Archer, he admits. I was really going out of my way, going through doors when he was coming through another door and moving around a table when he was heading my direction. I navigated the whole evening and I didn't see him. Mission accomplished. Adds Graham. The next morning, I get on my flight and he's sitting next to me. Have I ever deliberately avoided a celeb? No, never. No. Never, never, never. Never, never, never. I said, bring it on, baby. Bring it on. I'll be back. You know, no, I've never avoided anybody. I mean, when I think back, actually, it's, I think we bumped into, deliberately, Jordan, who was in sort of the height of her fame, if you can call it that, in a nightclub wearing very little. And she saw Dale. She didn't see me. I mean, I'd just become invisible. And that was the end. And I remember thinking, oh, God, Mind you, we were in Joe Allen's once, and Robbie Williams was doing a recording session and wanted us to go to the recording session. Another time, Jerry Halliwell phoned us as we were out somewhere. He said, "Listen, I'm doing a show at wherever it was. Do you want to come down?" And we got all of these sort of things, and you think back on it, and at the time it was a bit blasé. You don't sort of think about it. You just, nowadays people go, "Oh, Robbie Williams," and then you watched him at Nebworth, and I talked to one of the guys who at Nebworth, part of his band, and I said, "What was it like?" He said, "It was amazing." I said, it looked amazing to me as well at exactly the same time. So will it be Glasgow or Liverpool to host Eurovision? Yeah, you look at that crowd at Nebworth, and as Robbie said, wow. I think he didn't need to say anything else, just wow. It was packed as far as the eye could see. Everybody was singing along. People sing to George Ezra as well. I'll be riding shotgun. Just me again, is it really? Green, green grass, blue, blue sky. I can get quite carried away with these things, but at the moment, my obsession is watching Jesus Christ Superstar from around the world. This morning, I must have spent a good half an hour watching Jesus Christ Superstar clips from Turkey, from Italy, and just all over the place. And whatever you do, you look at it and you think, that's about as near to perfection as you're ever going to get. And some of the people playing Jesus, phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. There's a great version from Amsterdam where they appear to have, in this small stage, a huge choir at the back. I wonder if any other LBC presenters prepare for their shows in the same way. I can see Ian Dale probably sort of checking on the price of soft fruits or something like that. But, I don't know. It puts me in the right frame of mind for the programme. I have to watch things, and then I sometimes have to watch things that really annoy me. And they're mainly American videos, or people who've got really angry in America, and they start filming somebody. And the other person goes, "Get away from me, get away from me." I like those. I like those ones, and I like choirs as well. And Billy Elliot, I watch clips of Billy Elliot, and they do a version in Germany where all the kids are, because they're German, so they're speaking it in German, and yet there is one bloke on it who was the star of our version of Billy Elliot over here. He's the only one doing it in English. But he got the biggest cheers, which I was pleased about. Anyway, will it be Glasgow or Liverpool to host Eurovision? So they actually beat Leeds, Newcastle, Sheffield and Manchester to make the final shortlist. But no mention of us in London. I would have thought we had the ideal place with the O2, haven't we, for putting on something? Oh, obviously not. Apparently a final decision by the BBC and the EBU is set to be made within weeks. Why can't they just sort of say, "You've got it"? It's as simple. Whoever gets it, it's going to cost them a fortune, an absolute fortune. That's why, Ireland, I think, won it 3 years on the trot. In the end, please somebody else win it. We don't want to win it anymore. We're bankrupting the country. But London was snubbed. Snubbed us, La Capitale, hello, because they're now in the running. Glasgow, Leeds, Liverpool, Manchester, Sheffield and are in the running after demonstrating how they'll reflect Ukrainian culture and communities. That was the shortlist. I mean, to be honest with you, how are we going to, put it this way, we're the most multicultural place in the whole planet. Every creed, every colour, every nationality, every language, everything in London. Of course we can represent Ukrainian culture. For goodness sake, honestly. It's ridiculous, but we don't get it. No, you won't have it. You know why? The BBC make a fortune shoving their silly trucks up and down the country. There'll be loads of people there. Loads of people working on it just to basically shine a camera on somebody wearing a funny outfit. That's what it'll be. But you will get the Ukrainian winners, won't you? They'll be coming over to presumably sing the thing, and then they go, and this year's winner, is going to be whoever it is. I haven't seen it for some time, actually, now. I really haven't. Not since Lordi won with Hard Rock Hallelujah. It's only because I thought it was so unusual, and it was so catchy. But mind you, I thought Engelbert Humperdinck's tune was catchy. But so it doesn't make any difference. Glasgow or Liverpool, given the choice, I'd like it to go to Glasgow. They've been European City of Culture. So, and they did change. Glasgow used to be a dump. Seriously, but because I used to go up there every month, and it got European City of Culture, and it really lovely. All sort of open areas where you can sit outside, in the pouring rain, and have a cup of coffee or, some tagliatelle, and enjoy it. Mind you, talking of rain, this Friday you're going to get deluged. Take your umbrella. But the hosepipe ban will stay. They've said until 2023. So 10 of the last 12 months have been below average rainfall, a little bit, but the average September doesn't make up for the months of dry. And by God, it was dry. Don't you remember? Now at the moment, everything looks green and fertile, and it's quite nice. It's quite nice, but you're going to get the heaviest and strongest winds, gales up to 55 miles an hour. It's going to be wet, windy, cold. But, however, contrary to some reports, they don't expect these conditions to be the remnants of Hurricane Fiona. It's just, you don't know where it sort of starts from, do you, these things? They sort of build up. I mean, I was sick to death of getting sand all over my car. I had to go and get the blooming thing washed. Desert dust it came in as. And you think, that's literally been born on all these gales and everything else, and it lands on why my car? That's what I wanted to know. But luckily, it didn't show too much with the colour, which was good. Steve, in autumn and winter, I only have Sainsbury's own label ice cream because it's the kind of ice cream that doesn't make me feel freezing cold afterwards, says Connie. Other brands of ice cream make me freezing cold afterwards, which is interesting. That is. Mind you, Chris and Steve, over in España, they have an air fryer. They've just bought an air fryer, and they love it. And they're very particular, very particular. So I'm glad that they've got one, actually. It's much cheaper to operate than an oven. Seriously, and your food's a lot healthier. Conrad says, I live 100 metres from the sea in Hove. I never take the sea promenade and the wonderful Georgian buildings for granted, as it's wonderful seeing the sea every day. I know. Imagine, we're in London. I could hop on a little bus this morning, supposed to go into Waterloo. I could go to the Tower of London. Just go and look at the Tower of London. You know, I could go to Penge if I really wanted to. I don't. But, you know, if I wanted to. Steve, the John Legend US Jesus Christ is fantastic, says Marion. We saw it at the Barbican the other year. I tell you who was the best Jesus Christ. Steve Balsamo. He used to, every time he sang, there's a song in Jesus Christ Superstar called Gethsemane. And he used to sing it, and every time he sung it, he cried. It was really a most amazing voice. Absolutely amazing. We put him on Five's Company, and it was fantastic. After watching, says Kevin the Milkman, the New York production of Jesus Christ Superstar with John Legend and Alice Cooper, I find it hard to watch any other version. I know, you can watch it for ages and ages. Ages and ages. I mean, even the film I can watch, because it's so good. They turn up, they're just actors on a set, and then at the end they all get on the tour bus and go back. And it's very powerful stuff, and the songs are powerful. The music, you know, just hearing that down, you know, it's just perhaps a bit more than down, but anyway, that's the best you're going to get at this time of the morning. It sounds great when I do it, absolutely great. And it's just, but you know, if you get the opportunity. Apparently, Chris Lowry says, every time it rains here, it contains Sahara dust and makes the car and everything else filthy. Hate it. I know. It really is awful because it's so fine, but it just ruins it. I don't know if we've had that recently. I can't remember. We might have done. I don't know, I've got to get my wheels done, the alloys. I've scraped them. I'm hopeless at scraping alloys. I need to take them and get them done. It's just one of those things. You wouldn't understand, Joe. It's about parking, okay? Morning! No, it's not. It's 11 minutes to 7. I nearly changed things, actually, which wasn't so good. Other stories running in the paper today. Michael Douglas has still got plenty of puff. You know, he's turned 78. Michael Douglas is 78. On the same day that his Welsh wife and fellow Hollywood star Catherine Zeta-Jones celebrated her 53rd birthday. They had a huge birthday cake. Candles with the number 25. That's to mark the 25th of September. Not the age difference between the couple, by the way. I thought I should point that out to you. Happy birthday to Mira Sorvino, US actress. Won an Oscar for Woody Allen's Mighty Aphrodite. She's 55 today, and John Snow, the Sussex-born journalist, the son of the Bishop of Whitby. We mention Whitby with amazing regularity on this programme. He travelled the world to cover the news from the fall of the Berlin Wall to the release of Nelson Mandela. Stood down as anchor of Channel 4 News last year after 32 years. He said interviewing Margaret Thatcher was a pseudo-sexual experience. She enjoyed being a woman, and I enjoyed being a man. It was flirtatious, he says. I've heard other people say that as well. First issue in 1923 of the Radio Times was published. In 1923. Amazing, isn't it? 1996. It's quite expensive, is it, Radio Times? £3. Well, I'd pay more than that for Country Life. And that's just pictures of pretty houses, you know, which is quite nice. In 1996, the jockey Frankie Dettori won all 7 races on the card at Ascot. All 7 races. That's some achievement, isn't it, really? And the other one was John Major. in 1992, ready to stake his job on the explosive battle over Europe. He believes his credibility now hinges on steering the Maastricht Treaty through Westminster and is preparing to deliver a back me or sack me ultimatum to the Tory conference. There's always infighting in the Tories, isn't it? They're either sticking knives in people's backs or, doing other bits and pieces. Then they get elected and then immediately the backbiting starts again. It is amazing. Quite amazing. A small business owner here called Betsy Ben says our mortgage has already doubled. It was £350 a month last year. It's now £700. So literally, I think most of the companies are bringing in the increases. I don't know what you're supposed to do if you can't pay. Do you contact them, or do you just sort of leave it and hope it goes away? I mean, if you're in trouble, my advice would always be to talk to somebody. Always talk to somebody, because otherwise, talk to the bank or if you talk to the mortgage company, then maybe they can find also. Is he doing this remotely on my screen? It appears to be. I think one of our engineering boys is doing this automatically, because all of a sudden everything's moving here. I've got a friend who remotely looks after my computer. When I say remotely, he does it from home. He's got my passwords, and it's so funny when you see the little icons whizzing about all over the place. And then you see things, where's that coming from? I think he's doing me remotely. I don't know, it's just moving about. Oh, it's stopped now. He's just clicking on to different things. It's not you, is it? Oh, right, well, he's definitely doing it remotely. We're trying to get something back that somebody obviously twiddled about with one of the computers, and it took away the tweets. We still get the tweets and all the other little bits and pieces, just that they have to appear on another screen. But I love it when I watch things like that. There's a woman here in Richmond. She stands to save £2,500 in stamp duty on the house. She said she's a journalist, is Charlotte, and she says we were buying a property 6 months ago, but the negotiations fell through. Everybody said there was going to be a house price crash, so we thought it was best to hold off. But now we're kicking ourselves a little. My broker said our mortgage is going to be a lot worse than it would have been 6 months ago, and it's best to get for at least 2 years. So we're saving slightly in the stamp duty in the long run. We'll be paying more. Buying a house at the minute feels like a gamble. I can only sort of say I'm so glad I haven't got a mortgage. I'm paid off. Mind you, I should be at my age. But then some people take out a mortgage and then halfway through they borrow against it. So in other words, sort of bounces your mortgage up. It's like a bit of a remortgage. I asked for some years and years and years ago. I thought I'll remortgage, and they do what they call a drive past, just to see whether or not there's enough equity in the actual property. Well, seeing as I paid a pittance for it, there's loads of equity in it, especially at the moment. There's everything. And they did the drive past and they approved it. But of course, then your mortgage goes up. And I used to share a place years ago with a friend, and we had a joint mortgage, and they moved out, and all of a sudden I inherited the whole mortgage. And it was quite frightening, because not only did I inherit the whole mortgage, I inherited all the bills, the council tax, the electricity, the gas, everything. It was terrible, very expensive time. And you try running a car and the other thing. A lot of people are going to be quite panicky, especially, I was annoyed a little bit. But I mean, there's nothing I could do about it. We'd drawn up a legal agreement, and which is what you must always do if you move in with somebody. Otherwise, it can prove an awful problem, because they can sell their bit to somebody else. And all of a sudden, you've got somebody living in your property or their property who you're not aware of. So, but there can be a lot of people at the moment probably buying properties and thinking, can we afford to have it? How much is the mortgage going to be? So you go to your broker and they actually tell you. Steve, and this is Michaela in Norwich. Oh, I know Norwich very well. You usually switch on at 7, but a bit earlier today. You're quite funny. Oh, just quite funny. Well, I mean, quite funny is better than nothing, isn't it, really? Tammy says, I brought you with me to the Lake District. Bit rainy. No dust, but there is a squirrel chucking conkers at the car. Thought, missing my Steve Allen tray. Should have brought it with me. Dying to find out what the new fab thing is going to be. I can't wait to tell you. Not long to wait. Only sort of a week come Friday. And then we can tell you about it. And hopefully then I'll have some more information on the show which we do at the Leicester Square Theatre. Although it might be a different theatre this time, I don't know. Because it always sells out really quickly. But that'll be for next year. So you don't need to worry about it. The only reason I mention it is because the tickets generally sell out really quickly for that. And I still look back at the photos from the other year when people were queuing around the block. It was really fantastic. It was absolutely amazing. So boost for savers as premium bond prize rate hits a 14-year high. I don't have any. I think my brother's got premium bonds. I don't think I've got any premium bonds at all. I don't think so, no. No, not even 25 quid. We used to get bought them by relatives. You know, you get a £1 premium bond. But I'm told if you want to win a top prize, you need to hold about 20,000 quid's worth, which is I think it was the maximum. It might have gone up a little bit. And I thought to myself, well, there's no danger of that. Because if you put 25,000 into it, in a year's time, it's still only going to be worth 25,000 or less, the rate things are going at the moment. Zoe Williams for The Guardian trying out Botox and says Britain fell in love with it. Still? Do people still do Botox? I've seen people I mean, to be honest with you, I couldn't bear the idea of somebody sticking a needle so close to your eyes and things like that. And then the worst one for me, I mean, apart from that, which is pretty bad, is when they stick the needle into your lips. You see people who've had plumped up lips, like a collagen kind of thing, and you think to yourself, are you mad? A needle? Oh, good grief, honestly. I could never be a junkie. I'd be too frightened about the needle side of it. But people have these, you know, needly go, just give you a little scratch in here, and you think you're putting in basically something that's going to numb that particular area. I've got areas of my body been numb for years. No point in worrying about it. I don't think Botox is going to make any difference. So Kate's Welsh Wonder, she's out there with a little lad called Theo Crompton, who was charming. Obviously, his mum said, go on, let her pick you up and we'll take a photo and you'll make it onto the front page of the papers. And that's exactly what happens in Welsh Wales. They visited the country for the first time since the Queen's death, but William has already said he doesn't want to go through the ceremony that Charles went through, which I think was at Carnarvon Castle, when he was made Prince of Wales. That's what I think, actually. And William has said no. William has said no, he's not going to do that. He just wants to carry on as is. But they've suddenly realised they're increasing their workloads in the royal family, least of all Prince Harry, who's trying to edit his book feverishly, but I don't think the publishers will allow him to do that. They're going to be looking for the revelations. That is what will sell the book, and somebody will serialise it, and then people will suddenly realise, you know, how ungrateful he is, and his grandmother's only just died. Not really the best thing that's going to impress the family, but he doesn't have any family at the moment, does he? He doesn't seem to talk to anybody. Maybe things will change. We'd like to think that they will. Thank you for your company.